So Frank,
Yes.
I've heard about this TI stuff going on. I haven't really researched it too much, but what is the gist of it? Is it technological manipulation? Is it stalking? What I just don't really know.
Well, there
You
are
know.
four stages.
Weren't even aware, but
There
I
is
would.
electronic stalking.
Let me get one.
In
Go
the
ahead.
beginning, they use
Hey, what'd you find out
a,
about the?
we'll call it a brain-mind interface. It's actually a radio frequency. And they gain access. And they make people paranoid in the beginning so that they think everybody is watching them, everybody is running them over by cars. But it's all part of it. In the end, it ends up as remote neural monitoring. It originated with the government. It is now in the private sector and in private citizens' homes. So I ask a lot of targets, who did you actually make angry at the beginning of your targeting? And most of them have an answer. But it is in fact very real, and it is a radio frequency, and it is pointed at us, if you will. And myself included, I've been hospitalized like 14 times in the last 2 years. So it's quite real, and it's coming to the government's attention now that it has fallen into the wrong hands. It was used
Yeah.
in Iraq as the voice of God weapon. It was the active denial system. And now certain people have gotten smaller versions of it or miniaturized versions, and they're using it against their enemies, if you will.
Wow. Okay. Um, well, I had some weird stuff happen to me in 2012
Okay.
during the Ron Paul campaign. I mean, we probably made people so mad up to the highest levels of government, and a lot of weird stuff happened that year. I could write a novel about it, but I'm a strong individual. I got through it. You know, I rose above it, if you will. Everything's fine now, though. For me, anyway. I feel bad for anybody else that's happening to. I, you know.
Yeah, I'd like to say that I got targeted in 2013, and I don't know why, but now 11 months ago, they've picked up and have been abusing me so badly with electronic harassment. It's just getting unbearable. And I'm still employed, thankfully, and I'm physically okay. But, I mean, someone's got to stop this. And I mean, it's great that you're having this conference call because we need strength in numbers.
Exactly. You hit the nail on the head. That's what I've been preaching since this started. Strength in numbers. That's why I started this call, to make everyone aware. And we get together more often. We have more meetings. It's something that has to be done. If you are going to make a point in government, you have to make a point in government with numbers. If you go there with 3 people, it does not work. You have to go there with an agenda and with numbers. And the movement is gaining strength. It's moving forward. We're gaining more attention. More factions are interested in joining our cause. The American, or should I say Native Americans, have been put through a lot without really even realizing it. I think that was one of the first locations where this was attempted. But if you could, everybody mute yourselves, *6, until you're ready to talk. That way we won't use up all the bandwidth, and it'll be quieter. And thank you, I appreciate that. We got 4, 5, and 1 still unmuted. It's easy, *6 when you want to speak. Just hit *6 again. I'll see it, and I'll invite you to speak. If you have a computer, naturally, you can hit the little microphone, and that will mute you right there. But once again, this is Targeted Massachusetts Community Call International. We now are serving 17 countries, and we add more and more as they become available to Citrix software or GoToMeeting online. Okay, does anybody have anything they'd like to share?
Yeah, Frank, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, great. This is Marcus in Toronto, also known as Party Poet. Basically, if you guys want, my email address is partypoet2012@gmail.com, and I have what I call a letter to the vampires, which basically is something that no what you guys call perpetrators will ever take from you. Like, you'll, at least you can know if you're dealing with a perpetrator or a regular individual or somebody who was set up to look like a perpetrator, because only the ones that are fully in it will not take it. They also tell some of the other folks that they told to play a practical joke on a complete stranger with a gag, I guess, or what the average person would consider a gag, and then that sends the targeted individual for a loop usually. But if you wind up giving them this little paper, it tells you right away whether or not you're dealing with a full-blown perp, or if you're dealing with someone who's been told to play a practical joke. Also, Frank, if you could do me a favor and be able to ask Ella Free to send me a hello email, because the way my emails really work is unless someone sends me a hello, I cannot send them anything. And I have a way to get actually folks out, because like I'm implanted pretty much like that Mike Bell fella that I heard about, and basically I can imagine it's really hard to prove that you're targeted to a complete stranger, but me and Mike have toys implanted in us, or presents, whichever way you want to look at it. I know how to find them. I just need a hand. And basically that and a doctor, which Ella has, and I'd pay them all to come here. And they come here, and inside a week, I promise you, the show ends for everybody, which basically would be the only hard part is getting a hold of the people. So, I mean, I had Ella agree to, to vet the stuff or take a look at what I want to send to Mike and the doctor, because it's not getting through. But getting through is hard. And on top of that, what is really hard for some of the folks to imagine is that to become a targeted individual, the government or whoever you think is doing this to you brainwashed you. So it's a little bit easier for them to control the opposition if the opposition is basically brainwashed into their program. I don't know a different way to put that to you, but
We are very much aware of what is going on. What we are sharing is our experiences so that we might learn from each other and understand each other's problems individually. So I'm glad
Okay.
that you brought all this up, and I'm very happy to have you on the call.
Okay.
And I will get in touch with Ella if she's in fact not on the call, so that she will shoot you an email. But you need to send me one first so I can forward it to her. My
If
email,
you, okay.
my
Oh,
e-
it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You have to send me a hi at partypoet2012@gmail.com. If I send you anything, they'll count it as the protocol wasn't obeyed and your email never made it, or my email never made it to you. So if you could send one to me when you get a chance, that's party as in what some folks do after work, poet, the fellow who rhymes words, 2012@gmail.com, no spaces, nothing. And if I get it, which I'm hoping I will, usually they don't mess this part up. I will happily send whatever it is you want to you or to Ella. But I'm desperate. I know how to make this end with Mike and the doctor, any doctor.
okay, that's fantastic.
Yeah, and also I can send you afterwards a letter to the vampires, which basically will tell you if you're dealing with a full-blown perpetrator or if you're dealing with someone who was told to play a practical joke, because it doesn't take much to send the average targeted individual into a frenzy or that fight or flight mode, if you know what I mean, which basically pisses off a targeted individual, and all a person had to do was wiggle their hand or say, "Have a nice day." And, it doesn't take. It depends on what they sensitize.
Okay, would anybody else like to add anything to that?
Oh, I didn't get the point. Oh, this is Don from Southern California, and
Hi, Don. How you
I've
doing?
had Frank. Yeah, I know that from my experience in the local town and from 40 years, well, almost 50 years of being assaulted, and the dentists were part of it, so yeah, carry a meter, but yeah, that's that flight or fight. That's what they're trying to initiate to, so the gang stalkers can do their work and all that. They need witnesses, and so.
Actually,
But
if
it's a comprehensive program. Frank, you mentioned that we knew what they were doing. Well, yeah, I've monitored with a meter how they do it. So, and I've expressed myself on many, times on the calls, all the calls. So, yeah, they should be familiar with what my observations have been as to how they're doing it. And,
well,
but we have to
has it?
remember that if you're blacklisted, the doctors are part of it. It's
Oh yeah. Well, it's not really the doctors; it's the police.
yeah, and the
Police have.
police, if, they're
Well, the
part of
police.
it also. And
The
if you
police
call
send you to a
them when
shrink.
you catch, a sniper or perpetrator actively behind a weapon, they will participate, separate themselves from you by a few feet, and they do have earpieces, and they will take part. And or one ducked down behind his, ducked down on the ground when I caught the trigger man doing it, and he took my meter and started sweeping the ground. The other guy made me separate by about 10 or 15 feet, and he knew exactly when the weaponry was going off. And I've been burned 5 times just talking to the police while I was talking to the police or sheriff. So I would really be wary if
You
your
know,
perpetrator, if you're trying to uncover a sniper nest while the sniper is in place, then they're probably in touch with the sniper and have something over the police, the law, so-called law enforcement who are abrogating their duty, obviously, and being traitors to their country. But this is what we're dealing with at this point.
They don't see it as traitors. See, this is what a lot of folks seem to be missing on, is that they're selling the Luciferian agenda, and they're selling it under the guise of you can be James Bond. No, you can be James Bond or Mrs. Bond. Okay, but the other thing that you guys seem to miss on is the fact that all the targeting weapons they use end up basically radiating within a radius of 3 to 5 feet in the general area. So everybody who's standing in that area is basically pretending not to be affected when they are. That's another thing you may want to look at.
Yeah, I didn't know. But yeah, one was, I was 2 feet away, and he went right over to the perp and talked to him about something, but he never got back with me. But he, they were blasting my eye, from his this longtime perp, that works for Summit Equipment Rental in Murrieta. Apparently, it was tool rental, now it's equipment rental. And it's amazing how integrated these front companies are that move this stuff around everywhere.
Gentlemen, you'll have to excuse us for a second. We have a special guest tonight, Allie France. She's presenting about a group meeting in Massachusetts, and I would like to give her the floor.
Thanks, Frank. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I'm hoping, since this is targeted in Massachusetts, that we have a lot of people from New England. We are putting together a conference, and we're working with a number of different organizations to put this together. It's going to be Saturday, October 21st and October 22nd. The goal of what we're trying to do is we're attempting to try to unite the community the best we can. We're going to make a video of the conference that we're going to put online after as well. So, if you can't come in person, we hope, and we're also talking about live streaming the entire thing online. We want to create a one-stop shop for TIs to learn about technology, resources, activism, support networks, scanning, lawsuit ideas, and, receive hope for solutions to end the torture. So some of the conference deliberations are going to be on the following topics. We're going to be demonstrating the technology used for psychotronic V2K and discussing all the technologies and patents used in the psychological and physical torture of TIs, discussing the history of mind control a little bit and the torture used on non-consensual innocent civilians, introducing all of the current resources available to TIs, including conference calls, websites, blogs, social media pages, radio, TV, YouTube, podcasts, shows, and other local support networks, discussing activism opportunities, walks, letter writing campaigns, flyers, t-shirts, awareness campaigns, meetups, rallies, protests, and other ways to raise awareness. Demonstrating and discussing scanning techniques and referring to private investigators who can scan for radio frequencies, identification of nanomaterials and similar technologies, and analyzing the FCC data. Discussing countermeasures like shielding, psychological support, spiritual support, and detox. Introducing legal action ideas, including gathering affidavits and class action lawsuits, and discussing the symptom survey created for targeted individuals enthusiastically supported by joint organizations with Bill Binney and Kirk Mead as advisors. The survey is intended to gather demographics, medically diagnosed and undiagnosed symptoms, and other information related to what TIs experience. Again, our goal is to bring together as many support groups, media shows, activism groups, organizations of targeted individuals so we can work together, learn from each other, strategize on solutions to bring about change and end the suffering of hundreds of thousands of victims nationwide. The hope is to build, to empower, educate the community on technology, resources, and as a unified front, attempt to educate the public. As a result of the conference, we want to be able to strategically fight for freedom and justice of all, unity of all the groups worldwide, and knowledge and understanding of the program and technology. So we have, the conference is going to include live or video presentations. We're hoping more speakers will kind of join on too as we get closer from the following key thought leaders in the TI community. So, so far we have Karen Milton-Stewart, activist, NSA whistleblower, former NSA linguist, Techno Crime Fighters Forum. Carl Clark, activist, whistleblower, former MI5 operative, former CIA. Dr. John Hall, activist, author, practicing physician. Magnus Olson, activist, general manager of European Coalition of Covert Harassment. Harry Brewer, activist, call moderator, runs Stop Gang Stalking Crimes. David Voigt, activist, former naval officer, organized Walk Against Human Experiments. Dr. Millicent Black, activist, Techno Crime Fighters Forum. Dr. Paul Marco, activist, Techno Crime Fighters Forum, Pinecone Utopia. Dr. Sean Andrews, activist, material scientist, engineer, and organic chemist. Ella Free, activist, call moderator, Ella Free Show. Kate Ryan, activist, call moderator, runs the New England Support Group, organizing symptom survey. Midge Mathias, activist researcher with a new online investigative technique. Tomo Shibata, activist author. Stephen Schellen, activist actor. Gary Kazenbaum, activist, former Marine captain. Desiree Foley, activist, YouTube sensation. V, activist, TV, radio personality of the Red Pill Hardcore Show. Derek Robinson, activist, PAX International Executive Director. Frank Allen, activist, call moderator, president of Targeted Massachusetts. Dr. Matthew Aaron, activist, neurobiologist and toxicologist. Mike Mason, activist, call moderator, showing the V2K with the audio spotlight. Peter Rosenbaum, activist, New England Support Group. Neil Chevray, activist, Citizens Against Harmful Technology. Dwight Magnum, activist, engineer, designed device to alleviate targeting symptoms. And Roseanne Marie Schneider, activist and author. So the conference is going to run from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturday and 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Sunday. Friday and Saturday evening is going to be more of an informal opportunity for networking and support within the community. The conference itself is free and open to the public. So if you are coming in from out of town, we have also done some research and tried to line up some lodging accommodations. So we have some different lodging options. Lodging options include a dormitory style option that's actually on site of the conference. It's $64 per person for Friday and Saturday night, so it's $32 a night. Attendees do need to bring their own sheets. It's dorm style sleeping. Meals will be provided for $20 a day, so that's $40 for the weekend, so that's Friday night, breakfast, lunch, and Friday night dinner, breakfast, lunch, and dinner Saturday, and Sunday breakfast and lunch. There's also men's and women's showers and restrooms. There's a block of rooms also booked at the Homewood Suite, 5 minutes away from the conference location. These are booked at a discounted rate of $169 per night for a studio with a king bed and a pull-out sleeper sofa, and $189 per night for a one-bedroom queen with a pull-out sleeper sofa. There's also a Comfort Inn right down the street as well. That's $169 per night as well, and that's with a block discount. So, you know, you can call in and book it yourself if you want, or we can help with that. But just you know, make sure you get the discounted rate. Space is limited, so sign up today. For additional information and to RSVP, you can go right to the website. That website is www.2017
I'm sorry, what was it? I'm sorry, what was it?
Yep, it's 2007, www.2017 Unity.
Let me understand you. Yeah, I can't quite hear you. You said it's www.2016 Unity. That's all I heard so far.
2017. Fred, do you mind muting the room just to make sure they get the website? So it's www.2017 Unity and Hope, and is written out. It's not the and sign. It's written out and. Did you get it? www.2017 Unity and andhope.com, and it's and is spelled out, not the and sign, A-N-D. So we're working, if anybody's interested too in becoming involved in helping us coordinate or plan, please let us know. We're looking for volunteers in the area or elsewhere as well. Working with a great group of targeted individuals local to Boston right now, and other people too. Frank's had some input. Kate, Margaret Zwadnak, who has put on conferences like this before in the past. Desiree Foley's helped us with some of the presenters. Derek's involved, Midge, Mike Mason, Carol Gifford, and Peter Rosenbaum. And we have contributions and support from the Red Pill Hardcore Show, PAX, Targeted Massachusetts, LO Free, Techno Crime Fighters Forum, Citizens Against Harmful Technology, European Coalition Against Harassment. We are also asking, and we want to create a video montage. So, even if you're not coming or not interested, if you want to be involved, we'd love a quick testimony video. So this is going to be played at the conference, but it's also going to be put online after and used and viewed. There's also some talk from the Red Pill Hardcore Show of possibly using some video footage like this for a public hearing too. So just be advised, if you submit this, it could be used for different things. So please do not submit, and obviously unless that's okay with you. You don't have to show your face, and you don't have to show your real name. If you wish to remain anonymous, that's definitely fine. But if you do, want to show your face or use your real name, that's fine too. So we want the video testimonials are actually going to be sent to Dr. Matthew Aaron, and that email address is dr.mathew.aaarn@gmail.com. So dr.mathew.aaron@gmail.com. And these are just some instructions from Dr. Aaron. So he is advising people should be able to record short clips that are high quality and also use less than 20 megabytes. High quality is important to portray ourselves as credible, professional, upstanding, and productive members of society. I feel like cell phones, though, take high quality at this point, too, so if you just use your cell phone, I think that's fine. Strongly encourage people to make the best video clip they can, paying close attention to focus, ambient lighting, steadiness, clothes they're wearing, and how they speak. Diffuse natural light is always best whenever possible. They should use video recorders, like those on cell phones, he says, or the high-quality digital cameras or video cameras. If people have amazing video clips that are larger than 20 megs, they can Dropbox to this email address as well. If they really need to, they can even send files on a USB stick, and he can provide his address if that becomes necessary. I think everybody should express themselves in individual ways if they want. Some people may want to express strength and happiness in the face of great turmoil and abuse. We think that it is more powerful if many people really dig down and get their feelings of indignation, suffering, and being tortured sadistically and violently. If people have tears over the violations or emotion in their voice, I would encourage them to let them show, if genuine, of course. I would suggest keeping the messages to short, on the short side. Information on the broader public would be interested in and then he just kind of lists, some of the different things to just mention, something identifying but not necessarily too personal, like your name. If you don't want to use that, that's fine too. Something like, I am a mother, of 3 boys, I'm a nurse, I'm a we're a retired couple, I'm a college student. If you really don't want there to be any way of identifying you, you can turn away from the camera, film the back of your head, wear sunglasses, scarf. Many TIs who are ready to step up and speak, show their face if you feel like you want to do that, whatever people are comfortable with. General idea, where you live or where you are targeted, or if, city, state, general region of the country, or at least just the country, if you're outside the U.S. or you don't want to elaborate further. The year that you were first targeted, the total number of years that you've been targeted, a sentence or two on how you're targeted and how it's impacted your life and the lives of those around you. A plea that you're asking the public to start listening to the victims or ask or that you're asking for the government, the medical profession, and law enforcement to finally start taking this issue seriously, possibly something like I'm speaking out on this, so this crime doesn't grow to the point where it happens to you and your family. Video shots including pets that are targeted, or possibly children would also be great too. I discourage people from making detailed statements about the facts of the technology involved. Also discourage people from making claims about the people that are doing them. The more powerful and believable the message is, the devastating the consequences of being targeted. The short videos are just one more way likely to be watched than long videos. We should get as many different people in the montage as possible, and just limiting the statements to like 10 to 40 seconds is kind of key. So, we think that you can probably do this in like 30 seconds, so nobody really, 60 seconds is the absolute max. So let the video run a few seconds before you start speaking, so there'll be plenty of room to trim and edit. So, that is pretty much the gist of what we're doing. Again, we want to have the whole thing videotaped or live streamed and up online for people after, but I think that there's definitely something nice about just coming together and meeting with people face to face and getting, being supportive of each other and, trying to learn and strategize and, really have some influential speakers that are educating us and, try to figure out, strategize a way to try to end this. So, if anybody has any suggestions or ideas for speakers, corrections to the website, general ideas or input about the conference, we want this to be a collaborative effort. We are specifically not, doing this through any specific organization for targeted individuals in hopes to unify the entire community to strategize together. And, we want this to be a collaborative effort, and we want this to be, obviously this is something by TIs for TIs. So, and everybody's input is totally welcome and appreciated. And, please let us know, if you have anything. We'll open it up now if there's anything anybody wants to add or ask or, contribute. And we're going to have a 800 number set up too for to call in as well. So when you RSVP on the website, you'll actually get a call back from somebody in the local New England support group, and we're going to give the exact details of the location at that point. We are not announcing the exact location on the call, just because we had a situation with one of the previous venues that we had selected, and we just, are trying to avoid getting shut down for any crazy reason. So, we're just telling people who RSVP exactly where it is.
Allie?
And yeah,
I have a question for you. What would be the proper dress code for this? Is there any set dress code?
No, not at all. Casual is fine.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
casual
you.
is fine. Yeah, of course.
And parking?
So the phone number, so there is about 30 spots, I believe, parking at the venue. But then if people take public transportation, there is a drop-off that's not too far away that we can pick people up and shuttle people in. And we can coordinate. People are flying in from out of town. A member of the local support group can come pick you up at the airport. So we recommend if you're flying in from out of town or driving in from out of town, coming in Friday night so you're there first thing Saturday morning for the presentations.
Would you like to take questions now?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I'm going to give out, there's going to be a phone number that I'm going to have set up too. If you have something that you don't want to ask on the call, it's not set up yet, but the phone number should be live by tomorrow. It's 866-TI-HELP-L, as in TI Helpline. So 866-TI-HELP-L, as in TI Helpline. And again, the website, one more time, to read about the conference and to RSVP, it's it's basically just everything that I just mentioned now, but it's www.2017unityandhope.com. yeah, if anybody has questions. Frank, if you want to too, on Ella's call, I did like my personal affidavit testimony of, what I experienced. If people, want that just to kind of get to know me and, who I am and where the motivation for the conference comes from. Not necessary though either, whatever you think is appropriate.
Hello?
Yeah. Hello. Hello, can you
I had
hear
a
me?
comment.
Go ahead.
Yes,
Go ahead.
I had a comment about your website.
please.
This is Terry. I just wanted to
Okay.
let you know that you might want to, when you go in next time, you need to edit the phone part of it so it comes up on the phone, the pictures and stuff, right?
Okay. Anything specific about it that's not right?
Do you know how to go into the phone part of it on Wix?
It's, as far as I've seen, I did it on Wix. It's just like a free website builder. And
Yeah, that's what I use
allows
for
you-
mine. If you go up there where it's kind of up on the left-hand top side of it, it'll let you switch between computer and mobile phone.
Okay.
If you go to mobile phone, then you can go in there and you can edit and move pictures and everything around so that it works on the phone right. I had to do it to my website. So I just let you know, like the pictures, it cuts people's heads off and different things. So if you go into that part of it, you can do a second editing and move the pictures around so the faces come up a little better to see on the phone and stuff. I just thought I'd let you know about that.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Terry.
Okay. You're welcome.
The conference sounds like it's lovely. By the way, my name's Bird Topaz, and I've been on this. That's my username, by the way. I've been on the Frank's conference calls before, and they're really good. And to be honest, I can't, because my job this year is so demanding and so heavy, I can't claim that I'm going to be able to volunteer. But I do think you're really providing a lot of incentive for me to try to go out to Boston to attend this conference. Frankly, it sounds really important, and I would not mind networking and meeting with other TIs. And I think having all these speakers is a great idea. I guess the only thing is I'm assuming there's going to be lots of opportunities for people to, for people to interact with each other and to network, and I think that's really critical. And I'm interested in it, and I want to say thank you for your efforts. I think they're magnificent. Let me see if I've consigned your website to memory. www.2017unityandhope.com. Do I have it right?
You got it. Yep.
Perfect. I'll look it up. It sounds wonderful. How fast do you think the dormitory space is going to be filling?
I don't know. I mean, we can try to provide updates, or have the moderators kind of provide updates. I mean,
I think that's
first come first.
Yeah.
It is first come first.
You couldn't do it any. Oh yeah, go ahead. You couldn't do it.
48 beds in the dormitory.
Yeah, you couldn't do it anything other than, first comes first. You really couldn't. It sounds wonderful, to be honest. Thank you very much for what you're doing. My hat is off to you. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I've said my piece. Go ahead.
No, thank you. Hopefully you can make it. We'd love to have you. Love to meet you. The dormitory is first come first served. There's 48 beds in the dormitory. We could probably sneak in a few extra sleeping bags if we had to. I know when they did this conference a few years back, there was, I believe, 60 people or so that came to it. So there is also plenty of hotel rooms available. I don't think I mentioned, but the max hotel people in the hotel room is 4 people per room for the 169 rooms, and then 6 people per room for the 189 rooms. So split between 14. Not as bad either. Once the dormitory style does fill up, just to kind of keep that in mind as well.
Yeah. I can also.
We can help.
Oh, go ahead.
If you don't have 3 other people that you want to bunk with, we can also help coordinate that too.
Yeah, there are many options. Yeah, I get that. I've said my piece. Thank you. I just got to look you up on the website. All right, go ahead. I'm going to give up the floor. Go ahead, hon.
Yep, that's it. Yeah, you can RSVP right on the website if you think that you're interested in coming.
Lord willing,
Could you
yes,
please
I can.
Could you please give me the name of the email address that we're supposed to send our videos to?
Yeah, it's Dr. Matthew Aaron's email address. And yeah, and I encourage everyone, even if you're not going to attend the conference, to please send those in, because I think that those will be, great. And it's gonna, like I said, it's gonna be on, it's gonna be online afterwards. And just, I think the more testimonies that we can get, the better. So it's dr.mattaaron@gmail.com. So dr.matthew.aaron@gmail.com. Again, that's
What kind
dr. Yep, go ahead. I was going to repeat it one more time if you want. So dr.mattaaron@gmail.com. Go ahead, sorry.
What wonderful. What kind of format does this have to be in?
Yeah, that's right.
Does it matter?
What is it? What kind of format is it when you take a video on your cell phone?
MP4.
MP4?
Yep.
MP3 or 4?
3 would be music, 4 would be video and audio.
Hi guys, this is Matthew. Can you hear me?
Hey, Matt. Yep.
Hi.
We can hear you.
I can handle almost any kind of video format.
Perfect. Thanks for answering that. I'll add that to the website.
Okay. You're welcome.
Hi, I just want to clarify. We are sending to Dr. Matthew Aaron videos about ourselves that are limited to how many seconds?
We said 60 seconds is the absolute max, but I think if you can do it in 30, that would probably, 10 to 30, that would probably be best.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Here's a question. What if somebody were to put together, see, the thing is, I wouldn't be interested in contributing to the short video exactly. I'm much more of a take your time, long video kind of gal. I could describe my situation in about 30 minutes or less for a video. What about maybe giving you my username and I were to, for example, do a video about my experiences with gang stalking, put it on my YouTube user channel and have you guys look it up? How would you feel about that?
I have a suggestion. If you want, for this, since we want to try to keep them, to 30 seconds or so, just because we're creating a montage to show and to put online after, I would recommend anyone who wants to add into their 30-second clip the link or the name of the, where people can go to see your full dissertation of your experience. If you have a website, if you have a blog, if you have a YouTube channel, whatever. Wherever they can go to get a more detailed viewing or reading on your specific situation. If you've written a book, if you've done, anything like that, where people can go for that resource. I think that would be excellent.
Allie,
that's excellent.
Allie, you might want to post a link to these videos on your site. Have you given that any thought?
A link to the video testimonies. So there's on the website there is a tab at the top. When you first scroll down, you don't see it unless you go to the top toolbar. But there's a video testimonial tab that you can click on that has Dr. Aaron's instructions. There's also a tab for logistics that doesn't come up when you first open the page. But yeah, I mean, as far as once we start getting them in, putting them up there, putting the montage together even before the conference, so people can watch some of the I think that's not a bad idea. Yeah, and we're going to have the montage up on, we'll have some sort of like website or YouTube or, something with the entire conference up online somewhere. And we'll have that as well on there.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we
Hello?
can. I
Yes,
hear
we
you.
can. We can hear you.
I was wondering, do you have Gary Kasbaum on there? Do you have his phone number? Because I heard he's in Toronto, and I've been trying to get a hold of him. And I was wondering if there was any way of getting a hold of him.
I've been corresponding with him over email. I don't want to give out his email address without his permission. So if you want to give me your information, and then I can give it to him, or
that would be so. That's if you could just write it down. That's partypoet2012 at gmail.com, or a phone number which will answer for or a friend of mine, since I don't have a phone, someone that he's been talking with and has a phone, kind of deal. Damn, I can't navigate as fast as I want.
You're the one who said that the way your email works.
I need a hello. Yeah.
I would have to email you first, right?
Yeah, and that's it. Okay. Basically, and the phone number that he could go with, if he wants, is called Dylan, which he knows, by the way, at 914-267-9965. And
okay, I'll read it back just to make sure. 914-267-9965, and that's partypoet2012 at Gmail.
Yes.
Okay.
If you could send a hi. My name's Marcus, but he doesn't know me. He knows Dylan at the number that I gave you.
Like Gary knows Dylan. Okay.
Yeah, Gary knows Dylan. Just that he had a company started up, like he went to a place where you can rent office space, virtual office space. So I went there, but since I'm targeted and he's targeted and they didn't want us to meet, they just said, oh no, we don't know who the hell you're talking about, yada, yada, yada. So even if he was there with his Seabreeze company, I don't know, but basically I've been trying to get a hold of him. And either way, if you could send me a hello email, I could send you stuff that you would find like really useful, because I have a letter, like I said, that'll tell you if you're dealing with a perpetrator or somebody who was just told to play a practical joke on you, isn't aware of what they're really doing.
Okay.
Thank you, Marcus.
No problem. Yeah. And I'm hoping if you can get Ella to call, and she promised to vet everything for Aaron there to see what I want to do, and also trying to get a hold of Mike Bell. I don't know if anybody's been able to get a hold of him lately, but my emails don't necessarily have to make it to the person, and then you get this miscommunication thing going, which can drive people bad.
Thank you, Marcus.
No problem.
I'll send that to Gary.
Ellie?
Oh, please.
Yep.
Ellie, you there?
Yep, I'm here. Yes.
Yeah, I was just wondering. Hi, this is Paul. I was just wondering, the famous local TI, Mark M. Rich, has written several books on the hidden evil and things of that nature. I was just wondering if anybody's tried to contact him, because he might be great for this conference too.
I'm sorry, what was the name again?
Mark M. Rich. He's written several books, and he also has. Yeah, you want to step in here, BT? you've read some of this stuff too.
I haven't read it, but I've watched about 2 or 3 of his videos. I can tell you from personal observation of his videos and listening to the man speak on video that the man really does know what he's talking about. I can tell that he has made quite the study of it. He definitely seems to have properly identified the AI computer that is the primary hub of organizing, gang stalking harassment. He has apparently really honed, I mean, he's very clinical and very scientific in his descriptions, and I believe he's very accurate. And for this reason, he seems to be he's spilling the beans, and they're targeting him as hard as they would Bryan Q. I mean, there's no question in my mind that both Mark M. Rich, Bryan, in my opinion, there are 3 TIs that know more about gang stalking and electronic warfare than anybody else out there. Mark M. Rich, Bryan Q, last name spelled T-E-W, and Dr. Catherine Horton. I believe all 3 of them are genuine targeted individuals, and I believe that they are expert, and I mean expert, in how targeting is carried out, through both gang stalking and electronic warfare. It's really, these guys know what they're talking about. They really do. And between those 3, I'd even put, for gang stalking, I would put Rich at the very top. For electronic warfare, I would give that to Bryan Q. For actual how gang stalking is organized and systems capture and the psychopathic personalities that drive it, I would put Dr. Catherine Horton at the very top of that. And also how the deep state is conducting it and why, I'd put that at I mean, these guys know what they're talking about. You can't go wrong with getting any or all of these guys at the conference, and that's just a fact.
Yeah. Thanks, BT. I just want, Allison, I just want to give you he has a site. It's called newworldwar.org. That's all one word. And the guy is just unbelievable. He's a true wealth of information. And the only thing is they've driven him into homelessness, so he's kind of hard to contact.
Can I just say something? Can I mention something here, please? I've watched a lot of Mark Rich's videos, and he does have some great written material, books on what he's going through, what we're all going through. But I think, and I'm not sure, don't quote me on it, but he is one of the people that believe that there is a alien, some sort of alien application to this, otherworldly application. And according to Dr. Robert Duncan, there is not. So that would be my only concern. I would have to review his videos again, but I'm almost certain it was him that said that there was some sort of alien application or something like that behind it, and I thought, if I recall correctly, both Dr. John Hall and Dr. Robert Duncan said there's nothing otherworldly about what we're going through.
Can I bring something up? Wait a minute. I've been hearing from a lot of TIs lately about alien stuff, and I think it's just being put out there for disinformation. So I would completely ignore it and concentrate on the technology. That at least you can
I agree with.
Thank you, Barbara.
I would say both. I would say concentrate on both the technology and on the methods of gang stalking. Now, I wasn't aware that Rich believed in aliens and that there's an alien presence behind all of this. As a born-again Christian,
like I said, I have to go back and listen to his videos, but once I heard that, I believe that's why I stopped watching his videos. So I'll have to check it again, but I remember thinking, oh, forget it, and I just wrote them off.
No, it's okay, and you have every right to do that. What I was going to say was, okay, is it possible? Okay, what's the best way to spew disinformation? Tell a whole bunch of little truths around a big fat lie. All right. My feeling about his methods, when I was watching him describing the methods that they used in gang stalking, I was hooked because I knew it was authentic. Now, I didn't know that he blamed it on aliens. My attitude about the alien thing is it's one of two things. Either the alien stuff is deliberate disinformation, or the person has just become a bit gullible because of the stress and they buy into it. Having said that, I'm a born-again Christian, and I believe that the very foundation of gang stalking is due to Satan himself operating through unsaved human beings to lead others to destruction. Now, a lot of people would call me Fruit Loops, and they would say that it's disinformation. No, it's actually just my personal faith that tells me. But my point in all this is it doesn't matter whether you believe it's aliens, really, or whether it's demons as the ultimate cause. If you can agree that the people who decide to do this are the deep state, and if you can agree on the mechanics of the gang stalking or the electronic warfare, it actually almost doesn't matter. In other words, if you know what to look for in terms, if you think it's a bunch of disinformation, my attitude is chew the meat and spit out the bones, you know. Now, I would be more concerned if I thought Rich was lying about how the gang stalking is carried out, but the stuff I've watched seems to be very accurate. Now, I could be wrong. You know, maybe he is a pile of crap, but it's worth if nothing else, it's worth investigating. I'm not saying you have to buy into it. I'm not saying drop your skepticism. If you think it's a pile of crap, throw it on the crap pile, and don't let anybody tell you differently. But at least in terms of, go ahead. Sorry.
Go with what you know. That's my motto. What you see is exactly what it is. You see young kids, you see people practicing, trying to kill you off the road, and see what you know. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah,
We'll never find out if it's coming from the CIA, the NSA, the FBI. All that is all going to be hidden from us. So you can get the small ones, but you'll never get the big ones.
And I have noticed that when Rich actually describes the mechanics of the gang stalking, when he actually arrives on the scene and he's describing what he's viewing and how they're treating and what they're doing in terms of observation, I haven't seen anybody who's more accurate, at least for the super heavy gang stalking, you know. I mean, like, you've watched it. You've watched it, Paul. What do you think? I think.
Yeah, I think now that woman brought it up, I didn't remember that, but I think there was something he had said in one of his tweets about aliens. I'm pretty sure about that. However, that being said, he gets super heavy gang stalking because of all the books that he's written. He's also protested against chemtrails and held signs in Boston and things of that nature. So they're after him big time. I would just say maybe to Allison, just check out the website, newworldwar.org. It's extremely comprehensive, and whatever she thinks, if she thinks it's good, maybe we could have him. If she thinks it's bunk, then, stick with what you think.
Exactly. All I'm saying about Rich, forget about what he ascribes it to as the ultimate why. If you watch his videos in particular, as he is giving a real-time description or a video description of what's going on around him, the nodes, the pulses, the color harassment, the anchoring. In terms of describing what's actually going on, where he gets swamped with the gang, it's gold. At least observationally, it seems to me, it seems to be clinical, and it seems to be highly accurate. Now, in 5 years, I may totally revise my opinion. if you think, all I'm saying is, guys, if you think he's a bunch of bunk, so be it. That's okay. And if you think it's a bunch of disinformation, you have every right not to dignify it, and I certainly will not
He's been
criticize
around a
you.
long time.
You know what? I'm not.
He's been around
I'm not,
a long time.
like I said, I'm not saying anything negative about him. I'm just saying.
Right.
In fact, most of what I see on his page is great. And quite frankly, like I said, I've got to find that video where he's sitting in a chair, I believe it is, and he said something about aliens, and I kid you, I'm pretty sure it's him. Don't quote me on it. I'm looking for it right now. And I thought, oh my God, no, and I just turned it off.
Yeah.
So, but let me find it. I may be wrong. Let me double check.
No, I think you're right. I think you're potentially right about the aliens, because I saw something about a tweet. But what I'm saying is maybe what he's describing it is not accurate as we think. But what he has to say about gang stalking is just absolutely spot on. Is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Chew the meat, spit out the bones. You don't have to believe in aliens to see that his description of the mechanics is remarkably, scarily accurate. That's what I'm advocating. But like I say, chew the meat, spit the bones.
I think that they're like killing me, but I'll try to get through this. I think that American people in general they're throwing aliens into this because they can't believe that Americans are trying to kill Americans. So
I agree. I actually rather agree.
That's what I'm trying to express, even though I'm getting targeted by a nut.
Yeah.
But that's what I think it is. I used to cry. I can't believe that a neighbor that's 20 years younger than me, and seeing me take care of my mom and dad, two people down, would do this to me.
I know.
So
I know.
I know.
I
can't
believe that they would do it to me either.
Actually, this is American targeting Americans. And to kill. Don't leave that out.
I agree.
Yeah,
I know what you mean.
As well.
And
just to respond
go ahead.
to that, so the conference committee, so we've kind of decided that we want to keep the topics on topic to factual, proven technology, resources. We all kind of decided that like fringe topics like demonic spirits, aliens, CID, the fringe topics can be discrediting to the conference.
Exactly.
That being said,
exactly.
if I kind of specified that with this Mark Rich, he sounds like he could be good. Does anybody have his contact information? I know Ella's been able to provide a lot of contacts because she knows a lot of people. But does anybody on the call know how to get a hold of this Mark Rich?
No, he's on the internet. He's been on for years, 8 years. He wrote a book, and he has his own site. And I guess the videos are on there also. And he was in Canada.
Yeah.
So,
Allie, do you want me to? I mean, like I said, his website is newworldwar.org. I can look up his email, and I guess I can text it to Frank. I don't have your information, but I can text it to Frank if you want. His contact information. The only thing is I've watched some of his videos and some of his updates, and whenever he goes to the library and such to respond to emails, he says he's constantly being hacked into, so he oftentimes doesn't get back to people, or sometimes doesn't get back to them at all. As I've tried contacting him before, I've only gotten one reply, and Ella's tried contacting him to no luck either.
Okay. Well, if is the email on his website? I can find it there.
Yeah, it's on his website.
Okay, I can look for it.
Renee Pittman is another one that you might want to get a hold of.
Yeah. I've been trying. She actually just responded to me today that she's going to take a look at the conference website and get back to me.
Sure. Well, thank you, Julie, and thank you, Allison, for the time.
No problem.
Yeah.
Okay. Allie, you think Is there anything you'd like to add to your?
It's up to you. Like I said, I gave like my testimony on Ella's show. If you want that, I can give it. If people are interested, I guess, in who I am and where the motivation comes from. But I mean, it's obviously not necessary. It doesn't matter to me. Whatever you think.
It's up to you totally. It would further go to familiarize yourself with this crowd, because I know these people are all 100% really good people. I text them all daily, most of them, I think. So yeah. I know who they are. They're all good folks.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just share, I kind of typed out, I had like a, 20-page thing that I sent to the symptoms survey, but I, kind of condensed it down to like 2 pages. Just, I can kind of go through it if you think, it kind of helps to, I guess, just tell people who I am and, what my motivation is to, try to, become active and see what.
I've got some noise.
Okay.
So I'm going to mute everyone, you included, and I will cut you back in, okay? Okay, you with me?
Yep.
Okay,
I'm
go
with
ahead.
you. Okay. So I got targeted 2 years ago. So I was, at the time I was 34 years of age. I had no history of mental illness, never even depressed. I've always been just a super happy, upbeat, outgoing person. My experience really followed the same pattern that John Hall describes in Guinea Pigs, that I've heard Julianne McKinney describe. So it's, John Hall was quoted, the overwhelming majority are experiencing methodical progression of experimentation that fits into the template of hypothesizing targeted individuals experience a form of experimentation. Phases include selection, surveillance, stalking, defamation, attack, and monitoring. So it kind of started with the selection surveillance. So in October 2015, I began to hear voices softly, at first just making fun of me, mean, hurtful comments throughout the day. I'd say something stupid or embarrassing or misspell a text, and I'd hear a girl's voice making fun of me. I started, in the beginning, I thought that it was just my own insecurity. Everything the voices were saying were kind of things that I was insecure about, or, so I just thought maybe it was my own insecurity manifesting itself as a voice in my head somehow. But then came the defamation attack electronic phase. So for about 8 to 9 months, it was a living hell. It started one night when I was lying in my bed and I heard the sound of what sounded like, and I preface all this with, obviously, like they do with everybody, the V2K makes it sound like it's your neighbors. Whether it is or it isn't, I have no idea. I would never, assume someone is guilty of anything, and I think a lot of this is based off misinformation. So, I'm not saying that it is my neighbors, because I don't believe that. I really have no idea, to be honest. But what I heard was, a number of the voices of a number of couples in my neighborhood. And, that being said, I've heard them make voices. I've heard my husband's voice, where they do a skit and, with people, my loved ones, and then, come to find out that they had nothing to do with it. They're doing a skit saying that, they're putting a bomb in my car, or, whatever it is. And I talk to that person and, they're like, what are you talking about? So, I know that they can mimic people's voices is my point. So I don't, pretend like I have any idea who's doing it to me. So they had somebody on a computer that was like their computer expert or whatever, they call them, Steve. And then I heard them pulling up old emails and text messages and reading them out loud. And they were of an embarrassing nature, trying to harass me with that. And so I woke up my husband. And at this time I was hearing them talking. In the beginning it was just, very quietly, like more subliminal. But this night that they really started the attack, it was as loud as somebody in the room next to me. I woke up my husband and he couldn't hear anything. So and this went on the entire night. So I didn't sleep the whole night. I hired private investigators. I spent over $3,000 to look for bugs. Obviously at this point I'm just getting targeted. I have no idea that the technology is in me, not external. So we're looking for, bugs or whatever, audio surveillance, video surveillance. So I also called like a computer expert that looked at my phone, but they're not able to find anything external. So then starting most significantly on my 35th birthday, I was drugged with what felt like a hallucinogenic. I experimented with hallucinogenics in college, but hadn't taken anything, including marijuana, for a decade and a half. And I did say, could this have been a flashback? That since I only experimented a handful of times, I've been told by medical professionals that there's no way you can have flashbacks. So this felt like I'd taken a significant amount of LSD. I was subjected to this every other day or every couple of days for about a 6-month period. From what I learned, this can be done through bioelectric stimulation to generate a drug state by remote signaling device and observed matrix on a platform liquid crystal microfluidic delivery system of nanomedicine. This technology currently exists and has been developed by MIT, the home of the Army Super Soldier Institute, as a wireless drug delivery chip. It was when I first saw the Monarch, the New Phoenix program documentary about Marshall Thomas that I realized what I had been experiencing for the past year was actually these state-of-the-art radio frequency weapons. The technology used in the film, described in the film, were very familiar to me, obviously. I heard a recorded message played over and over on a loop. I know that I had been tortured with synthetic telepathy psychotronics and had been hearing low-frequency technology and silent sound, also known as V2K. Someone, had been using the bioelectric stimulation in an attempt to drive me crazy through techniques like the Michael Persingers, using electrical frequencies affecting my emotional state, perception of reality. I also would have sudden, uncontrolled, extreme anger or paranoia that would come and go, like flipping on a light switch. Experience of psychic driving where they repeat the same words over and over at intervals throughout the day, like the MK Ultra depatterning, continuously subjecting to repeated audio messages in order to alter behavior. My torturers told me to go to New York, and I ended up going to New York, and I got my car stolen. I was, drugged very, very significantly. Ended up getting a room in a hotel. I felt as though my body was numb. I couldn't move. And then I was electronically raped by what felt like 2 different individuals. I hadn't been intimate with my husband for months, so, because I felt like somebody was watching us. I believe that this was done through some sort of virtual reality. Told that in the Monarch programming, virtual torture is used instead of physical, actual torture. Techniques such as hypnotic suggestion, illusion, virtual reality can become substitute for actual torture. Any of the techniques described above physically inflict the Monarch victim as possible that they are virtually inflicted upon the victim. This is from a quote from the Kurt Berker Overcoming Monarch Mind Control. Robert Duncan also describes this phantom the Phantom Touch Rape in the Soul Catcher book that he wrote as well. I do believe I felt other altered states of emotion. I just explained that. Smirnoff patent, subliminal messaging. So tinnitus, ringing in the ears, very common side effect, obviously, of TIs. Sometimes I would hear the voices making reference on things that I would later read in books. Some of the phrases that I heard, diamond in the rough, I read about them later in the Transformation of America, used to describe slaves engaged in programming via torture. Other things I heard when I call it turn up the volume, where I heard it as loud as somebody in the room next to me, not just like the subliminal, watching us, watching you, the camera is what brings you the light. Once I heard them talking about shift changes in real time, indicating that they're working in the Eastern time zone. Once, after asking over and over again what they wanted, they say some are looking for girlfriends, some are looking for boyfriends, some are looking for holies. I'm assuming holies might mean that people who think that this is the voice of God, but that's just a guess. I heard Desiree Foley on Ella's show talk about her ex would hear them start a sentence and he would finish it. They do that to me all the time. The torture only lasted about 8 months, but I still, now all I have is the V2K, which is, manageable to go on with my life. The weekend that was my 6-year wedding anniversary was one of the strongest doses of drugs that I'd gotten. I had a 2D hologram that I saw, really random. It was a sloth from the DMV, from Zootopia, from like a cartoon that my son was watching at the time, just completely random. So just, clear as day, I'm sitting up in my bed completely awake and there's a 2D hologram in front of me. That night the voice had harassed me the entire night, talking about how she was, they were raping my children with the somatosensory phantom touch like I experienced in New York, but then, also doing it in real life and erasing their memory. They just say the most horrible, horrible, horrible things that you can even imagine. They keep me up for days on end. I wasn't sleeping, wasn't eating, just drugging me and, torturing me with sound. I've been to the state police, the local police, the FBI multiple times. I'm going to try going back. I've gotten scanned, so I'm going to try going back with my scan information possibly to the FBI. They've also hacked my Facebook and posted posted as me on various activism websites. This was before I really had any idea about the stuff. And then someone also messes with my autocorrect too. This is still being done. So I'll type a word that doesn't even start with the same letter, and it'll change it to my son's name. Or the other day they wrote Hans, Eysenck, that's a German-born psychologist. Or the other day they wrote Effexor, EFFOEXOR, that's the name of a medication for treatment of depression and anxiety. Mind you, I'm typing out a word that's not even close to these words or doesn't even start with the same letter. So I was scanned by Melita Kidder, a private investigator. The scan I received indicates elevated ELF, EMF frequency emissions from specific parts of my body, radio frequencies coming in transmitted via satellite. These frequencies are registered to academic institutions and private academies, private companies for collaborative research. There's also a lack of thermal expression in my nose, indicating possible silicone and or nanotechnology implants. What else? That's pretty much the bulk. That's, in a nutshell what I experienced. The worst thing, though, that I didn't mention is my children. My 5-year-old, when he was 4, said to me, Mommy, the voices in my head said that they said not to love you. They said I should only love Dad. I heard a voice telling me not to love you, only to love Dad. I heard it in my head, but I didn't listen because I love you. My daughter, my 3-year-old daughter, one of my 2 daughters, pointed to her ear and said, Mommy, can you hear that? And I said, no, what, can you hear what? And she said, Santa. Santa's talking to me. He said he's opening the door for me. And I have twins, identical twins, which I've heard a lot of people say that, sometimes that might have something to do with it because they like to do tests on identical twins. And one of my twins was born with significant hearing loss called auditory neuropathy. And I've read that EMF can actually cause auditory neuropathy. I've seen a study. And I was targeted, I believe, when I was pregnant with her, wasn't being harassed, but I believe at the very least I was under surveillance. So I do think that there is a chance that my daughter actually could have been crippled permanently from the technology as well. So that is me, and obviously I am scared to death for the life of my family.
Before you go any further, if you write to me, I'll tell you how to cure your daughter. Again,
Yeah, all
that's
right.
partycode2012@gmail.com.
Are you still targeted? Are you still targeted?
Yeah, so I'm targeted right now with V2K, but I am not being tortured. And just a few weekends ago, I had the, severe mood change, but for the most part, the significant torture phase for me only lasted about 8 months. And then I just went back to...
I'm a 10-year on the electronic torture. So consider yourself lucky if you can take your family and move, because they are around there and they are your neighbors. They are.
Here's pretty bad advice.
Good.
Why, if you move, it starts wherever you move to.
Yeah, that's what I feel like too.
Sometimes if you move, take your family and get out of there, they won't follow you. Apparently, I think you're you're pretty and you're intelligent. You're very pretty because somebody got jealous of you and did that to you because you're young. Okay, mine started when I was older, and that's a lot of young seniors they call us. But when they start early, like you, nice family, you must be pretty. Somebody started it with you. It definitely is a hate crime, let me tell you.
Yeah, it definitely is. Please let me ask, what do you think made it diminish for you?
What was the question? What do I think made it what?
Diminish.
Diminish?
Yeah.
I don't know. My hope is maybe they got to know me and realized I was a good person. like this is weird, but I mean the V2K now, in the beginning, obviously, especially when they were torturing me, they would just say the most horrible, horrific things you can even imagine. They actually now, and I think this could be, you know, they're trying to create like a Stockholm syndrome, you know, kind of thing too, or, you know, I'm not really sure what they're up to, but they actually now will just say really nice things to me.
I think it's
really
because you got scanned, possibly.
No, I don't know. Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what started it, what stopped it, who did it, why they're doing it. I really cannot even begin to guess, to be honest with you. I mean, even though I got scanned and now I have a list of, you know, these academic institutions and companies, it's like, you know, I still am kind of struggling with what to do with that from here, and, you know, how to really pursue. I'm thinking about maybe hiring a private investigator to do a little bit further digging for me or something. I don't know.
Well, hire a very good private investigator, because if they're very good, they'll have the same technologies. They can see through the walls. They can tell you who's doing it. That was told to me, but I ain't wasting my money.
Listen, Karen Stewart hired a private investigator, and he found out that, what's the name of the company? The company has like,
yep.
What is it?
Yeah, I reached. It's Lockheed Martin. Yeah, her private investigator was actually able to uncover some really awesome information about some of the companies involved. I reached out to her.
I brought that up was to tell you you might talk to her about getting a private, getting him.
Yep, I did. I emailed her exactly that question. And she told me that he is no longer actually a private investigator, because once he uncovered that for her, he became a targeted individual and started getting tortured so significantly that he had to actually switch careers.
I'm not
Holy
surprised.
Smoke. Yep, there you go.
I've reached out to William Taylor, but I've heard that he's not really working with people anymore either. So if anybody knows of any other private investigators that
I
are
know
aware,
one in Washington D.C. They spent $10,000. You can't be compromised them. I'll tell you that. But they're $10,000, and they're the same ones that did the report on what's his name, the guy that related to the Kennedys. What you remember that thing? Killed Martha. What the heck was her last name? Martha something. Remember? Can you remember what I'm trying to say? That's what Markley, I think his name was.
What the private investigator's name is? What? Markley?
If you look up what, oh geez, they just they're zapping my brain here. Martha Moxley, the kid who lived next door to
Pickle.
Yeah, that's it. Yes. And she was walking home and she got hit. She got hit with a golf club or something. Well, his father didn't think that he did it, and they hired this Washington D.C. investigation. And let me tell you, they found out that that kid did it, and he's in jail now. And he's a man, and he was married and everything years when, and he's in jail. So you got to look up Martha. I just said it.
Martha. Yeah, I just pulled it up. Martha Moxley.
That's it.
Okay.
They won't let me talk.
Yeah.
May I say something?
Please. Yes.
Okay, guys. I've got to get off the call, but I just wanted to say it's been a real pleasure. I am so glad I got on this call. Frank, thank you for texting me this info. I'm really, really, really grateful. And I am going to try. I can't guarantee it, but I'm going to try to make this conference in October. I think it's really important. And I just wanted to say I am really grateful for tonight's talking. And yeah, I love you all. I mean, even when I disagree with you, I love you. And I will talk to you guys later. Take care of yourselves. Be safe out there. And above all, just remember, justice is coming. All right.
Can I say something?
Yes, God bless it. Oh, go ahead.
Arizona hired an excellent one, and and I don't know if he's available, but I tell you, everything that he did for Midge of Arizona, he's the guy.
For what?
To hire a PI. They were just talking about hiring a private investigator.
I may take you up on that the next phone call, because I may very well be hiring a PI to do a background check. I might actually be doing, I may take you up on that. I really may. But I've got to go.
I didn't mean just you. I meant they were just talking that before you got on.
Oh, yeah. I see your point. Okay, I've got to go. God bless everybody. Goodbye, and good night. Stay safe out there, guys.
Thank you. Ella, if you could send me that email now while we're talking on the phone, and I can see that on my screen, if I got it or not, there's less chances of them messing with my emails this way. That's all. If you say I sent it and I never got it, that's different.
Can I interject real quick? I think I'm sorry to. I'm trying not to be rude here. Earlier, I had mentioned about the alien thing. I did find it in one of Mark Rich's videos. It's his first video under the New World War series. It's at 1620, and he talks about an extraterrestrial. Well, I can let you listen to it if you want. It'll only take a couple seconds. He feels that in his estimation that there is an extraterrestrial something involved here. So
there's actually 50 separate entities that they're involved with that are what we would consider alien beings. About 50 in total. All right, some are benevolent, some don't care, some are against, but regardless of it, there's about 50 separate alien entities that both the KGB and the NSA are basically doing business with.
Well, you can't take aliens to court, so you might as well just forget about it.
can I just ask who that was?
Exactly.
I'm sorry, who is this?
Party Poets 112.
Are you doing all right, Barbara?
Hey, that's
Are you doing all right?
Hey, I have a question. Just to interrupt.
Barbara, you doing all right?
I'm alive.
Can't take aliens to court.
That's right.
I guess no one is interested in that excerpt from his video.
Why play it? We know aliens are bullshit.
I believe that I believe there is a power up there beside the majestic wealth.
No, aliens out of all this because
I don't believe that has anything to do with targeting.
Okay,
like
let's
I
get
said,
off topic.
Can I know the? Excuse me. Can I know the name of the lady? Can I know the name of the lady that said that, please? What is your name? This is Cindy in Sacramento.
Can I please finish speaking? My concern is this. Folks were thinking about having him as a speaker at the conference. If we do get any kind of media there, and then they release videos, we will not be taken seriously because of his extraterrestrial ideas. Now, we already know that Dr. Robert Duncan and Dr. John Hall said this has nothing to do with aliens from outer space. And yet Mark Rich, in his first video on his New World War series at 16, I think it is 1615, you can start just from there, he talks about, I can let you listen to it, and my concern is we don't want we're not going to be taken seriously, basically.
So
That is not.
That's all I'm going.
That'll get you
contact
into the nut house.
person.
That'll get you into the nut house saying aliens are
No,
doing
it won't. Guys,
Contact the person
you guys
who's
are
running
looking at this. You
conference.
guys are looking at this all wrong. If you look at it this way, the Illuminati.
That'll get you in the nut house too, saying the Illuminati's doing
I know.
with the aliens behind them. Now you have to be very serious with this. This is people, and I've seen them. They're young. And my
So you're going to
neighbors,
say whatever it takes not to land in the nut house, even though it's wrong. Okay.
Say that again. Say that again. What?
I said,
Not that
I said you're willing to say anything to keep if they risk if they
Oh,
if
come
they
on,
threaten-
come on. You don't go and say, go down to police station and say, lock up an alien. They're killing me. With
No, you don't say lock
electronic
up an alien.
harassment.
Is
But I'm
here
saying
is that aliens are not doing this. That is the,
Yeah,
that
there
is,
has to
that
be
is the bottom
laws.
line. And Mark believes there are aliens involved. That is a problem if he becomes a speaker at the conference. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly.
He's not going to. Mark
Okay, we're
Rich is
talking
not
over each
going to
other.
come.
We're getting out of control.
He's not. Don't listen to that guy. Mark Rich is not going to come. From what I read years ago, he's in Canada, and he keeps on running and hiding and getting into trouble. He's not going to come to no speak Massachusetts thing. He's
to the
not.
moderator
That
of
would
the
wreck it.
Come on.
conference. Talk
doesn't
to
even
the
answer
moderator of
emails.
the conference. What are you telling us for? We can't do anything about it. Talk to the moderator of the conference. She was just on.
Thank you.
I'm still
He's
here.
just a Budinsky. That's all he is.
Oh,
I really needed that laugh tonight. Thank you so much for We Can't Take Aliens to Court. Who is it? Who said it? I would love to know who said it, please.
Susan said
Your
it.
name.
Susan
from, what state are you in, Susan? Yeah, hi, Susan.
we're getting out of control.
California.
I wish that guy would shut up. Hey, Mr. Alien, could you please shut up? People are talking. You have any class?
Thank you.
Wow.
Good God. You know, the last time I was on, there was such interesting women. We were getting to the technology, and then this creep comes in. His name is Terry. He was on here before, and he interrupted everybody. I had to get off. He kept it up with what a wonderful guy he is, and how he has a site, how he's telling everybody in the church. These people, I don't know if they're really targeted or they're perps or they're nuts. But I have to say that when you hear someone
Here's my question.
constantly,
Here's my question.
shut the hell.
No, I have a real
We don't want to
question.
hear.
I have
We
a
don't
real
want to hear your
question.
goddamn question.
Oh, well, drop your eyes and go down to the harbor and all that shit, okay? Listen, why does everybody feel like, what has everyone done in this chat room to be targeted?
Nothing.
Okay, that's a big question, and that's an extensive answer, sir. And
I'm sorry.
I have to say,
I thought you were that crazy guy. I'm sorry. I thought you were a crazy guy.
Oh, can you send me that?
Can we have a little
quiet, please? Thank
Hello?
you. Talk one at a time, and then let somebody else speak, because you're all talking over each other. And we do have
I'm a whistleblower.
a guest speaker tonight, so.
Al, could you
I'm
send
sorry,
me that
Frank.
email? partypoet2012@gmail.com. Please.
Okay.
I'm a whistleblower. That's why
Hello,
I'm
Frank. I'm an innocent bystander who did nothing.
I'm a telepath.
Now
Yay.
forget it. I'm doing everything I can.
This is very
whistleblower.
serious. Please be serious.
Yes,
serious.
Yeah, please, could we please not character assassinate people? Everybody is going through a tough time.
Thank you.
And I think ripping
Here,
each other
here.
I know.
apart in here
Yeah, but we're
is
not going. He's talking about aliens, and
Ma'am.
that's not right. That's not right.
Oh.
Fibbing.
Okay, one at a time. One.
I was talking about
One.
Hey, I'd like to
Discovery
talk for a minute.
and prosecution.
Frank, it's not going to work. It's just not going to work.
Okay. Everybody's getting muted.
It'll work. It'll work.
Who wants to talk?
Frank?
It'll work.
Frank.
Listen,
Mute
I can't
everybody.
even get a word in edgewise.
Frank.
Can I just say one thing before I mute it?
Please don't.
I may be misunderstanding what Mark is saying in his statement. And I wanted everyone to listen to it so that they can maybe perhaps understand what he's trying to say. He says something about a hostile extraterrestrial scheme. And so maybe I misunderstood him. Maybe he's trying to say something different that I don't quite, that I'm just now kind of grabbing, but not really. So if you'll just take 10 seconds to listen to this and then tell me, is he saying that aliens are doing this to us, or is he saying that the upper echelon of elite are trying to get us to believe it's aliens doing this to us? So
Are you talking for the conference?
I'm talking for right now. I'd like to run it.
It's going to play the audio.
It's going to be about 10 seconds long, and my concern was that somebody mentioned having him talk at the conference, and the first thing I thought was, oh, I don't think that's a good idea because he thinks this is aliens doing this to us. But I think I may have misunderstood what he was saying, and I want everyone to listen to what he's saying very carefully and surmise.
All right, go ahead.
I may have been wrong. Okay, here we go. I'm going to turn it on right now.
My estimation, this appears to be part of a hostile extraterrestrial scheme. Although that may be so, reputable scholars have shown that the upper echelon of this control structure includes organizations that in fact exist. It has also been established that the directing factions of these seemingly benevolent groups are composed of psychopaths.
Okay, so I just stopped it. Okay. So did I misunderstand what he was saying?
No.
We're trying to get their technology, but but they are not influencing the targeted individuals program in any way, if that's what you're after.
Listen,
I would say the first part of the message sounded ambiguous. Then it sounded more, the last sentence or two sounded possibly on the mark, but the first part.
Okay, this is what I will tell you. This
operative word being scheme.
If we incorporate,
extraterrestrial scheme.
Excuse me. If we incorporate aliens in with TIs, no one will believe us.
No one will attend that conference.
That's
no one will attend. And
right.
also the New York Times is going to have a field day with that after they pour Timothy Trespass from one side to the other. They'll have, oh God.
Okay,
They're talking about NASA and everything else and all this other garbage. Are you serious?
Okay, Terry would like to speak for 5 minutes. Terry, can you unmute so I can find you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you're 13.
Frank, while you're playing around there, could you send me an email?
Hello, everybody.
Oh, no.
Please.
Okay.
Here goes the mute, and I'll turn you back on. Hold on. Go ahead, Terry. Terry? Maybe I lost you. Speak, Terry.
That was Lloyd.
Oh.
No, this is Tony. So.
Hello, am I there?
Terry,
hello?
Is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, all right.
Okay. You guys have a very interesting topic. That's why I asked Frank if I could talk for a minute. Something I'd like to say, you guys are right. I mean, Frank's right. You can't incorporate aliens into this, guys.
Yeah.
And that's just putting us in a direction we don't need to. And
yeah.
I just like to say I'm really sorry about the lady that doesn't like me. I mean, I've done nothing to you,
me,
but
Susan,
I want to point.
from New York, Long Island.
Okay,
Yeah,
Susan.
me.
Okay, well, I just want to mention something to everybody that's listening. A lot of us out here that are on the front lines for you guys of fighting, I spend probably 60 to 80 hours a week. Whenever I'm not at church here, sometimes I'm up till 3 in the morning talking to people, working on this, trying to solve this for you guys. I'm only one person. I just have an idea that I think that can push us over the top. It's just my idea. So I'm sorry if that upsets you. So with that being said, I do think we should mainstream what we do and how we approach subjects. It's very important because, like Frank said, our credibility is on the line, and the only way we're going to overcome this is with credibility. And, you know, that's why I've made so many different flyers. And the current flyer that I pass out was actually helped put together by a police officer. He gave me the ideas on what to put into it and stuff, the ones that I have such a great thing. And I just like to say, I think you guys can all do what I'm doing. I really do have my church behind me, my whole family, and I'm sorry that upsets you, Sue, but I think that's wonderful. And I want to see every one of you TIs to be out and live a normal life. I want to see you have jobs again, and I want to see us beat this. And I am convinced we can beat this. Yeah. But I think we need to start from the ground roots and work our way up. And my thing about putting a sign on my rig and T-shirts and passing out flyers, that's just my thing. You know, everybody's got a different way to look at this. And I feel really bad that even one person thinks that I'm bothering them or they get upset. You know, a lot of people tell me to overlook people like that. But, Sue, you are a part of the community, too, so I care about you just as much as everybody else. The only way we're going to ever beat this is if we get organized, the leaders, if we get things put together and we get TIs out there passing out and help us bring the public aware. That I really believe this. And I work at this every day. I sat down today with 2 very influential people throughout the day and talked to them about this and explained the program to them. But we all got to work together. And one thing I'd really like to see is us to stop fighting on these calls and stop misdirecting, especially when we're making progress. I mean, it's a scenario that happens way too often. Hey guys, I won't take up any more of your time. I don't want to upset.
All right.
Wait.
I don't want to take up anybody else's time.
Does Allie have any more to add? Because she's the guest that was sharing, you know, parts of her event with us.
I'd like to just say, you guys, support this conference all that you can, please, and go fill out Bill Binney's survey. You have nothing to lose. You know, if you feel like it, go to my website and fill out the database too. It can only confirm what Bill Binney and them's putting together as far as numbers and locations and things like that. I really don't want to take too much of your time tonight. If you guys would like to hear more about what I'm doing and stuff, Frank can text me later and I'll just go back to listening. I really urge you guys, try not to talk and over each other and get along. That is so important for us to win this fight. We are brothers and sisters in this fight. We really are. Hey, Frank, thank you very much for talking to me. And I would like to talk to you on the phone if you can call me or we can actually get connected. I hope we can do that soon.
We certainly will.
Thank you.
We'll speak tomorrow.
Okay.
Looks like a gentleman named Liam would like to speak.
Allie, could you send me that email, please?
Yes.
Okay.
Is he generally one you asking for something though?
I was just asking for Allie to send a hello email.
Yeah, no. Don't get me wrong. I was just hoping that you're getting what you need.
And send it.
Okay, Marcus. I guess this gentleman, Liam, you sure you don't want to speak? I think he is probably left the room for a time. Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
I would just love it if Frank and Allie could send me a hi email. Don't have to type squat. Just say hi in my email app. Push send.
Zach wants to speak, and hopefully it won't be about aliens, right, Zach?
That's exactly right. It won't be. So we all obviously have done stuff to piss people off that are probably pretty powerful. I would just like to throw in that, you know, part of mine also happened a little bit last year during the time my father passed away. And he passed away about 6 months later after I started sharing all the evidence Judy Wood had on the directed energy technology. And then that whole year, there was stuff or pretty much throughout all of last year, there was stuff going on with me that felt spiritual, yet it could be advanced technology, absolutely. That's all I gotta say.
Speak a little bit. Like any genocide or the slave trade for 400 years, there are people that benefit, and then there's people that, you know, are losing, you know. So it's no different in that sense. You know, it's just that they haven't been found out, their methodologies, you know, because nobody believes it'll go through walls and into the target, and, you know. So, but it's our tax money that's being spent and missing trillions in the Pentagon and whatnot. So this, it's really not fair what's happening. So, you know, it's you know, Lockheed is definitely involved in.
Well, thank you, Don. I'd just like to add one valid point, I think. I think it's valid. You've been listening to your TV with rabbit ears forever, and your FM radio inside your room with all your windows shut, freezing in the wintertime. Those radio signals go through walls. So it's not too hard to understand that a more high-powered radio signal will go through your walls. And it does, and it's in use. Its primary use is for terrorists, criminals. That's the primary use of it. Now the problem is people steal this stuff from police departments, from the federal government. Accidentally it gets put into a public auction. There are so many ways for this stuff to get out there, but it does.
Yep. Great.
But it does. It will see through walls, and it's in use. They use it in Britain overhead in helicopters. So I'm telling you that this stuff is exactly correct. Okay.
But a lot of it is yeah, sure, it'll do that, and you know, I've had it done, but over 90% of it is just a simple operation where there's a beam on your outer door, your pathway, and then the parking lot, and then medical with ionizing. And that's 90% of it, and that's what I've found here. But yeah, they do have the helicopter and all that other and apartment walls. That, you know, it's a real. And yeah, but most of it that I've seen is, you know, they start low and then they work high up into their houses, into your yards. And, you know, if you block from their fence, you know, they'll pull the fence out. And, you know, that's what I found. So, yeah, that's all I got.
Actually, if somebody writes me a hello, I can send you the video cameras that they put into your clothes to watch you. Through your clothes, glasses, hats, you name it.
Can I interject something?
Can I get a hello email from Allie? Unless that's like something personal that you aren't willing to do, then you could just tell me so I stop asking and begging for it.
Well, latency from the exposures is what's confounding everybody, and if we don't understand that it works with the rhythm and the resonance of the body, so that the repair part of the body is what's causing the pain at night. And that's, I mean, I'm not saying it's not coming through the apartment or through the helicopter.
Microwave weapons are causing you pain at night. And if you turn off the if you turn off your video cameras and they cannot see who they're microwaving, they turn off the microwaves. And if you write me a hello email, I can tell you how to turn off the video cameras.
Okay, first of all, anybody who knows anything about R&M knows this. What they see, they are seeing through your own eyes. That's hard to grasp, but you can look around your car for cameras all day, you won't find them.
I can tell you how to get rid of them.
No, this is all a latent reaction to, or I'm not saying all, but it's, in my view, from my monitoring, I can predict when the pains are going to start. I can predict the, if I get hit, I know I'm going to go through an emotional roller coaster for, an hour, and I'm going to be choosing what mode to follow depending on how strong the hit is. But I've been through this a lot. I've been hit hundreds of times with very, very powerful devices, and squirming, thinking about suicide, that sort of thing. But when I got my meter, and it's obvious that it's almost impossible to avoid because they get you at the water hole where you're getting resupplies, or at work or whatever. But it's direct line of sight stuff, and the latency is what's confounding everybody and misdirecting our own mind. Our own mind becomes our worst enemy because it's getting in with our body resonance, and there may be a high or there may be a pissed offness, but everything is serendipitous. But there's also a quality that runs through it, and what I've seen around here, and I can't imagine it being much different anywhere else. But the mind one's own mind becomes the worst enemy. I guarantee you that. It's bad. So.
No, you're right. You're 100% correct. Your mind is your worst enemy, and they control your mind. And I can show you neat ways of how to walk around that. And I've been silenced for the last 5 years till I figured out what I had to do for them to let me on the internet and be able to talk to you fellas. All I've been doing is listening to your podcast, but never being able to participate. And I'm telling you, I can tell you how to turn off the video cameras, and there is no remote neural monitoring. I swear this is something that you guys have perpetuated into a huge fantasy that they love you for. But
You
and I
are
know
confused. You are confusing everyone on this call. There is mass confusion on this call, and you sound to be the most confused. You sound to be the most confused. You clearly know nothing about this technology.
Well, I tell you what, if you have a microwave in your house and you want to turn off the video cameras, I can tell you how to do it. No, I'm not. You guys are all sitting here, but think about it this way. Every single target.
Marcus, let somebody else have the floor, okay?
Does not
Go
have
ahead. I would just love.
The
I would
eyes
just
are the
love
gateway
to
to the
get a
soul,
couple
and
of
the soul
emails
and the will are
go
tied
away.
together, and they get us through the eyes, through the will, destroying the will right away, first thing, and that's what you're seeing. When they see through your eyes, they've destroyed your will. They've gone to
How
the
do they
central
look through
part of
your
your
eyes?
brain.
Terry has a good point. Terry has a good point with the activism, but his activism is misdirected. He should be targeting the neuro conferences in North America. He should not be targeting his local church. If you go onto Google and you Google ultimate list of neuroscience conferences for each year, for 2017, it gives the list, the date, the city, the time. You just missed the biggest one for the entire year. It just happened July 17th. There should be targeted individuals at these conferences because there are 30 and 40,000 people, not just neuroscientists, but neurologists and behavioral scientists and psychiatrists and psychologists, etc., all of these individuals involved in cognitive research, and these are many of the people who have the blood on their hands. Okay, so if you go to Google and you type in ultimate list of neuroscience conferences, you'll get the main list with all the information for each date, each month, each city. And these some of these are so massive that tens of thousands of people are involved, and they're scientists. And that's where you should be targeting you should not be targeting your local church. You should be targeting these the next one. I'm looking at the next one. The biggest one for the United States just happened in Chicago on July 17th, just a few days ago. But there's another one coming up on the 5th of August in San Diego, and another coming up in
5th of August in San Diego.
And another. Right, and another coming up on November the 11th in Washington.
We're in San Diego.
For the entire world.
Bryan.
But this is not just the USA. This is for the entire world. Okay, so this is every city in the every neuro conference in the world, not just the United States. So they have them for Europe and Asia, Oceania. All these.
That's the EPA, American Psychiatric.
Right. So you should be targeting these neuroscience conferences with your flyers, with your signs, with your information.
Bryan, that's a good idea.
How do you know my name?
It is a good idea. Have you talked to? This is Debbie. I've spoken with you before. Have you talked to Terry? Have you talked to Terry about this? This is what we need to do. This is what we don't do. We don't get together.
Secondly, not only should you be targeting these neuroscience conferences, which are, involving tens of thousands of scientists, some of which involve tens of thousands. Okay, you should also
you say Scientology?
The local.
I'll find it.
I hope Bryan's not going to talk the whole time, because I already heard enough from him last night and probably 4 nights before that.
No, this
Please,
is good.
Bryan.
It's good what he's talking about.
No, yes. I'd like to hear it.
Can I just cut in there? I love Bryan. I do. I think he's a great guy. But as a Christian and a person who has started a Facebook account called Christians Against Totalitarianism, I want to interject, and I side with Dr. Aaron on this. Yes, get a hold of your churches, your spiritual leaders. Everyone should know about what we are going through.
That's right. He's getting support.
They are supportive.
No, that's only that. Yes, yes. All of them. Get all of them.
Government.
How about a Unitarian Universalist Society? Do you think they would listen, and how would it be presented?
It's us that are attending church. It's senators and congressmen and all sorts of people are attending church. And, might I add, people that belong to secret societies who have no clue that those secret societies at the upper echelon are actually evil are attending church. And if let's say one church out of 10 starts talking about these terrible things that we are going through, these terrible programs or projects, whatever you want to call them, think of how many people in that church are listening, and they're going to right not only for themselves but for their children.
As soon as he talked to me,
if you want to tell your church,
Amy, let her finish. Let her finish, Amy. Ma'am, would you go on, please?
Sure.
Let me interject on that, though, please. Do you know that church leaders are aware of the targeting? They're aware of the infraguard. They're forced to become, excuse me, not a debate. I'm just saying little blurb, they're contacted by the fusion centers and everything else. They're tied right into it. So the best thing to do is to go to the church members, because they may not know. The board might know, or the deacon, whatever, you know, they might be aware that they're a spokesperson for the United States government in case there's an emergency. They're FEMA. They're some kind of subcontracted Department of Homeland Security spokesperson. Oh, if we're in the middle of church, hey, we know that we groomed this person already to say exactly what we want to say. They're part of the emergency grid. So telling, you know, throwing the whatever is it, he wants to pass out flyers, and information needs to be shared with churches, as you're saying, then it's to go to the members, because they have no idea.
When there's a chance, I'd like to interject something about this.
Yeah, that's a good point. The members too, but even from the upper echelon that approached me, I didn't approach them. They approached me. I wasn't going to give the information to them because I didn't want to look like out of line and way out there. And he told me, and the moment he told me that, the next day, the text he sent me, he got targeted with calls that he was getting incoming that he never got before. So they got to him, and he was an assistant pastor of this very influential church. So you're right, there are members high up in our hierarchy that are involved, because they're involved with the Red Cross. Anytime there's a disaster, they are part of the elite that go. But there's some members that that are in our hierarchy that do not submit to this because they've been targeted themselves.
People operate off the natural philosophy of the Ockham razor principle. The natural.
Hey, I'd like, before you go into that, I'd like to hit about the flyer thing before you go into all that. And no disrespect, but I think everybody's heard you say that many times. The flyer thing is really important, guys. Bryan has a valid point about hitting those areas, but I personally hit all areas. I don't target churches. I hand them out to police officers, ambulance drivers, firefighters. I hit everybody. I go to the mayor's office, police stations. I go to churches. I go to businesses. But we got to hit everybody. That's the thing. We can't just target one place.
It's a good thing that you're getting actual support, that they're letting you speak and they're in agreement, is phenomenal, because it's not happening in a lot of areas because they're in denial or they're part of it. So we've got to orchestrate everybody on the same page. Everybody has a valid point, and everybody has something to share. Cindy has something great to share. Terry does. Bryan does. Everybody on this call has something good, valid to share. So I'm not pointing any fingers that you're wrong. You know, everybody's got a different experience, and it's important to bring that.
Well, my point is that
I think you're right, and that denial is a big part of it. People, you know, don't want to believe it.
The point that I'm trying to make, guys, is
Terry, my point was, why that's key right there. Why nix what you do or where you take it? And it's a great idea what Bryan had. Get it together. And you said this: we got to quit fighting. We've got to quit trying to not.
If you heard me, I wasn't nixing what Bryan said. I said what he said is right.
I'm not talking about you. No, but I mean, and like the investigator that they said they went after, that Karen Stewart hired. He needs to get in the front lines too. Everybody this happens to needs to do this. We all need to stand up and say no more.
You're right. That's what we got to do.
Yeah.
But see, the flyer thing, let me tell you guys why I think it's so important. I've had authorities here in Oregon, and this is exactly what they told me. There's nothing that they can do for us unless the population knows. So you can keep going to the senators, you can keep going to all the upper echelons, we can go to the scientists, neuroscientists and stuff, which is great to do that, but probably some of them are involved in this. But my point is if we get enough of the public knowing, then we can have senators like Jim Gust and Glenn. You know, those two tried to come out for us, but they didn't get nowhere, and the reason why they didn't get nowhere is because they did not have public backing. That's why I'm pushing what I'm doing so hard, because without public backing, getting the general public to know, we're going to stay in the same loop that we've been for the last 12 years. And I'm not saying that anything is wrong with what people are doing. We should work on all of it, all of the time, handing them out to everybody. I'm just saying that our target should be the individual person on the street. Whether you guys realize or not, I've now passed 5,000 flyers out this summer. 5,000 flyers.
Yes, and you're getting the word out because all these people do not know. The ones doing this aren't talking. The higher-ups don't want this out. They don't want it out because they're ignoring it.
I know, but my point is, imagine if we get 1,000 TIs out there, or 10,000 TIs. I mean, I heard somebody just mention the other day that they think, like I do, that there may be 1 million or more. Some guy the other day said that he thinks there's about 3.4, 3.5 million in the world, but 1 million just here in the U.S. Could you imagine if we could get it just 10,000 TIs out there wearing T-shirts, handing out flyers? That impact on the public would be huge. Not only that, them seeing our T-shirts, our signs and stuff, that would start showing our numbers. It would no longer be this person here, that person there. Nobody could keep saying that we're all crazy for presenting, factual information to the public.
It is simply not possible. It is simply.
Bryan, why do you always shoot down doing something that goes forward? It is possible. I'm doing it.
Harry, I'd just like to finish speaking. You've interrupted me about 5 times. Okay?
I've only been on 3 times today, so that's a lie.
Yeah,
I've only been on 3 times. I'm going to get off the call, Bryan, because I actually am getting, I really don't think you're here to do any good, because you come on a lot and you disrespect, and you keep telling people not to pass out flyers and go ahead. I really think that's bad.
All right, why don't we just take one at a time and stay on topic and not interrupt each other.
And can you get rid of the deep breather guy or whatever, Frank, please?
Yeah,
Frank,
this is the game.
Get rid of that person.
You have to realize how the game works.
Please.
Okay, it's part of the game. Now, I was speaking and he interrupted me right away, and then within just a few minutes, I wasn't able to speak at all. So in addition to the neuroscience conferences, you should also target the foreign press centers. Okay, every major city in America has these foreign press centers, many of which contain media outlets which are hostile to America, like Al Jazeera, like Russia Today, etc. And you should target them with your information. So, resources are scarce. Resources are scarce, especially for targeted individuals who don't have jobs, etc. So you should take your resources and you should use them in the best way possible to get your message out. If you feel you need to go to your church, if you feel you need to go to your church, go to your church. But I'm telling you, you're wasting your time. I've gone to pastors. I've gone to churches. They just throw their hands up and walk away. It's called the Occam Razor principle. The people generally operate off the natural philosophy of this principle. It's how they live their life. And basically, it's the simplest answer is always the truth. The simplest explanation is always the best explanation. So the more complicated the truth, the less the likelihood of belief by the ordinary person. So it's just not possible to discuss biocommunications, bioelectric R&D, neurological weapon systems with the ordinary individual on the street. It's just over their head, okay? And it's enough to cause them to turn away in disbelief because they don't, the sheepish masses don't even know that this technology exists. So I'm telling you to focus your resources. Focus your resources, okay? Don't go walking around just randomly handing out flyers to people, okay? Focus.
Bryan, none of my flyers say anything about the stuff that you discuss. You should really go to my website and look at my flyers and see what they discuss. A police officer actually gave me the idea for the last flyer, and he even said it has the best information on it and the best way to reach the public. I even work with some police. Tell me, have you made that much progress? You constantly talk things down. Look, I haven't.
That's the second time you've interrupted.
Bryan has never.
I haven't been on the call 6 times.
He won't get
Bryan, I'll tell you what. Keep them worried about their targeting into your games. I'll see you later, guys.
That's the sixth time this call that you've interrupted me in just a few minutes. You can find
have a negative thing to say about everybody every time they have something positive to do. Everybody has their
I'm not here to argue with people. I'm here to help people. If you want to argue,
but you do. You start a debate that turns into an argument. You got to be open-minded to everybody else with what they're doing. Every little thing that anybody does that's positive to help
they don't want you to hear the truth. They don't want to
Dr. Matthew Aaron, can I ask you a question real quick, please?
How are you going to get
Matthew Aaron, can I ask you a question?
You are a government perpetrator, Aaron. That's what you are.
Oh, this is not true, Brian. Now stop that.
Here you go again. Every time somebody tries to talk,
that is not true, Brian.
You always sit there and talk about something bad about them, Brian.
That is,
Matthew Aaron,
not true,
I
Brian.
already know all about
that
you.
That makes you look bad, Brian.
Research you. I've had somebody research your bullshit
resume. That's all you ever do.
I have all your information.
Okay.
I have all your information.
I need to ask
Dr.
Matthew Aaron.
That's enough.
May I ask a question of Dr. Matthew Aaron, please? I need your website. What is that website, please? Dr. Matthew Aaron. What is your website? Hello? Dr. Matthew Aaron, what is your website?
He's not on the call, I don't think, anymore.
Who was just saying go to my website and see my flyers?
Terry.
That was Terry from Oregon.
Gary, give me your website, please.
I think it's called Stop Gang Stalking or gangstalkingstopcrime.com or something like that.
Stopgangstalkingcrime.com.
Or gangstalking.crime or something like that. I'm not sure exactly, but it's something like that.
Okay, and I would anticipate.
Everyone has a different way of spreading the word. Bryan is very capable, technical. He knows what's going on from the engineering end, okay? Terry is passing out flyers and got it covered.
Wow.
Got it.
They don't like the truth.
So you can find a list of the foreign press centers in every American city by simply going to the U.S. Department of State. Then you should target those foreign press centers, specifically the outlets, media outlets, which are hostile to America. And Magnus Olson did this, and it worked for him. He got a 30-minute interview with Russia Today and got his story out. Good friend of mine. Then again, resources are scarce. So, if you have lots of resources, you want to hand them out to, random people, go right ahead. But I would say focus your resources on these neuroscience conferences because these are the people with the blood on their hands. They're attending these conferences. And the next one is, coming up on the 5th in San Diego. So all the you guys in San Diego should be there.
Yeah. I will.
I don't get on these calls to fight with people. I get on these calls to save lives and help people. But, there's always going to be drama every time I get on this call because they want to prevent a credible discussion of the issue. They're not going to stop.
Can I just interject? I would say between last night and tonight, the reason
no, I don't want to
someone is trying to shut another person up. Someone who is telling someone else that they're a government mole or something. That's not right. We shouldn't be accusing each other of.
Matthew Aaron has CIA agents dressed up in ghillie uniforms, camouflage.
Brian, you say the same thing over and over.
Electromagnetic ray gun.
This is making you look bad. Doing that makes you look bad.
Get on these calls.
Relax,
Brian.
Yes, relax, Brian. You're a good person. Relax. Come on.
And Brian, I
enjoy you.
Okay.
We enjoy your videos.
Frank, that's right.
He's mind controlled to do all that stuff,
Bang. All right. Now the whole room is muted. Those of you who would like to bring a valid point up, unmute, just one at a time. You don't have to argue, and you don't have to fight.
Listen,
We're all trying to do the same thing.
That's the question.
Frank, I'm on this call because I'm trying to save lives of those people. Every call I get on, they're going to do this drama to stop me from helping you.
Well, I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to let them, okay? I want to hear what you have to say. You're going to have
we do want
5 or 10 minutes clean without interruption, Brian. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
No interruption.
So after you, you know, if you believe that people are shooting Matthew Aaron with electromagnetic ray guns, dressed up in camouflage ghillie suits, hiding behind neighbors' plants, and that type of ridiculous, absolute, blatant disinformation and misinformation from all the other Dr. Super Ducks that come on Ellis call, you go right ahead, okay? I'm here to help you, and I paid a big price to do it. I've been chased all over the world, okay? And listen, they know that I can help you. I have Dr. Duncan told me, Brian, you nailed it. The other neuroscientists that I've spoken with said, Brian, you've nailed it, okay? Dr. Carlstrom, Dr. Anthony Patch just said on satellite radio 2 nights ago, Brian, you nailed it, okay? So listen to me and let me help you. That's why I'm on these calls. I'm not here to help Brian or give Brian a good name or a bad name. I'm here to help you and save your life. And they know that I can do it. And so they're going to try to create drama and chaos every time I get on these calls, not to stop me from getting my point across. If I have enough time, the speaker can do so. It's done to prevent the listening audience from being able to process what they hear back into short-term memory so they can understand and remember. Okay, it's all a game of deception and manipulation. Now, I had people research, you know, this guy. If you want to accept his credentials, you go right ahead, but I know better. Okay, now let me help you. In addition to the foreign precedents, in addition to the neuroscience conferences, okay, there are other things that you can do one is called strategic relocation. Every targeted individual should at least make plans for strategic relocation. If you can't leave the Americas, right, if you can't leave the USA now, make plans to do so in the future so that you can get you and your family to safety when it really hits the fan, okay? Because the day is going to come when you're not going to be able to, okay? America is an electronic concentration camp right now. It will soon be a psychotronic concentration camp. And when that happens, it's going to be too late, okay? So, you know, I'm not here to argue with people, but they just will not let me speak. Okay, I want to help you, and if you have questions, I'm here to answer them for you. And if you doubt what I'm telling you is the truth, pick up the phone and call the neuroscientist. Call Duncan. Okay, call the other neuroscientists and ask them, is Brian right? And they will tell you Brian is 95% correct. That's what they're saying. Does anyone have any questions that I can answer to help them?
Yeah, I do.
Well, I don't see you can have it both ways. You're saying they're not hiding behind the bushes, and yet you're saying it's going to be a electronic concentration camp. So,
electronic. It's already an electronic. Listen, if you are not a government perpetrator, if you are a legitimate targeted individual, and there are legitimate targeted individuals on this call, and there are government perpetrators on this call, they target the forums heavily. It's part of what they do. Okay, if you're legitimate, you are already in a psychotronic concentration camp if you're a mind control victim. And placing an individual inside a psychotronic concentration camp is no small operation. You're not just dealing with hive mind teams dedicated to you every 8 hours, okay? You're dealing with surveillance teams. You're dealing with other government agencies.
Yeah.
No, I used to work for FEMA. FEMA's not involved, okay? So
the camps, what about the FEMA camps?
The FEMA camps are internment centers, but right now they're not.
I know. Who's running those?
Walmart.
No. So anyway, the point is, now, these people, you're dealing with different layers. You're not just being targeted by a specific group of people. You're dealing with surveillance teams. You're dealing with hive mind teams. You're dealing with, different government agents. Go ahead.
Brian, do you have this written down? Brian, do you have this written down somewhere, like in a storyline? I mean, do you have flashcards there or something that you're reading? Because it's always the same thing.
Okay, is this
No,
Cindy?
he's right, but they're business friends. You know, here in my town,
I don't respond.
they have legitimate businesses. They have
Hello?
resale licenses, all that.
I don't respond to
whatever.
Cindy's question. Okay, so if it's Cindy speaking, she knows better than to answer. I will ignore her. She knows better than to ask me
Oh,
anything.
no, honey, I don't care. God made me. I'm a Christian lady. What do you think you're talking to? What do you think you're talking to, though?
Hey, guys, why does everyone keep picking on Bryan, too? He's the most competent individual out of all of us. He's the most legitimate, targeted individual that I've ever encountered. And I'm tired of everyone picking on Bryan. If you would listen to him and heed the information that he provides us, then maybe some of your targeting might decrease. What's your barcode? Barcode. Barcode. And I love Bryan too.
Bryan
and I'm going to continually vouch for him. I'm going to vouch for him.
Bryan has the floor.
May I please respond to what that lady just said?
That's what I want to hear.
Barcode.
Each other.
And I will vouch for Bryan too.
I want
to hear what he has to say. I want to hear too.
Thank you.
I don't want to hear what Bryan has to say because he says it every 5 seconds. I want to hear somebody else.
I haven't heard it before. The only people that have issues with Bryan are Kurt.
Bryan has
the only people that have issues with Bryan are Kurt. Real PIs, love Bryan. The real ones like me.
There's an unacceptable
Oh my God.
Frank, you're going to have to mute the room again.
Okay. Bryan has 5 more minutes to speak his piece. Okay, then it's open forum for everyone else. Okay? He started to speak, so he has the floor. 5 minutes.
So listen. You know, Cindy's been banned from a number of calls because of the drama that she creates. It's pretty clear what she is. All right, let's focus. Let's have a credible discussion of the issues. Let's not fight and argue. And people that get in, that do this, okay, we should draw a red flag on these people. And when a pattern begins to develop, she's been banned from Linda's call. She's been banned from Kyle's call. I mean, she's just been banned from a number of different calls because of all this drama and chaos she and the other parts create. All right? We want a credible discussion of the issues. We don't want drama. They want drama. They don't want a credible discussion of the issues. Okay? Now, is there anybody on this call that I can help who needs help understanding the technology, understanding the tactics? Because if you don't understand, if you don't have a basic understanding of this technology, and the tactics that they're using against you, you're going to be running in circles until the day of your untimely death. Okay? You're going to be chasing the proverbial white rabbit down the hole for the rest of your life, which is exactly what the technology is designed to achieve. I'm on this call, and the neuroscientists will tell you Bryan is 95% correct. So listen to me, please. I want to help you. All right? I care. I'm not part of your community anymore. I don't live in America. But I care for you because I am American. I love the TI community, but I despise cyber-stalking thugs and government perpetrators and people that cause all the chaos and drama.
Okay, hey Bryan, the neuroscience that you talked to, do you remember his name so we can talk to him ourselves?
Who is speaking?
I'm Johnny from Orange County. I have conversations with you in the past.
Okay, all right. Yeah, you can talk to Duncan. You can talk to Van Winkle. You can talk to Easel. You can talk to a number of the different scientists in the community, and they'll tell you that Bryan. Duncan sent me a message the other day.
No,
said, Bryan, you have the.
I have researched everything. I have researched a lot of things that you have talked about before I even knew about you, and then when I hear you talk, you make a lot of sense, and you are right with a lot of things. Okay. What I'm just saying is, besides Dr. Duncan and all them that developed this electronic machine and electronic computer, and then they quit because they saw what the CIA and the FBI was doing with these things to the public. Like yourselves, you were working with certain agencies and you quit because you're like, dude, this is wrong, okay? I'm asking, did you talk to other neuroscience, like the one that, like a convention? Did you go to a convention and actually got some of the scientists to talk to you? Do you know of their names? Would they? You just basically had a general conversation with them.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
But the point that I'm trying to make is,
no, I understand your point. I'm just saying, hey, dude, you aren't wrong, okay? But what I'm saying is, you have a pretty good memory with everything that you read and talk about, and the things you do, and also watching your videos, you explain a lot of things, and that's good that you keep a profile of everything that goes on with you, and it helps out to understand some of the things that goes on with myself, you know, because then I can go and take and research it and come to find out this is probably what they're doing. And then when I
everything they're doing to you,
like you,
every single thing, Johnny, every single thing they're doing to you and every other target falls into 3 categories. If you can remember those 3 categories, you can begin to understand the technology, okay?
What are the categories?
Censorship is the first category. The second category is memory management. The third category is direct behavioral control. That's everything that's happening to every mind control victim on Earth who's targeted by the CIA and the DIA, okay?
Okay, hold on. Before we go to the next subject, hold on, Brian. Before we go to the next subject, okay, censorship, remember, and direct contact, you said?
Censorship, behavioral, memory, censorship, memory. Here we go. Censorship.
No, it always happens.
Well, yeah, they don't want you to hear the truth, okay? They don't want you to hear
okay. Censorship.
And the second is memory management, okay?
Okay, I got that.
And the third is direct behavioral control.
Okay,
that is the entirety of their mind control, well, all of their hundreds of mind control programs are based upon. Censorship.
Hold on, before we go on, you are right. Hold on.
He's right on.
You are right, because when I read about the tactics of mind brainwashing and all that, this falls into the category there of everything that you just said. So that is true. Mm-hmm. And I don't understand is we are brainwashing. We're just
Johnny, hold on. Just hold on a second, okay? Brainwashing. Johnny, hold on. Brainwashing and mind control are 2 different things entirely. Okay.
Yeah, I understand.
Brainwashing. Yeah, brainwashing is the erasure of memory. Mind control is the control and manipulation of memory. So the 2 different things, entirely 2 different things. So let me explain the 3 things to you, okay, before I lose the floor. Just give me the minutes that I need to explain. Just a few minutes, okay? Censorship is basically their ability to restrict you at will, to restrict you from engaging in any type of external activity that dampens the neural link or interferes with their neuroprogramming, such as listening to music or reading a book or writing a letter or, you know, engaging in outdoor activities. All of these things interfere with their neuroprogramming. They need to stop that. In order for their technology to work properly, they must minimize all external interference. And they call that censorship. They're literally censoring your they're literally censoring your activities with pain stimulus. Can I finish speaking, please? They're literally censoring your activities with a pain stimulus, drowsiness, dizziness.
Brian, you're just not right, man. You're just not
Come on,
right.
lady, please stop.
Frank,
Lady,
Frank, this
please,
lady's got to be muted.
Stop. Let Brian talk.
Yeah,
Hello?
let's get brainwashed by Brian. Brainwashed by Brian.
You know what, lady? You seriously got a problem, man, and nobody has ever disrespected you. Why don't you
everyone
Brian talk, because everything that he talks
Honey,
about,
take a chill pill. Breathe.
written in the book.
Breathe. Can you breathe in and out for me?
Brian.
I have breathing in and out, but you're the one who keeps interrupting. Stop. Please just stop.
I haven't talked all
Hold
night.
your tongue with your finger or something.
Can I
and
just
don't
say one
say
thing? The
anything.
lady who's interrupting Bryan, you know, I have been sitting here and I disagree with a lot of what Bryan says, but here's his floor. It's his floor. You know,
Yeah,
zip
let the
it
man
for
talk.
5 minutes and let the guy talk. And then when you get your floor, Bryan will zip it.
Do me
Boys
a
and
favor,
girls,
lady.
learn to
Do me
play
a favor.
nice.
Hold on, poet. Do me a favor, lady. Take your finger, grab onto your tongue, and hold on to it until Bryan is done talking, please. And don't let go of your tongue. I'm sorry to be kind of rude, but you know what? Bryan is 95% is telling the truth. This is written down stuff. That there's evidence from Dr. Duncan. He worked on these projects. He created these electronic computers and machines. He was there. He quit
That
his
person
quit his
sounds
job.
like a disinformation specialist.
It's not a disinformation.
I mean you.
Put it on.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
Ladies and gentlemen, I got
very
news for you.
supportive
All
of
of our
Bryan.
programmers, all of our, just let me say this, all of our programmers that are basically involved in brainwashing all the targeted individuals going, we have
Who
all
are
been
you that called him
brainwashed.
a disinformation, whatever,
What I'm
agent?
saying is that...
What's your name, ma'am?
Oh, have fun, buddy. There's something
Hello?
called the mute.
Frank,
Hey, you know what,
woman's
Bryan?
gonna
Thanks for
Frank,
kind
Frank,
of Frank. All right, Bryan. You know, I understand what you're saying. I will research it.
While this is all going on, I
Enough of the
answered your
Bryan
email.
show.
Can you confirm
This is better than
on it?
TV.
Going on.
All right,
This is
This is better than...
Brian, you got 3 minutes left. Go for it.
Wait a minute, God,
You're
he's
gonna
only spoken how long? Like 10 minutes?
Frank, she's been
Oh,
muted
no,
for just about every other conference. You need to mute her.
He wasn't
I mean, really.
interrupted. He would be done with what he's explaining. Okay, just
Sure
let
would have.
Bryan talk.
He is going to talk now.
I'm just gonna warn you one more time. This woman has been muted permanently from many calls, and you're gonna have to mute
I know, Bryan.
for people.
She is.
Bryan, just ignore her. Bryan.
Dude, you're letting
Bro,
her
you're
get
better
to
than that.
you. You're,
know,
and
just
I
don't let her-
disagree with...
Bryan, just continue
Okay, so
finishing
so
with what you're
censorship-
explaining.
So censorship is their ability to restrict you at will, and they use trauma, they use pain, they use drowsiness, dizziness. They'll even attempt to force you into an abusive pattern of thought using visual and verbal entrainments, two-dimensional images, etc. Okay, to disrupt your continuity of thought, to erase short-term memory, to achieve behavior modification to death. All of this falls into the category of censorship.
Correct.
They must censor your ability to engage in any type of external activity which interferes with their technology. Their remote neural monitoring system must not fail. Okay? Formulation, the collection of data regarding your memory and thoughts. Predictive integration, the interpretation of data regarding your memory and thoughts, etc. All of these are just different stages of remote neural monitoring, and if one of them fails, then their technology fails. So censorship is the first category of all mind control programs. Okay, and they will use trauma, pain, whatever it takes to stop you. Okay, so if you start listening to music or reading a book, they're going to attack you with a headache or nausea. Or they're going to make you extremely drowsy. If you start reading your Bible, anything that interferes with their technology, they're trying to drive your memory and thought process. And if you start, engaging in other things that that entrains your brain away from their system, then they got to stop that. They have no choice. That's called censorship. The second category of all mind control programs is called memory management. And this is simply one thing. It's real easy to remember, okay? It's blocking and injection methods. Blocking and injection methods. They're blocking your real memories, and they're injecting simultaneously with split-second fabricated and falsified memories. Anytime you think of something, it becomes a memory. Okay, you have three types of memory. When you talk about memory, it becomes a very complicated area. You've got active memory, residual memory. We're going to make it real simple. Okay, sensory memory. There's short-term memory. There's long-term memory. Okay, short-term memory is anything less than 30 seconds. Long-term memory is anything longer than 30 seconds. Okay, this technology is designed to target your short-term memory, which scientists call active memory. As your thought composition, it's called thought composition. As you're formulating your thoughts and preparing to act, that's when the remote neural attacks happen at speed of light. That's when the blocking and injection methods occur to prevent you from, to pitch you into some type of action or access sequence for the purpose of achieving
Ding, 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 the magic hour, 8:33. You've been speaking for 3 minutes. Can we go on to something else now?
This woman has got to be muted.
No, you need to stop, lady.
All right, I have a question, Bryan.
Grab onto your tongue and
Bryan.
hold your tongue with your finger.
Bryan.
Yeah, I can't
continue, Bryan. Bryan, please continue.
What's the delivery method?
The delivery method is, they use basically three platforms, okay? They use towers, satellites, and mobile platforms. And don't think about cell towers, okay? They can use fabricated cell towers, but the three basic platforms that they use, the conscious computer, which is your brain is tied to for life by way of this bidirectional stream of electromagnetic low frequency waves specifically tuned to your brainwave signature, interfacing with the nanotechnology in your brain. What happens is they illuminate your brain with this stream of energy, with these photons. And then they because it's bidirectional, they read the return training signal. That's how they're able to speak. The nanotechnology is interfacing with the photons. It's interacting with the photons. It's called directed energy flashing. It's called transcranial brain stimulation. So what happens is the conscious computer, which is attacking you. So what happens is the conscious computer, which is attacking you, which your brain is tied to for life, which remotely monitors and manipulates all electromagnetic activity of your brain until the day of your death. That conscious computer is the active trigger switch. It locks on to your emotional state, okay? It locks on to whatever it deems causes the most pain and suffering, etc. It is the active trigger switch. A computer multiplexer routes the signal from a tower, satellite, or mobile platform to the digital receiver, similar to how cell phone technology works. So just like a cell phone, the digital receiver, well, that's what a cell phone is a digital receiver. It's tracked and pinpointed in real time, just like a cell phone. Except with mind control technology,
Time's up.
You see that this is just not going to work. They're just not going to let me talk to you.
You know what, Bryan? It's all right. You tried, dude. If everybody wants to be sarcastic on this call, then so be it, because you're not helping anybody. You know, Bryan does have a lot of good things to explain. That's all you're going to do? You're just going to be sarcastic to other TIs thinking that this is funny?
Okay, you know? What we have
Some
to
of us lost our family because of this stuff. Some of us lost our jobs, man. Some of us are sitting here wondering when we're going to end up in the wheelchair, or even if we're going to even have our trust back from our family when we didn't even do anything.
Do you even know what Bryan is saying?
You know, that's all you're going to ever do. So,
yeah, I know exactly
what Bryan is saying.
I
don't even know.
Garbage woman, you are nothing but garbage.
Okay, I know what Bryan is saying. I hate to mute like that, but he is correct in like 99.99% of what I've heard.
Frank, you don't ever have to bring me back to this group again. That woman is garbage, and all these other women here who are interrupting this broadcast is garbage. And excuse me, but I'm not going to tolerate these type of agent provocateurs infiltrating this group chat when we're actually being helped by this individual. You don't ever have to invite me again if people are going to be here again. Thank you, and I'm done.
Frank, can I say something real quick?
Sure.
Okay, Frank, you appear to be enabling a perp.
No, what I'm doing...
Yes, you are, sir. Hold on for a second. Let me talk. No, Bryan is not a perp. No, Bryan's not the perp. It's Cindy's the perp, and I've been listening to this stuff for months. Cindy needs to be muted.
Frank.
Yes, and you are allowing her to interrupt. You are not muting a perp.
I did.
Why aren't you? Why aren't you?
Muted 6 times.
This is making me sick. It's making me violent.
Hey, I say something. I agree with that lady about. I agree with that lady about Cindy, and Bryan is a real TI, and for the past few years, I've been hearing him give good information to TIs, and I've never heard so many perps get on the call as when Bryan gets on the call and gives.
You better believe it. You better believe it, because you better believe it.
Bryan gives us true and correct information. I've never heard so many perps get on the calls when Bryan speaks, and I've been hearing this for the past years. So I
Can I say something and then hold on, ma'am, let me just say this.
Yes.
Let me say this really quick, and I'm going to mute myself. Frank, when you don't mute a perp, it makes me feel like you are also one. And I'm just going to mute myself because I don't really feel like you are. But when you don't control these calls and you let somebody interrupt over and over again.
Something? I muted her
You know what?
4 to 5 times.
I'm just high. I'm just a little high tonight. Sorry, you guys.
I don't think Frank is a
Cindy,
perp,
Cindy,
but
nobody gives a fuck. Cindy, nobody gives a shit.
But I love you. I
think he's
Go to
probably
hell.
overwhelmed. I think Frank is probably overwhelmed with all the perps on the call right now. Whenever I hear Bryan speak, I hear so many perps get on the call trying to cause problems.
Okay, which one is Cindy? Caller 83 that's been interrupting Bryan?
One that interrupts, yes, and she'll use her blackness and just say that I'm black. Shut the hell up, Cindy. You call in with different
I
voices.
love you.
You know what? You're a
I'm
bitch.
just high.
You're also,
I'm just high a little bit. I had a little weed cookie.
Let us have our call.
I had a weed cookie
Shut the hell up.
Last night she was permanently muted by Kyle.
Right, yeah,
Cindy is Cindy
She's not on the call anymore.
Cindy's a 916 area code, ending in 8340, I believe.
Yeah. A few nights before that, she was permanently muted by Linda. It's just,
okay. Would anybody else like to speak?
Yeah.
She was apparently the bad.
I was really praying that Ali could tell me that she received my reply on her high email, so I know it went through. That's all.
Okay. Anybody else like to speak?
Is Ali there?
I'll be happy to speak.
Go
Hi,
right ahead.
Frank. It's Lauren. Can I speak?
I would like to speak.
Okay,
Can
go right ahead.
Okay, no,
sure.
Wait.
This is Cindy
Frank,
in
it's Lauren.
Sacramento.
All right, go ahead, Lauren.
No, hi, thank
Hello?
you. Frank, hi. No, Cindy, I'm next. Stop it, please. Frank, it's Lauren.
Called in again.
Hi. Yeah, Frank, hi, it's Lauren. Everyone out there, I'm trying to reach a young woman. Her name is Andrea. I'd really love to have her on my show. I liked what she said last week.
Yeah.
I'm desperately seeking Andrea. Frank, you have my phone number and email.
Right.
If you're on the call, please contact her. I think she would be excellent what she could shed light on. That's all I wanted to say. And try to join in this Saturday night at 8 o'clock.
I certainly will. That sounds very good. Make sure you send me all the information. All right?
I will. Thanks, Trey.
And,
Bye-bye.
Dr.
It's unfortunate when people interrupt and we get into squabbles like this, but it's bound to happen. And
Frank, can I add something, please?
Sure.
Frank, Lauren was just there, right? And is she still on the mic somewhere? I have a quick question for her, please.
Is this Cindy?
Lauren, are you there? Yes, it is.
Are you
This
going?
is Lauren. I'm here.
Hey, Lauren, you know why I'm kind of outlandish tonight? Because I had a weed cookie girl.
Excuse me, I have a question for Bryan. Is he still there?
Yes.
Now they say this is worldwide. You said something about it would be better to leave America.
I've been all over the world. I've traveled, if you look at my videos, you'll see I've been all over the world. I've been to Russia 4 times, and to St. Petersburg 3 times, met with Russian officials. Been to China, walking through next to the hidden city, whatever that place is called. I mean, I've been all over the world, and yes, it's a global phenomenon. I've been down into Southeast Asia, Cambodia, Laos, Thailand. It's happening everywhere. It's a global phenomenon. Not just the directed energy attacks, which they can attack you with from thousands of miles away because the technology is based on timing and location. It's not, based on GPS, as people want you to believe. It's actually geolocation. Look it up, okay? So I'm talking about also the other tactics that they employ, such as organized stalking, gaslighting, etc. All of this is a global phenomenon, okay? Because the Russians and the Europeans and the Chinese are all involved in this arms race to develop this technology. The government first in the world to develop it will have an incomparable advantage over every other government on earth. So there's an arms race underway. There are safer places for people to go, okay? They're nowhere safe. nowhere, okay? But there are places where you can go where the quality of your life will greatly improve. In the Western Hemisphere, there are only three, and that is Nicaragua, Ecuador, and Bolivia. Cuba is an excellent, here we go, Cuba is an excellent option, but it's very expensive for targeted individuals. I've been to Cuba 3 times now in the last few years, and it's just, if you're a gringo, if you're not Cuban, you go pay some money. They have 2 different currencies. So really, there's only 3 options in the Western Hemisphere. In the Eastern Hemisphere, you have, in Europe, you only have 1 option, that's Serbia, and I've been to Serbia. In the East, you have China and Russia, but, the Russians have never been a trustworthy bunch. And, Cambodia and Laos are very good options. The cheapest place in the world is Southeast Asia. So your dollar is very strong. If you make $700 or $800 a month, you can live very well in Cambodia or Laos. If you make $1,000 a month, you can live you can live well in Nicaragua, Ecuador, or Bolivia. The reason these places are better and improve the quality. The reason these places are better and improve the quality of life for the targeted individual is because the Americans aren't trusted. The Europeans aren't trusted in Ecuador, in Bolivia, in Nicaragua, in Cuba. And because of that, they have to be more careful. The governments are not going to help you. You're not that special. You're not a Snowden. You're not some high-profile VIP targeted individual, okay? So don't expect help. But what you hope for is they won't hurt you. And so what you do is you tell the government, look, I'm a whistleblower, I'm an activist, I'm a dissident, I'm being attacked by directed energy. And they're going to start watching you to see if you're crazy or telling the truth. And the point is that once they start watching, okay, the Americans have to be more careful. They can't just, be openly, bashing you in the street with their organized stalkers. They have to be more careful with what they're doing, or they'll be exposed for their atrocity. And so the fact that the attackers have to be more careful translates into a better quality of life for the victim. Okay, I'm in Ecuador. I get some of the stalking. I get the directed energy attacks, but it was 10,000 times worse in America. 10,000 times. So you can strategically relocate, and it's something that every targeted individual must consider. If not, now in the future, when things become so bad, if you have a passive income like a pension or a Social Security disability, something of that nature, and you have $1,000 or more a month coming in, you can go to these countries and your life will improve greatly, dramatically. Okay. I've been to them. I'm telling you, I'm in Ecuador right now. I'm in 10,000 feet up in the Andes Mountains. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you from experience. It doesn't stop. It just improves. Do you understand?
Okay. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. Great.
Bryan, do you think I could please add a couple really important points here real fast? Hello, Bryan?
Can I ask a question?
I'm sorry, did anybody respond right now? I don't know if I'm having a bad signal or something.
He's not responding.
Okay.
Something happened. Did we lose the signal?
Maybe I'll wait.
No, I'm going to need
like
Frank. I'm going to need Frank to relay the questions. I have a delayed carryover, so I'm going to need Frank.
I have a question I've been wanting to ask.
Give me.
Bryan?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Ask Frank.
Okay.
Yeah, but ask Frank and let Frank relay the question because we're on a delayed carryover. So just tell Frank and let Frank answer the question or ask the question.
What do you think about getting a FOIA on yourself?
You must do it. And I have on my Facebook page I went to law school for 3 years, so I know how to do a FOIA. And I have on my Facebook page, and I sent out to many targeted individuals the correct FOIA.
You go to the State Department? How do you do it?
Well, first of all, you have to file a FOIA request with depending on what agency you're trying to. I was targeting the FBI. Depending on, you go to there is a website called GetMyFBIFile.com. And it's not just for the FBI, it's for every government agency, okay? And they basically have already typed up the FOIA request for you. All you do is you just add your name, your date of birth, your, social security number, and you print it, and then you send it certified. Make sure you send it certified mail to the agency that you're petitioning. Okay, that's called a FOIA request. So you have to do it through each agency, through the DIA, DOD. I mean, I know they're all part of what I, open the can of worms. So I have to go through every single department? Yeah, and because they've already, the reason I mentioned this website is because they've done all the work for you, for each agency. All you have to do is just add your name and information. GetMyFBIFile.com. Once you file a FOIA request, then they have a certain amount of time, 10 days, to answer. And then, they're probably going to deny your request, or they're probably going to say we have no, active records, or they're going to give an excuse. If you're really a targeted individual, you're probably not going to. Well, they've lost my military records a lot. I mean, they made all kinds of excuses, and then I called them on the carpet, and then they suddenly appeared when I had gotten called back to service. There are 3 steps. So, I got hard copies of myself because I didn't trust them. There are 3 stages to a FOIA. I got like 5 inches thick, So the first is a FOIA request, which is already done for you. Just go to getmyfbifile.com, and depending on which agencies you want to. Then the second stage is you must file a FOIA appeal. Okay. Again, I did all that work. I sent it out to the 10 days. Yeah. So they have up to 10 days to respond, and then once they respond, they have up to a year to actually provide the information or deny the information. Okay. Wow. They don't usually take. I don't usually take that long, but the point is they have that long. Okay. And once they send you the denial letter, which you're a real TI, they're going to do. Okay. Then you go to the third stage. So that's filing a FOIA lawsuit. So 3 stages: FOIA request, FOIA appeal, FOIA lawsuit in federal court. Okay. Okay, and I've done all that work for everyone already. I have sample letters on how to file a FOIA appeal. Tell everybody why it's important. Tell everybody why it's important. Well, it's important for several reasons. One, you want to get a public record of what's going on with you, of your situation. Secondly, once you become a witness in a federal lawsuit, any attack, any disruption of your communications, your financial transactions, any type of activity designed to undermine your ability to represent yourself is a felony. Okay? Yep. So each time they attack you with directed energy weapons, so each time they attack you in any way or harass you with organized assault, they're committing, legally a felony. Well, they're doing it anyway, but the court is obligated to protect you. That's the difference. Once you become a witness at a federal lawsuit, which you are, a plaintiff, you are a witness. Then the court is obligated to protect you. So you can petition the court, and you can say, this is what's happening to me, and you can file a motion and ask for the court, to demand that the court take action, because they are legally obligated to do so. But you have to present your argument in a very credible way. You can't say that I'm hearing voices and all of this. I mean, they'll just tell you you're crazy. Okay, just tell just say Your Honor, this is what's happening to me. The government is trying to undermine my lawsuit, my lawsuit, etc. So it's very important, not just to get a public record on file of what's happening. So in the future, if anything happens to you, at least there's a record, that you were, you believe these things were happening, and this is what you say was happening, and so they can go back and look at it. Say they kill you or something, they incapacitate you. At least there's a record on file that people can go back and look at. Okay. Secondly, the court is obligated to protect you as a plaintiff in a lawsuit. So if you can show that these things are happening with medical evidence, with video evidence, etc., then the court has no other option but to take steps to protect you. And there are other reasons. It's very good to file a FOIA request. You want to put them on the defensive. You want to take the government agency, the FBI, or whomever you're targeting, okay, and say, look, you know, you have X amount of days to, you know, to regard what my FOIA request, and if you don't, I'm going to file a lawsuit. At that point, it goes from them being on the offensive to them being on the defensive. Now, it doesn't mean you're going to be successful, but at least you will be able to establish a public record.
Yeah, I saw a little bit on the documentary on Assange and the Ecuadorian president that came there to help out, which he had enormous support, and I'm nobody, so, you know, they're not going to help me. But finding, you know, people to help you with the legal part, because that's where I'm a deficit. You know, attorneys are dropping like flies with this kind of stuff, and I know this is happening to everybody. You know, whether it's someone who's hiring someone who's a private investigator, they don't want to get involved. You know, they're kind of shying away because they're saying, okay, if I do this, then they'll go after me.
Even if you have an airtight case, say you have all the evidence necessary to prove your case, what you have to understand, what you have to understand is, not only do they control the judiciary, but anyone can be heterodyned. The judge, the jury, you know, all 318 million Americans have an entity body, and it can be activated from thousands of miles away. So unless there was proper shielding of the jury and the judge, then, you know, you would be wasting your time, because the judge can be mind controlled. We use the word heterodyne, e.g. heterodyne, and so can the jury. So, you know, at this stage, you know, I'm not trying to discourage people from pursuing a lawsuit. You know, it's a good idea just to establish a public record of what's happening to you.
Right? Yeah, but doesn't it list who might be involved, whether it's family, neighbors, or, you know, somebody you work with or somebody you know, work for the government with? Would it list any of those things?
You would have to petition that particular agency for the records that they have, and you would have to be very specific, okay? You know,
I have a feeling that family members involved in Florida.
Well, you know, I can't help you there.
I can't
I'm just telling you what.
But I'm wondering if the FOIA, what all it will.
To start the FOIA request, go to Get My FBI. It's not just for the FBI; it's for every government agency. They have separate FOIA requests already completed. All you do is add your name and information, and then you must send it certified mail.
Okay, that's good information. That I hope everybody does.
And you got to file a FOIA appeal once they deny it. You have like 30 days to file a FOIA appeal letter. Then after that, you can file a FOIA lawsuit, and you can find examples of how to file a FOIA lawsuit online. Okay.
That's great information. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Liam would like to say a few words, Brian.
Yes, Brian. Brian, thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian.
I do appreciate your content. Are you guys getting me yet?
Yeah, you're kind of breaking up. You're kind of breaking up, but go ahead.
Give me just a second. Please just give me a second.
Over to that lady.
That was about 6 seconds, 7 seconds, and I hope that lightens up the bandwidth a little bit. I'm running this laptop on a landline, so I'm not using Wi-Fi, so it should be the best that I can do. I really am thankful for the information that Brian shared with us this evening, because it is some of the best information I've heard in this conference up to this point, and all of them. And we need more information. We also need to learn to be quiet when we need to be quiet, because if we are targeted and we are under the threat of attack that we really need to look for solutions and stop this, you know, allowing people to infiltrate who are doing precisely that. And it comes in all forms. People's programming can even conflict with one another's programming. As a matter of fact, when I was a kid, I used to get the programming that came off of Nickelodeon and off of Disney. And I'm not talking about the stuff that you saw with your eyeballs. I'm talking about the stuff that was projected through the through the cable box into the air and into my brain. And if you ever listen to heavy metal, certain people can mention a state that can occur, because if you are present to a drum beat that is over 180 beats per minute, your brain can begin to enter a trance-like state. But there are other ways to mimic these beats. They can be light electrical pulses. So when 180 pulses start hitting your brain per minute, your brain can enter a trance-like state where it can be highly manipulated. Now, I know that it's coming from the cable box because it goes away when you throw your cable box in the garbage compactor.
I promise you it's not coming from your cable box.
Is this Bryan saying this?
Yes.
I don't believe in you. My family is in Congress, and I'm telling you it came from your cable box. It also came from your telephone. It came from your light switches. It came from all electrical fields. See, I'm a hypersensitive person. I'm not an arguer. I can tell you if there's electricity in a city from a city away. I can tell you what type of what type of electrical interference is occurring. I can tell you things that are unnatural. I've had this registered by government officials. I've had this recognized by the President of the United States, Bill Clinton, and Al Gore. And there's just all kinds of stuff that I could just go on and on and on about. Now, I say that everything you are saying is so very on point. But you're also correct in saying that, well, you know, if it's from thousands of miles away, it can also be from the satellite dishes. So we could just super navigate, like we can just jump over the cable boxes altogether. But it is also the cable boxes because I've been away from them for 15 years, and I've been away from television boxes for just as long. I'm only 34 years old. I lived in the deserts of California for 15 years so I could get away from everything. But you can't get away from everything, can you, Bryan? You can't get away from everything. Right.
No,
and now, I'm sorry, go ahead. You've been into the jungle. Now, Alex Putney, are you familiar with the website Human Resonance? Are you familiar with Alex Putney's work? He also lives out there where you live. He's also fled out there because that's as far as you can get. I used to be friends with the owner of the Peyote Way Church in Arizona, and he said that he bought his property because it was the only place where there wasn't absolute proof of government interference, and that's been long since exploited and doesn't exist anymore either.
Bryan,
what I'm trying,
Allie, my guest speaker this evening would like to ask you a couple questions, if that's all right.
Okay. Can I just respond to what he said real quick?
Okay, sure.
And then certainly. Okay, listen. Just accept or reject what I'm about to tell you. Okay, but just let me say it. Okay?
More than happy to hear from you, Bryan. I say thank you for all the amazing content you brought forward this evening. I know people have really been helped because of the things you chose to share.
I promise you, you're not being attacked by your cable box. They may want you to believe you're being attacked by your cable box, or you're being, you know, other appliances or devices, electronic devices are being used as relay devices. But it's not happening. Okay, you're being attacked. First of all, you're being attacked by a supercomputer. You're not being attacked by satellites, towers, or mobile platforms. They're simply the relay devices. The attack dog, the attack switch is a conscious computer locked onto your emotional state 24 hours a day.
That's what I meant, but I'm saying that it wouldn't be getting
hold
to
on,
you.
Hold on. Remember I said accept or reject what I have to say. Just let me speak. Okay.
Yeah.
So when the system attacks you, it sends the signal to the tower, satellite, and mobile platform. The tower, satellite, and mobile platform relays the signal to you, the digital receiver. Your brain has been digitalized with the nanotechnology inside of it. The nanotech speaks to and decodes the neurotransmitters, so that's how they're able to read your thoughts. That's how they're able to listen carefully now, okay? That's how they're able to maintain a direct conversation with your mind. That's how they're able to induce directly into your brain both visual and images and auditory sequences, such as voice skulls, synthetic telepathy, etc. Okay, so you're not being attacked by the appliances or cable boxes or electronic devices in your house. They may want you to believe that's the fact, but it's not happening. I promise you it's not happening. Okay, go ahead, Allie.
No, hold on. How did the nanites get into the body pre-vaccination? How did the nanites get in the body pre-cells? I just want to know.
Okay, they have, they're nanostructures. Once they're in the body, they're no longer nanoparticulates or nano. Okay, they have different ways of doing it. They have different ways of getting the nanotechnology into your body. First of all, they've been spraying it into the hydrosphere for the last 25 years. So every man, woman, and child has the technology in their body already. Okay, we're getting massive interference, Frank. Okay, so they've been spraying it into the hydrosphere for the last 25 years. So every man, woman, and child, every animal has this technology in their body already. It's already in their brains. It's already adhering to the neurotransmitters. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine. Thank you. We can hear you good.
Oh, okay, so now when you become a long-term subject for silent assassination, for training, research, and development, etc., they use additional nanostructures, and they have various ways of getting that into your system. They have you ingest it in the form of your food or drink, or breathe it in the form of smart dust, etc. Okay, remember, once the nanotechnology is in your body, it migrates to the brain and adheres to those neurotransmitters. Once that happens, you have literally become a digital receiver. So what's happening is your brain is receiving the signal, this bidirectional stream of energy, the neural link, the information injection feedback loop contains data. That's why I call it a fabricated and falsified stream of energy. It contains data. It contains memory records, previous memory records. It contains motivational impulses, okay, called impulse sequencing, all right? And that's how they're able to manipulate your memory and thought process at the speed of light, okay? So, I promise you, I want to be able to answer this lady's question. I don't want to, stay on this, much longer. But the point is, the victim is made to believe everything. If you wanted to break down mind control, trauma-based mind control into one sentence, you could say it this way: it's a deadly game of deception and manipulation. They're
Bryan,
forcing you into.
I'm hearing you. I have to say something because we're having a conversation here. I'm not like the other people earlier who don't know how to do that. I actually have complete skills on that. But when you say you don't want to stay on this too long, I want to remind you of something that you weren't aware of before. So I can't possibly remind you. I can only inform you now. I made one video on YouTube this week. It got 1 million minutes watched. I just want you to know that you're not just talking to some, shenanigans fanny. My grandfather is Chet Holyfield, nuclear statesman, master legislator. He was in Congress from 1943 to 75. He was one of 6 congressmen appointed to the Manhattan Project, and he's very thankful that we were able to keep that secret under wraps. I'm very familiar with Harold Kaltz Vella's work. I also am direct and personal friends with Dr. Richard Allen Miller of the ancient, the old physicists, and I know you know your stuff. So who put it in the food?
So the government, obviously, the CIA and DOD, the 4 agencies behind it all.
Is this the food that we were given at schools, or was this the food that we bought at stores?
It's in the water supply and the food chain. So it's in the plants. It's in everything.
So they were exposing it. They were putting it in the water supply in large amount at first before they were really bothering with the vaccine and the chemtrails.
The chemtrails are the nanoparticulates. They've been spraying into the hydrosphere, the water layer, for the last 25 years. It filters down from the hydrosphere into the water supply and the food chain. So all 318 million Americans are infected. It's just that the vast majority of them are not. The nanotech is not activated in their bodies. Well, targeted individuals, it's activated in your body. Okay, and they activate it using photons, using transcranial brain stimulation, using directed energy flashing. That's how they activate the nanotechnology in your brain. And then they have to build a cognitive model to begin to be able to read your thoughts and manipulate your memory and thought process, and that takes time. And the way they do that is forcing you to respond to their chaos and trauma each day, because each response is an electromagnetic emission pattern in your brain, which a supercomputer, this conscious computer with a will, intellect, and emotion of its own, can remotely measure, correlate into response statistics, develop coherent patterns of thought, and then integrate that information back into RNN data. Okay, so you're not being attacked by your cable box, and please don't tell people, because what they'll do is they'll use it to discredit you. Okay, and you don't want that.
I'm still going to stand by it. I'm still going to stand by it because I don't think you completely. But I will tell you, nobody today is being attacked by their cable boxes. You can thank your cell phones for that technology in that capacity now. But it also goes far beyond that. And you're right. You're not being attacked by your cell phone. You are being attacked by a relay system through your cell phone. You have to mean what you say and say what you mean.
No, it's a supercomputer. It's a conscious computer.
But if you got rid of all your cell phones and you move out to like living in a Ferritin cage, but you can't do that much longer in California and certain other parts of the United States because it's all around you with 5G being rolled out. It's pretty much like some of the. What would you say quickly? How you prevent yourself in that ideal location of the world from being affected. For instance, you found yourself in where you are. Why are you safer there than you are in another place? And that was my last question. And again, Bryan, thank you. I look forward to finding more of your information. I would love to have you on my channel as a guest as well, because seriously, I would do less talking there than I would here, but it's just because here is more of a, I want answers, and I think you could probably give them, and you've been doing a great job. So why is where you are?
I do. Hold on. Hi. So,
Allie has a question, and she's been waiting for 10 or 15 minutes.
Who does?
Allie.
Okay, I'm sorry. I beg your pardon.
What is that gentleman's name that just spoke?
My name's Frank.
No, the gentleman with the YouTube channel. He just spoke to Bryan.
Liam Xmail. Liam Xmail, like your mailman. Xmail, like your porno channel.
Allie, you there?
Allie? Yes.
Okay, Allie, you can ask your question.
If you could write me a hello email, I'll answer your questions and make it really simple and turn off the radiation, and you are being tagged by those boxes. Any box that you plug in. Anyhow, Party Pro 2012.
Allie, go ahead, please.
Yes. Okay. Hey, Bryan. So, well, just like a comment to you for Liam as well. Bryan, you know, I've heard you on YouTube and you know, just on calls here and there, and I think you're really point on with a lot of things around the technology. I know that you're out of the country, but I would love to be able to get in touch with you and have, you know, your involvement, maybe if you were willing to possibly create like a pre-recorded video that we could possibly play at the conference. And then Liam, the same for you as well. I've never seen your YouTube channel too. I'd love to be able to possibly get in touch with you and take a look at, you know, at that, and, you know, if you were interested as well. And then Bryan, I just wanted to say too, so just real quick, and then I just, the neuroscience conference stuff, I think you're really onto something there. But I was thinking too, even in addition to just like handing out flyers, if we were able to craft like a really articulate, well-written professional letter to maybe some key opinion leaders in the neuroscience industry, and I mean, even if they are the ones with blood on their hands, you know, better yet, even, you know, just, you know, expressing our plight, and, you know, maybe seeing if we can pull at the heartstrings of some of them. And in addition maybe to neuroscience, what if we also did the same thing with tech companies too? Because I've noticed, you know, now with tech companies, it seems like a lot of the technology that we're being tortured by is now, you know, finally the tech industry is kind of catching up to what the government technology that's been around for so long and launching it to the public. You know, there was a Wisconsin tech company, 3 Square Market, that just, you know, recently is implanting microchips between the thumb and the forefinger of their employees. And then Facebook, just at their annual F8 meeting, launched their mind reading technology and augmented reality technology. This woman, Regina Dugan, who was previously with Google, and then before that with DARPA, you know, ironically enough, that was launching this kind of stuff. So I think that we're really at the forefront of a really important time right now for our community, where, you know, we can maybe try to leverage some of like these you know, tech companies that are launching this stuff, and, you know, maybe write you know, some well-written letters to some of these people too. What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, first let's do one at a time with each issue you raised. You talked about a video. Actually, there's one which exists, which Dr. Eric Karlstrom and Dr. Anthony Patch call the 2 hypothesis. If you go onto YouTube and you type in Dr. Eric Karlstrom and the 2 hypothesis, TEW, hypothesis, they're talking about that, and they're giving links to that video. It's a 3.5-hour interview, and it explains in detail, in much greater detail than I can do in these calls, how the technology works, how the tactics work, how they deploy the technology against you, etc. Now, I want to say right off the bat that I am not a neuroscientist. I went to law school. I didn't go to medical school. I have no formal background in neuroscience. Okay, I've just done a lot of research in the area, and one of the people that was involved, heavily involved, gave me some information. I'm not going to mention his name. I'm very concerned about that individual. I have not been able to ever touch base with him again. But that's where I got the inside information on the technology. So there is already a video which exists, which will help you greatly. Just go to YouTube and type in Dr. Eric Karlstrom and the two hypotheses. It's not my hypothesis. I basically cataloged and used the resources of notable scientists to build off of their research based on my own personal experience, and was able to take all of that research and catalog it into a 14-page letter that describes in great detail on the scientific background of the technology and exactly how it works. And so they're still talking about it. They've been talking about it for 3 days on YouTube now. It's not, I don't want to take credit from any of the scientists that have risked their lives to expose this technology, this evil. Okay, they are the heroes. I just cataloged and researched their own resources. So it shouldn't be called the two hypotheses, although that's what they're calling it. So go on to YouTube and type in Dr. Eric Karlstrom and the two hypotheses, and you'll be able to see the video and how they're responding to it. There is a paper which already exists. If you go to Google and you type in my name, Bryan 2, and Discovery Channel, you'll see a 14-page paper that Dr. Anthony Patch calls the 2 document. Again, I don't want to take, I was just a security contractor for the Department of Defense. I was just a catastrophic field adjuster for FEMA. I'm not taking credit away from any of the people that have put their lives on the line. The scientists, they're the heroes. Okay, but it's under my name, so people are giving me credit for it, and it's unfortunate, but it's happening. So if you go to Google and you type in my name, Bryan 2, and Discovery Channel, you'll see a paper that was submitted for a Discovery Channel interview that I did. It's 14 pages long. It describes in detail the entirety of the technology, how it works, how it's employed, in a very accurate and scientific way, so you can be able to explain in a very coherent manner exactly what's happening to you. Just type in my name and Discovery Channel, okay? There's your paper, and there's your video. Now, with regard to these neuroscience conferences, they happen every year, and some of them are massive in nature. And it's not just neuroscience, okay? It's all the fields of science involved in cognitive research. So you're going to be talking about psychiatrists and psychologists and neurologists and behavioral scientists and so forth. And some of these people, the majority of which are innocent, but the people that are hands-on involved and responsible for what's happening will be at these conferences. Okay, and it's not the scientists you're trying to get the attention of; it's the media. Okay, it's the public, the media. So we need to have a presence on San Diego on the 5th of August. Every TI should show up.
I hate to interrupt you. We have a woman. Her name is Neuralink. She would like to ask you a question.
Neuralink.
Neuralink. Go ahead.
I thought I was answering Allie's question.
Okay. Neuralink? Okay, I guess she's not making it through.
Okay, so Allie, you have the information you need. Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, I can. Yeah, thank you.
So the paper that you need to describe scientifically what's happening to you and how it's happening is at Bryan 2 and Discovery Channel. Just Google it. The video that you need and the scientists talking about me and Duncan. Okay, that's all on YouTube. Just type in Dr. Eric Karlstrom and the 2 hypotheses. And then they'll start linking you up to the videos that you can use to get out your message. One of them is 3.5 hours long. I just kept talking and talking all night. But they're still talking about that one video, and it's helping a lot of people. So it should also be able to help you. And we talked about the neuroscience conventions. Remember the foreign press centers. You need to email them. You need to get your information to Russia Today, Al Jazeera, and these other hostile media outlets. Okay, that are in each foreign press center in every major city in America. Okay, and hopefully they'll pick up your story like they did in Agnes Olson, or at least become more aware of what's happening. And then finally,
Bryan, how many neuroscience conferences have you attended?
I've been running for my life when the CIA walked into a cafe, Itinerary cafe in Louisville, Kentucky, and said, "You're a dead man." So I haven't attended a single one. When I tried to, I had an appointment with the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, his assistant, not the High Commissioner. And I spoke with her, and I spoke with other media outlets, the Prince, the media giant in South America, German media, etc. The problem is they don't understand the technology, and so they just throw their hands up. I mean, it's just so sophisticated and advanced, it's hard for them to accept. And even the United Nations couldn't understand. There's only so much I can do when I'm constantly on the run. I haven't attended one single neuroscience convention and don't intend to. I intend to try to.
Looking at the neuroscience conference calendar of events for 2017, 2018, and there's all sorts of neuroscience conventions. They're not necessarily, none of them say anything about remote mind control or anything like that. Some of them, for example, here's one, Alzheimer's Association. Here's another one, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, and that's a neuron disease. Spine and spinal disorders. So I mean, what specific are you looking for?
You should be looking for one specific title. It's called the Ultimate List of Neuroscience Conferences for 2017. It's every year they change the date. This year it's called the Ultimate List for Neuroscience Conferences in 2017, and it'll have all the major. I won't have the minor. Okay, it'll have the major neuroscience conferences all over the world, not just in the States. Okay, you can and a bunch of them, not just a few, and some of them are so massive that you're going to have tens of thousands of people attending these events, and it's going to draw the media, it's going to draw the public attention, and that's where targeting in San Diego. I've been to that convention center. It's massive. I've been inside it, and that's probably going to be a very big one on the 5th of August. So everybody that's in San Diego that's targeted should get out there on the 5th of August. But look for the title, The Ultimate List of Neuroscience.
I'm there. I'm actually there right now. It says the Ultimate List of Neuroscience Conferences in 2017. And then there are neuroscience conferences, and it says, then it drops down and it says neuro conferences in Europe, in Germany, Birmingham, UK, the United Kingdom, North America, so wherever we're located, basically. Then under each of those topics, what specifically should we be looking for? Because none of them say mind control.
Well, of course not. Of course not. They're not going to talk about.
No. It says here annual zebrafish disease. That's a neuroscience convention. Well, here's one, maybe Society for Neuroscience, but I would have to look that up and see if any of it, like what should we be looking for? Well, maybe here's one. Here's one that might be interesting. Neuroplasty, neuroregeneration, and brain repair. June 13, well, that already took place in New York.
Well, hold on. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. Okay, you're talking about medicine, chemistry, engineering, and many other disciplines, okay? So they're not going to come out and just say this is the specific topic of discussion, because neuroscience is a vast area. You're talking about cellular, molecular, structural, functional, evolutionary development of the human mind. What is and central nervous system? What is neuroscience?
Some of them actually do come out and say what they're going to be talking about. And, you know, you can click on the link. Here's one. It's in Canada, and it's Association for Neuroscience. And no doubt, like any other conference, it will have topics meetings, simultaneous meetings. I've been to conferences before. Usually when you go to a conference, there isn't one session at a time. There's sometimes 3 or 4 sessions on different subjects, and they usually set forth what the topic for the next hour and a half, 2 hours, and who the speakers are going to be. At the same time, there are 3 other rooms that are having other subjects.
And some of them are public, and some of these are open to the public to attend. And then they'll break off into subgroups, like there'll be, the Christian neuroscience, convention room, etc. What I'm trying to talk to you about, and what I was trying to ask you is, what is neuroscience? Neuroscience is 2 things: study of the human mind and central nervous system. So they're not going to be just they're not going to say this is about mind control. What they're going to say is this is about molecular studies, cellular studies, individual nerve cell studies, sensory imaging, basic motor tasks. It's going to be all of that combined, okay? But the people that are hands-on involved in this are going to be at those major conventions, okay? And it's a good place for people to draw attention to what's happening, to these atrocities that are occurring, because the media is there, okay? And the alternative media is there. Some of these are massive conferences. And I'm not looking at the webpage right now, but I would encourage you to, if you want to start handing out flyers, remember, resources are scarce, finances are scarce, especially for TIs. Focus your resources where you can get the greatest effect, okay? And that, in my opinion, is 2 things: these neuroscience conferences and the foreign press centers.
Incidentally, I want to add, just so everyone knows, conferences are mighty expensive. I used to go to conferences, and even for my subject, which was real estate, it was sometimes $600, $700. So neuroscience is going to be a couple $1,000s to it for one person probably to attend. So
I don't have any point of reference. I have no point of reference on that, but I can tell you it's free to stand outside and hold a sign up, and hand out flyers. Absolutely free.
You know what, Brian? Don't do that. Don't talk bad about somebody else's efforts. That discredits you. Let's work together. Let's work together on this. Now, you have my attention on the neuroscience conferences. Why denigrate somebody else's efforts? That makes you look bad, not him. It doesn't.
Okay, I have
it's
no idea
not
what you're talking
right.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm telling you that you don't have to pay $700.
Didn't you just talk about somebody handing out flyers?
No, what I was talking about was the cost of attending these conferences. If the cost is, if there is a significant cost, if there is any cost, it doesn't cost any money for you to stand outside and hand out flyers and to hold up signs and to say, with a megaphone, this is happening. That's free.
Brian,
so even
can
if
I
the
just
conference
interject?
costs money,
She is
so
right.
even if the conferences cost,
Even though I
cost money. Okay.
Brian, you were to stand outside a school and say that the education system is absolutely going down the hill, no one will listen to you because you're on somebody else's dime.
Here's a conference. It's the Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. It's wiring the brain. Now that's pretty important. That sounds like spot on almost. The conference, just so everybody can get an idea, the academic package is $1,455. The graduate package is $1,210. A corporate package would be $1,865. So if we let's say we all go in together and pitch in and send somebody to one of these packages or to one of these seminars, because none of us are going to be able to afford it. I mean, I don't know if anybody here wants to shell out anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 just for the seminar, not for the hotel or food. but we'll have to work together on that, and we'll have to nominate someone or a group of someone to go, and and we'll have to rely on their memory and their note-taking skills to get information. So I'm just trying to bring that to light.
If that's what you want to do, then you should do that. The only point I'm trying to make is it's a good place to bring attention to the cause. Listen, it costs money to tour the presidential palace here in Ecuador. I didn't pay any money. I stood outside in front of the presidential palace with a billboard sign, with a sign as big as a billboard. Okay, and I bet you 500 to 1,000 people stopped and read it. Okay, and it was dead in front of the presidential palace, right in front of it here in Quito, Ecuador, in the capital. Didn't cost me a dime. Other people paid for the tour. I didn't. I just stood outside and held up a sign. I said,
here's a really good one. The Society for Neuroscience is having a convention in November in Washington, D.C., November 11th through the 15th. And that's the Society for Neuroscience. Boy, that would be a great one to, I mean, if you're right, Bryan, if you're right, if you think this is going to help us any, what would you recommend that would be some of our focuses at the Society for Neuroscience convention? Would you recommend that we talk to people or just quietly attend the seminars?
Well,
would you recommend that we speak to people about our cause or what we're going through, or would that put us in jeopardy of getting carted off on a 5150?
If you're standing outside, with a sign, you're not threatening anyone, or you're not a threat to yourself.
I'm not talking about standing outside.
Hold on.
You recommended that we go inside.
Well, I know, but just let me finish speaking. Okay?
Oh,
give me a chance to finish speaking.
I asked you a specific question, though. You're recommending that we go inside. I'm talking about inside, not outside.
Your question. Just give me a chance to answer you. Okay? That's all I'm asking
standing
for.
Outside has nothing to do with the question, though.
Will you let me finish speaking then? And maybe you'll hear what else I have to say.
You're long-winded. I'm trying to make it brief.
So, in addition to standing outside and drawing attention with signs and flyers and so forth, you would do the research as to which areas, which people are involved, the speakers involved in each area. Remember, you're not just talking about neuroscience. When you talk about neuroscience, you're talking about medicine and chemistry and engineering and other disciplines. You find out the people who are the most important people in that area, and then you research their names, and then you focus on them. Okay? So, for example, cellular, molecular, structural, whatever, okay, cellular studies, okay, they're the experts in each field that are going to be there. So you don't focus on, every single person attending. Again, resources are scarce. You focus your resources on the people who are, it's called influence mapping. Okay, it's influence mapping is a B2B marketing strategy that businesses use to sell their product or their service to another company or business. Okay, they don't target everybody. They don't target the janitor or the administrative personnel when they want to get another business to buy their product or their service. They find the people who are most important in that company, and then they target them. Okay, it's called influence mapping. That's the same thing the CIA and DIA are doing to you. They're mapping out your social circle by data mining your emails and your faxes and your cell phone calls to find out the people in your life that are most important to you, to target them, to isolate you. You just reverse engineer what they're doing to you, and you use influence mapping to find out the people who are most important, who are going to be at those conferences, and then you target them with your information.
Bryan, I think I might have just found it. On that website that we were just talking about, the Society of Neuroscience, there's actually a tab for it lists the ethics committee members, and it talks about how they're pursuit of ethical scientific research, truthful representation of the findings, that their scientific conduct valuable guidance for ethical behavior of neuroscientists. And then it has a list of this committee and their names and pictures of them. So that could be the people right there that might help us.
Yeah. Exactly.
Except they'll tell you there's no such thing as remote neuromonitoring.
Find out the people most important in the conference and target them. It's called influence mapping. Very effective strategy.
I think this is a great idea.
Cheaper. This Mighty Neuroscience is cheaper than the last one. It's under $1,000. And if you're a non-member, it's even cheaper. But that doesn't. But I would be careful to make sure that you can attend all of the seminars that you'd like, and not be restricted because you were a non-member to specific seminars.
Let me jump back to this list. Okay, I'm here now. Okay, there are many of these lists online. The reason I gave you this one is because this is the list. They call it the ultimate list. This is a list for the big ones. Okay, the symposiums, these are where they actually hold congressional even congressmen show up. Congresswomen show up. So these are the main ones, but there are many more. You don't have to just focus on these. But the tactic you'll use to employ is called influence mapping. You should look it up. It's very effective. Okay, they're using it against you every day.
Well, maybe we can pick one, and you could pick out for us which ones you think would be the best. Which one of these seminars?
Bryan.
Again, I'm not in America. I really, wouldn't be able to.
No, but we are.
Bryan.
Okay, all right. Since we're both looking at the same page, okay, let's just go down the list for neuroconferences in North America. Okay, now as you see, the World Congress on Neurology and Neurological Disorders, that's going to be a big one in Chicago. Okay.
In North America, one in North America.
It just happened like 5 days ago. It's over.
I'm sorry, I can't
5
hear
days
you.
ago it ended.
Brian?
5 days ago, that major neuroscience 5 days ago, that major neuroscience conference ended. There won't be another one until next year. But this is the list that you use. You do your research, you influence map, find out the ones that are, who's going to be at each. I think Duncan even goes to some of these. I'm not sure. But this is what you need to target. You need to target these conferences, and we need to dovetail. We need to link up with.
The next one in North America is in Washington, D.C. So I would imagine that it might even have Congress people there, since it's located in Washington, D.C.
Sure.
And it's much cheaper than the previous ones that I was talking about. A non-member, if you pay in advance, pays only $720. That's the deal of a lifetime. Let me tell you, I've been to many conferences as an escrow officer, escrow manager, and that's the deal of the century, $720 right there. So
I have a question. I have a question for Bryan.
What?
Question for Bryan. Bryan. Question?
Yes.
Yeah,
Sure.
if you were to go to the one in San Diego and you like to keep your sign simple, what would you say on a very simple, what would you put on your sign in San Diego that's very simple to the passersby?
I would mention the target group. I would mention the type of targeting. I would be very I wouldn't be too specific. I would just use keywords like electronic harassment and torture.
Okay.
I wouldn't try to. I wouldn't. You know, if you go online, and you Google, mind control signs, and you just click the images link, you'll see thousands of different types of signs you can use. Okay, that's where I got my sign that I held out the other day, and I've been holding out every other Saturday. That I used in front of the presidential palace here the other day. But the point is, I got that off Google. I got it off Google. So there are thousands of different signs you can use. Just go to Google, type in mind control signs, and then click the images link, and you'll see, different signs. So many you won't be able to even view them all.
Yeah, I like to keep it simple. So I was curious. That answers my question. Thank you.
Another way that you can.
My thoughts are this, if I may interject just momentarily. We have the big conference coming up in October in Massachusetts, and as many of us as possible should attend that. That is going to take an arm and a leg for some people to attend because they have limited funds or no funds. So we may want to all chip in to send some TIs there. But then 2 months later in November, in November, there's this neuroscience thing in Washington, D.C. And if we can look at the subject matter of the individual sessions that are going to take place there and find something advantageous for 1 or 2 or 3 of us to attend, are those too close together for folks to also donate, to send some TIs there to get information, or are we close in time?
It's not necessary. Okay, I'm trying to tell you that you don't need money to get into these conferences. You can get in absolutely free, and there are many ways to do it. You can apply as a volunteer.
That's a good idea.
As a volunteer.
If you're a volunteer, you can't go into the sessions.
Most certainly
you may not be assigned to inside a session. So that isn't feasible.
You cannot protest as a volunteer.
Listen, I'm just telling you how to get in for free. Just listen to me,
I know,
please.
but we need reasonable reasons. But we need something.
I know.
How do I
don't have time to stay on the phone all night with you. I don't have time to stay on the phone all night with you. There are other people.
Lose the fucking attitude, Bryan. Lose it. Lose it and listen to other people. You say you want to help us, then listen to us when we have something to say.
Let me help.
How are you going to help if you're shutting everyone down and being an asshole?
And there are other people.
Okay. I guess it's time to cool off a little bit, don't you think?
To the seminars, you get free meals. You get access to most of the programs and activities in exchange for working short little 1 to 4 hour shifts. You get all kinds of additional perks like free parking, like, on post conference activities, etc. Volunteering. Listen, you cannot get into Comic-Con in San Diego. It is impossible to get into Comic-Con. But if you volunteer, you can go to every single one of the activities. Okay? Comic-Con is one of the biggest conferences in America. They have it every year in San Diego. I used to live there. Okay? What did I do to get in? I volunteered.
That's a good idea. I'm going to try that. My general, who belongs to the...
Now, also, you can apply as media. You can set up your own video blogger channel and say, look, I'm a blogger. I blog about this type of technology. I blog about neuroscience. I'd like to apply for a media pass. Doesn't mean you're going to get one, but it's one of the ways to get in for free. So you go to each conference has a media department to request a media pass. You can do it over the phone, even.
That's a good idea.
Actually, you can do it online. They have these major conferences have a website set up for doing all of it online. You can get your answer within a few minutes to apply as a media, and just tell them you're a blogger, an audio, video blogger, okay? Another thing you can do is you can go to the Office of Tourism, okay, and volunteer with the Office of Tourism. Each city has a major city has a tourist office, a tourist department, okay? And then you can say, look, I want to be involved in this conference. I want to volunteer and help the tourists, and I want to be what's called a presenter. There are different. They have all kinds of jobs for people, okay? And you go to the Travel and Tourism office for each city to be able to do it. It doesn't cost you a dime. And these are just some of the many ways. Okay? I didn't mean to be short with you. When I was trying to answer your question, you just wouldn't let me speak. Okay? I'm trying to help you. Okay? So my first advice to you is to volunteer, just like Comic-Con. That's how people that I know get in for free. Homeless people that don't have a dime. They get in for free by volunteering. And they get all these additional perks, and they get access to every seminar and program and activity. And all they have to do is work for like 1 hour or 4 hours. Yeah. And then they're free the rest of the day.
I have been to conferences before, and it is, in my experience, they don't let people in who are volunteers but aren't a part of the that particular community. In other words, if you want to be a volunteer, you have to be a part. If you want to go to a neuroscience conference, it would seem to me, based on previous experience with conferences, that you would have to be of that community.
No, I'm not. I wasn't of the community of Comic-Con. I had nothing to do with them. And, listen, you can find all that out online. We sit here and discuss it all night and get nowhere. You can go to the conference website.
I have an answer.
You can go to the conference website for each. You can go to the conference website for each neuroscience conference. And once you go to the conference website for each neuroscience conference, you can look for the request. Please let me finish. You can look for the request for volunteers by contact name and email.
Can I say something?
I'm done.
Yeah, we need to hear from some other
people. Can I say something?
Amount of time.
Can I say something, and then I'll be quiet?
Go ahead.
My general belongs to the American Psychiatric Association. He's a psychologist. He just stopped teaching at National University in Orange County. So if I could figure out how to send him there, because I don't have the money, he would go. He's already gone to court with me. He's already gone to the different things that have happened to me. He's been there for me. So I know that he would do this if it wasn't on his dime.
If you want to get there, you can get there. If you want it bad enough, you can get there for free. There are ways to do it. You just got to do research.
Yeah, I would want to do that at my end for myself. And then if we could find a way to get the money together to send him, that would be, I think, in our pocket.
Plus, you get a great discount.
Add something.
There's a license. I picked the license.
Go ahead, sir. I thought you were done.
I'm done.
I thought that, say this, with regard to getting in as a volunteer, if you're done volunteering, I know that when you go into seminars, they check your pass or your ID. Usually it's around your neck, or you're given a card and you can't even walk through the door. So if you're no longer volunteering, you would either have to have an attendee ID of some type. So I don't see how being a volunteer is going to be advantageous. If by any stretch of the imagination,
answers to all the questions.
This neuroscience seminar decides to, be a little more strict on the rules and not allow people in who haven't paid.
So you can find out all the answers to your questions on the conference website. Each conference will have its own website. And you can find out volunteering and applying as media and applying to the offices of travel and tourism and all the other, I mean, there must be 100 different ways. They'll have all that information on the conference website. And so every one of the answers to your questions can simply be resolved by getting online and looking at the conference website, okay? That's all I'm going to say.
I am looking at it, Bryan.
Okay, let's see if there's anybody else that would like to speak. There's still like close to 50 callers
I have a
here.
question. I have a question.
Go ahead.
I would like to know why more than half of the females that happen to be targeted are black with some mince words, Caribbean, maybe lower down on the rung is boat women, it's dark-skinned women. So I'm wondering why, if anybody has any research on that.
I have not noticed any differentiation in that respect.
Are you asking?
There isn't any, it's nonsense. There isn't any, it's nonsense.
I don't
women are
need
targeted
an answer.
more
Can I
women,
just
the more women,
Bryan,
that
can't
as a
answer.
woman?
more women, I can answer this question.
I respond to that as a woman. First, I'd like
I
to
can
ask.
answer the question in one sentence. One sentence, I can answer fully this question. Women are targeted because they make better victims, because they're more emotionally tied to their environment. Right brain, left brain. And one Dr. Sperry, the Nobel Prize in Medicine in 1980. The difference between the male brain and the female brain is why women are more emotional. And because they're more emotionally tied to their environment. And remember, this is about emotional responses, provoking you. And because women are more emotional and more emotionally tied to their environment, they're more likely to respond.
I'd also like to add that many men don't come forward with, like when they're ill, they don't complain. Some are big babies, but some men hide, especially mental torment. You know, if all of us remember when all of this started happening to us, we didn't know what the heck was going on. We didn't understand it. And for a long, long time, I knew nothing of organized stalking. But as a woman, I spoke out. I was active in trying to seek help. But some men shut down, and they don't come forward. They don't complain, or perhaps they're embarrassed and they hold it inside. So we really don't know what the percentages of women versus men are. We know who comes forward and speaks out more. Just like Bryan says, women are more emotional, and they're more likely to speak up. But I do remember Dr. Terry Robinson saying, I know yesterday the lady who asked the question before had asked, why are darker-skinned women, why are there more darker-skinned people that are targeted or women targeted? And the answer to that is actually there are more white people targeted, at least in the United States, than there are dark people targeted, at least per Dr. Terry Robinson. It was like a 70-30% ratio. So that's just what I wanted to add.
There's an answer to that. I mean, look at the prison system. When there's targeting and illegal research.
Do we lose somebody? Oh, well.
I think so.
Is there anybody else that would like to say a few words? Describe their targeting, ask Bryan a question, ask me a question?
Hey, Frank, this is Lloyd.
Hey, Lloyd, how you doing?
All right, we're listening all night. And thank you, Bryan, for everything you said. Thank you very much. And thank you, Terry, and thank you, Liam, all three of you, and many others. Thank you for everything you all said. And yes, we should be targeting everyday people, and also those in the know that know the scientists, not both, everybody, to be with flyers and pamphlets and everything. Everybody, I don't care what it is, go across the board, get everybody. Cover it all. Whatever works, you just do it. No need to bicker about it. From here on, that's it. Point blank. Everybody. Get everybody from the professionals down to so-called nobodies. Hand out, let everybody find out and be informed. Everyone. And that's the smartest way to go about it. Cover everyone.
Half a billion to shut it off. 2 billion TI, shut it off.
But the reason why I wanted to speak is that I contacted Dibble and Miller yesterday, and they said they were really swamped with a lot of TIs calling in, and they're supposed to get back to me sometime this week. So I'll keep everyone informed about that.
Yeah, that sounded good. I read the piece on that. How large a firm is that? How many people do they have working for them?
I couldn't tell you. I'm not sure.
Okay.
How many people? But it seems like a lot of people are calling them. So.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, it does.
Keep an eye on that and see what happens with it. And I encourage everyone to take the Binny Weeby survey, because that's going to be your foundation, one of your foundations to get into a class action suit. You can't just walk in and say, okay, yeah, I'm a TI. It's not going to work that way. You have to establish a foundation with the authorities. You have to establish a foundation with the legal system so that there is a trail, a paper trail that they can follow right back to the beginning of your targeting. In my case, in Bryan's case, and so many others, it's not a problem at all. But you should report, if nothing else, just on the submit a tip list on the FBI site. It's real easy to do. It gets you recorded to the fact that you are a TI. So anything that you can do to, not to draw attention to yourself, but to build your foundation, and God be willing, we'll be putting the roof on this thing in less than a year.
Can I say something?
Go right ahead.
Hi, this is Cindy. You're talking about having some kind of paper trail to prove that you've had the years of abuse or whatever. I have quite a paper trail. I actually had some of the officers at my local PD take my side, and I actually got handed all of the recorded, written, I don't know what you call it, the logs for 911 and all the reports I pressed charges for or whatever. I was handed all that information for free from an officer. And I think in that, the records department, several of the ladies had been fired because they were going against the grain. So there are people that will be on your side. I've had dispatchers tell me that they are aware of me and they will speak out if the time comes. There are people that are in just along society, and they will see what's happening, and they'll just know what's wrong.
Okay, thank you very much.
There is a way. I went to law school, and I'm not just talking out the side of my mouth, okay? I'm going to give you some advice. I don't think any targeted individuals will use it, but I'll give it to you. There is a way to bypass the judge, to bypass the police, to bypass the prosecuting attorney. There is a way to take your case straight to the court and present it before a grand jury without any interference at all, and they cannot legally stop you. Okay? You find out which district court in your city has the grand jury, because each each city has different venues each month, and they hold grand juries in different venues. So you have to find out. They rotate the grand jury, so you find out which court has the grand jury on that specific date. And the way you do that, basically, they don't have a website for that. You have to go to the court and ask the court clerk or secretary or whatever you would call the person in your jurisdiction. I don't know. Louisiana would be different. And check the court calendar. The court calendar is available for the public to see. So you find out when the next grand jury meets. Then you show up with all of your information. When the grand jury's in the building meeting, they're all going to meet in a special room, okay? And in front of in the doorway, there's going to be a bailiff, okay? And that bailiff, his job is to prevent any interference with that grand jury, okay? To stop you from getting into that room. That's his job. But you can tell the bailiff, you can legally say to the bailiff, stand aside. I have business with the grand jury. At that point, the bailiff has no choice but to step aside and get the prosecuting attorney. If you enter every week there are grand juries that are held. You find out where the grand jury is being held next. You go there with all your information. Okay, this is how you bypass the police. This is how you bypass everybody. Take your story straight to the people. It's called a grand jury. Okay, convening a grand jury. Okay, that bailiff is going to do everything he can to stop you from getting into that room. If you say these words, step aside, I have business with the grand jury, at that point, the bailiff must legally step to the side and go and get the prosecuting attorney, who's going to also try to stop you. Okay? At that point, you tell the prosecuting attorney, step aside, I have business with the grand jury. At that point, if the prosecuting attorney doesn't step aside, you can bring charges against that prosecuting attorney, felony charges, and disqualify him, so that he can't even be in the same room with you when you present your case to the grand jury. Okay, you can disqualify him, and if he continues to interfere, you can file charges against him, felony charges. So it's easy to do. You find out where the grand jury is going to meet next by going to the court and looking at the public calendar. Okay, if the calendar is not available, if it's not posted on the wall, then you'll have to ask the county clerk, who's going to say, why do you want to know, etc. You can say, well, I'm just doing it for educational purposes. Don't tell them why you're doing it, because they'll try to stop you. Okay, you find out where it is, what date. You go there with all your information, okay, all your evidence, okay, and then you tell the bailiff, step aside, I have business with the grand jury. That is legal terminology. If he does not step aside, he's in legal trouble. Okay, he has no choice but to step aside. He's then going to go get the prosecuting attorney. The prosecuting attorney is also going to come out and say, you can't come in here. You can't come into this room. And you say the same thing to the prosecuting attorney you say to the bailiff. Step aside. I have business with the grand jury. At that point, if the prosecuting attorney does not step aside, you can file legal charges against him and disqualify him, where that prosecuting attorney can't even be in the same room with you. Once you enter the room, you sit in the back of the court and you wait for the grand jury to come out from deliberations. At that point, the judge will say to the bailiff, does the grand jury have any further deliberations or business for this day? The bailiff is going to stand up and he's going to say, no, Your Honor. At that point, you stand up. You stand up in the courtroom and you say, Your Honor, I have business with the grand jury. Then the judge is going to try to interfere. So you say to the judge the same thing you said to the bailiff and to the prosecuting attorney. You say to the judge, Your Honor, step aside. I have business with the grand jury. At that point, the presiding judge, has no choice but to step aside. He cannot open his mouth to stop you. He must allow you to present your evidence to the grand jury. So you can bypass all of this. The FBI, the police, the prosecuting attorney, all of which is going to throw your complaint in the trash can anyway and try to 5150 you. You can bypass every one of them by simply going to the grand jury yourself with a criminal complaint in hand and a copy of the evidence that you have to back up your complaint. It's just that simple. That gives the grand... Can you hear me?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Bryan.
Well, okay.
Okay, do we have anybody that would like to offer something, share something?
Yeah, just one more thing. I've been looking at the subject matter for the neuroscience conference in Washington, and I don't think it's going to benefit us to attend it as an attendee. However, if they had a booth open from different, you know, if we could like put a booth together, if they had, what do they call that? Oh shoot! Like when other businesses who want to sell to your community of these sponsors, booth sponsors, we could buy a booth sponsor, and have handouts and maybe even ask questions of some of the attendees in that respect. But sitting in and oh, here we go, more than 600 exhibitors, that's what I meant. Exhibitors, if we could become an exhibitor by, you know, maybe through PACs or through some other official organization, I think that might benefit us. I think that the attendees would stop by.
Well, I was trying to comment on what Bryan said before the subject got changed. Is Bryan still there?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I thought I was unmuted, but I guess I got automatically muted. It wasn't Frank's fault. I don't know what happened, but I got muted. I was trying to comment on what you said because that's very important. The grand jury, I agree with you, that's the work. And I wanted to ask you, Bryan, I believe that there's noise on the phone, but I believe that's because that's on the private side as opposed to the public side. Am I correct? Having to do with like common law, which does work.
No.
Common law does work. That's on the private side, not the public side, right? Is that correct?
No, listen. The grand jury is the fourth branch of government. You have the executive, you have the parliamentary, you have the judiciary. Okay, so that's the president, the Congress, and the courts, the judiciary. There's a fourth branch called the grand jury. Okay, and it's a very rewarding experience. When you go in there, all you have to do is convince 7 people that what's happening to you is real. And at that point, if you're able to convince 7 people that what's happening to you is real, you can bring criminal charges against the people who are stalking you, against the people who are harassing you. Okay? Not civil charges.
Yeah, I agree with you. Criminal. I agree with you completely. I agree with you that the grand jury does work. What I was curious about is I believe that has to do with being on the private side as opposed to the public side, having to do with common law. Am I correct?
Yeah, what you're doing is you're convening common law.
Right.
Yeah, common law jury.
Right, that stuff works. I agree with you. I thought I was unmuted, but I guess I don't know what happened. It wasn't Frank's fault. My phone muted itself. But I was trying to comment on what you said because that's very good information. And then somebody changed the subject. But yes, grand jury does work. That's on the private side as opposed to the public side, which has to do with common law. I'm involved with a common law group, and that stuff does work. People have gotten themselves out of crazy situations using common law, being on the private side as opposed to public side. So thank you for that.
You have to be strategic. You have to be strategic.
Right.
You have to wait until the end. You can't bring your complaint forward at the beginning. You wait until the judge says to the bailiff, does the court have any more business with the grand jury? Are all deliberations complete? He's going to say those very words. And the bailiff is going to say, yes, Your Honor, all business is done. The grand jury is finished. At that point, you stand up and you say, Your Honor, I have business with the grand jury. At that point, you've now bypassed the bailiff and the prosecuting attorney with the word, step aside, I have business with the grand jury. They had no choice to step aside or face charges, criminal charges. Now
Maybe bring someone from the law school?
You're right. This is very good information. I agree with everything.
So you use the same words. Yes. You use the same words with the judge you used with the prosecuting attorney and the bailiff. Your Honor, with all due respect to the court, I ask that the court step aside. I have business with the grand jury. At that point, the judge has no choice but to shut up. He can't.
Right.
He can't
No,
stop
you're completely correct. That's very good information. I've heard of people getting themselves out of all kinds of situations because they don't know this. They don't.
And it's so easy.
The school. This is not something that they want us to know, but it works. It works. I know so many people that have gotten themselves crazy situations using this kind of information.
And it's not just easy.
Okay, can I ask a question? May I ask a question? Bryan, have you, or is it Debbie, have either one of you ever actually done this?
No, I just studied it academically. I never actually. I went to law school in England, and the judicial system in the United Kingdom is different than the American system. I just studied this.
I actually.
Have you, Debbie? Is your name Debbie?
I know people who have used this. I know people who have used this, and it does work. It does work.
And what did they do?
I know people who have used this, and it works.
What do you mean use this? Can you describe what they did? I just want to know the specifics. I've never heard of anything like this. And I was working with the court system for years, Bryan, and in Los Angeles.
They don't teach people this kind of stuff in schools. They don't want the general public to know about this.
Right. So what lawyers
not listening
don't learn about that?
Frank, there's
She's worked in the court system. I've worked with courts for years.
Linda, listen to me.
Yeah.
Okay, just listen.
Yeah, Bryan,
okay.
I'm listening.
So once you go to the court, once you know where they're going to meet, this is so easy, it's ridiculous. You approach the bailiff when the grand jury is in session.
I heard you say this.
You don't go.
I heard you.
But no, but listen.
Bryan, I heard all that.
Listen. No, but listen.
Okay.
Okay, I didn't say this. You wait until it begins. Okay, you don't go in there beforehand. You wait until the session begins, and then you instruct the foreman that you have business with the grand jury. The foreman is also called. She's going to try to stop you. Okay, he has no choice but to step aside. One potential problem you're going to have is a bailiff who's immediately going to have to step aside and go and get the prosecuting attorney. The prosecuting attorney, the last thing on earth they want is to open the floodgates. Okay, so they don't want people having access to this knowledge and knowing how to do it. So the prosecuting attorney knows that you can generate criminal charges against him if he doesn't step aside, and so he can be disqualified immediately by simply demanding that he step aside. So he can't even be the prosecuting attorney.
Okay.
The prosecuting attorney that would try to persuade the jury against you can't even be in the same room with you when you present your evidence. So you go in there with a valid criminal complaint typed up with copies and your evidence, okay? And when the jury's going to deliberate in secret, and when they finish, they're going to come out, and the court's going to present all the indictments to the court in the open court. At that point, you need to be sitting in the court, sitting in one of those pews, okay? Once all that's completed, the judge is going to say to the foreman, has the grand jury any further business? When the foreman responds, no, Your Honor, that's when you stand up. You say, Your Honor, I have business with the grand jury. At that point...
Okay, why would we do that? What is this all for?
Well, it's a method of bringing the evidence that you collected to prove you're the victim of organized stalking, to prove that you are you have medical evidence to show damage because of direct energy attacks. Okay, so it's much easier to prove.
Are we doing this after someone else's court date?
No. So you find out the court date for the grand jury. It happens, they rotate every week, okay? And then when you find out the court date, you find out the location where the grand jury is going to meet. Then when you sit in your car in the parking lot until the session begins, you don't go in beforehand, okay? Once the session begins, then you enter the courtroom. You force them to step aside by saying those words. I have business with the grand jury. That's all you have to say. You do not have to explain why. If the foreman or the bailiff.
In the United States, or is that just where? I think you said you went to law school in Europe.
But this is not available. This is not available in England. This is not available throughout the British.
Well, where did you learn this procedure? Where did you learn this procedure, Brian?
In
This is
law
procedure.
school.
Procedure is never, no, I'm sorry. Procedure is not taught in law school. Law is taught in law school. There's not one lawyer that gets out of law school that knows procedure. It's the secretary who handles that for him,
Linda,
and he learns.
Linda,
12 years of litigation.
Linda, one of the problems that I have on these calls is that people won't finish listening. They won't. Civil procedure and criminal procedure.
All night. We've been listening.
Civil procedure and criminal procedure are two classes that are mandatory in law school. Okay? They're not.
Whoa,
they're not.
No.
They are compulsory. No. Well, look it up. Google it. Okay?
No.
Matter of fact, look up any call in law school.
I thought law school.
I'm a criminal justice major, and I had to take it.
I was going
I was
to
a criminal justice major, and I had to take procedure.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay. Yeah. No, she had to take procedure, so I'm wrong.
I have a criminal justice degree, and I had to take it, and I had to take it and working on my associate's degree before I went towards the bachelor's. That's all part of the curriculum, going up the steps.
Yeah. Civil and criminal procedure are compulsory mandatory courses.
I'm sorry about the then.
So all it is, I'm trying to finish.
If that's true, that's true. You took this in law school? You took this in law school? Procedure?
Yes, civil and criminal procedure. Civil and criminal procedure are mandatory. Civil and criminal. One of the problems I have on these calls that I get so frustrated is I can't finish the sentence. I really want to help you, and I can't finish speaking.
Stop, Brian. Just talk. We're not interrupting you. She thought you were done.
Okay, so at the point that you say to the judge, okay, you've just bypassed the bailiff, you've just bypassed the foreman, you've just bypassed the prosecuting attorney with those 6 words. Step aside, I have business with the grand jury. At that point, the judge is no longer, the judge is without jurisdiction or control. He cannot stop you from speaking to the grand jury. And these grand jury members are simply people just like you and me, ordinary people. Okay, and all you have to do is convince 7 of them that what is happening to you is true. That you're being. It's much easier to prove organized stalking than it is that you're being attacked by the CIA. Okay, so you focus on the organized stalking. Okay, that's what you do. You prove the organized stalking with video and pictures and vandalism and so forth. Okay, and recordings, audio recordings. So they're easy. These organized stalkers are not very smart. They're not the sharpest tool in the shed. They're easy to set up. Okay, they love to run their mouths, all right? So you let them, and you record everything, okay? Once the judge steps aside, it's you and the grand jury. Nobody can stop you. You show the grand jury your evidence, and all you have to do is prove to 7 members that it's happening, and you can bring criminal charges against your organized stalkers. I'm telling you to concentrate on the organized stalking because it's much easier to prove than mind control, okay? You go in there and you say you're hearing voices and you're victim of mind control, they're just going to laugh you right out of the court. But if you go in there and you show them that you're the victim of organized stalking and you have all this video and audio to prove it and all this, pictures of the vandalism, etc., to your property, it is much easier to prove organized stalking. Okay? So that's how you do it.
Okay, I just would like to interject real quick. It says here what to expect your first year of law school, and it does say it says civil procedure. It says tort, contract, civil procedure, property, criminal law, constitutional law, and legal methods. And that's at one particular law school here I'm looking at online.
Yeah.
Well, that might be now. It wasn't 20 years ago, but okay. If it's being taught now, it's being taught now.
I got no reason to lie to you. Okay, I'm telling you the truth. So, what I want you to
Brian, you've never done this, and where did you learn this? Where did you learn this particular procedure?
Linda,
where did you learn this?
How many times are you going to ask me this question? Linda, how many times are you going to ask me this question?
Well, so you learned this. How to go into a grand jury. Excuse me. So you learned this.
It's worth a try. It's worth a try. What does it matter? This is the best thing I've ever heard.
Into a grand jury? Really?
Let me start over.
Absolutely,
Let
ma'am.
me start over. Just let me start over. So
Brian, no, I don't want to hear it again. I've heard it 4 times already.
Shut up. Brian, ignore Linda. She's a perp. She's a perp.
Exactly.
No, Linda's not a perp.
She is.
Ignore her.
Thank you. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. And notice whenever something important is brought up, she's the first one to start. Yes, she is.
Hey,
All
you
right.
know, who just this to the targeted community when each TI or any TI falsely accuses the other of being a perp? That is unacceptable.
Sure is.
So what's unacceptable is when somebody gives something finally that we can do, and then everybody descends upon that idea. I'm amazed. It's brilliant.
It's nothing. Yes, question. Right. You know what to tell when Brian
Who just sent it?
Something good, and then
Let's just start
who just sent it? The question.
It's not a coincidence.
I didn't hear anyone dissenting.
Shut up.
I heard nobody dissenting, and innocent to answer the question. I assume that you don't have an answer.
Shut up. Get a real job.
Let's just start from the beginning.
Start over. What? Oh God, no.
Okay, this is getting out of hand. It doesn't have to be. One person at a time. It's easy. Go ahead.
Okay, let me do the first. I want to start over so people understand how easy this is. Okay? And I want to do it without being constantly interrupted. Okay, I'm going to start from the beginning. I'm going to tell you it's not only an easy experience to do, it's also very rewarding because you'll find that people will believe you. Okay? Focus on the organized stalking. Do not bring a case for mind control or directed energy attacks. You will be laughed out of the courtroom. But organized stalking is easier to prove. So you bring all your evidence. Okay, you gather it together, you file a criminal complaint. You can find examples of how to do that online. At that point, you find out which district court in your city has the grand jury. It rotates each week, okay? So once you find out where the grand jury is going to meet, you find out the specific date, you go down to the court and you look at the calendar. Generally, they're going to always have the dates and locations on that calendar. But sometimes they won't be there and you'll have to ask.
Linda, you still with us?
I'm here. And by the way, Brian, you know, I filed a grand jury complaint, the first one ever against a 100-year-old vector control here in the county. Now, I'm here to tell you that not every
Costanza, are you still here?
I need to tell you that that not every state has this grand jury.
Every state has it. Every state has it. It is the fourth,
don't have it.
It is the fourth branch of government. Let me finish speaking. It is the fourth branch of
I'm
government.
just telling you that you're telling people to go do something like in Texas. I've talked to Jesus Mendoza,
you see what
and
I
he
mean?
doesn't know what a grand jury is because they don't have it set up.
I can help people.
Hey, I'm telling you that this procedure does not exist also.
I'm done. Good night.
Thank you.
Every idea. How you doing? Is Linda Costanza still here? Linda?
I think she might have gotten off the line.
Yeah, well, she's got a right to be mad because...
I understand, but, you know, every idea is a good idea, and some people are newcomers, and to have them go out and try, that's just another complaint being filed, and it adds on to all the other complaints, you know, and anything is helpful.
Right.
It is true. You know, what he was saying was you go to your district court, grand jury, it does not exist. It does not exist here in California. What we have is a county grand jury. Now, there is a federal grand jury, but I don't think that he was talking about that because we don't have any such thing as a district rotating grand jury. We've got a grand jury that's just been seated here of 13 people selected from the residents, and it lasts for 1 year.
they investigate topics that are brought up by citizens.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about because I am a California resident too. I know. I looked it up. I know, and you're right. There is also federal, and it's just different. The way they label it is kind of different. So maybe he's just speaking in general, but
well,
hey, you know,
and when he's calling it a district grand jury and saying that everybody can do it, it's just not true. This kind of a situation, a system, does not exist in the state of Texas.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's just like when you
So
go
if
to
he's telling people to go out and do something that is like not possible, it kind of lacks, you know, his credibility.
Yeah, I understand, but you know, it's just another idea that would probably maybe spark in somebody else's mind to have another approach to do something another way in that sense. So, yeah, I mean, he's right. Maybe it's from other states or something. That's probably where he got that idea from. And maybe we have to tell him, like, hey, maybe you have to probably look up the West Coast, Midwest, Mideast, and the
He
East
needs
Coast.
to be accurate. We all need to be accurate in what
exactly.
you know, the information that we're dispensing. What good is inaccurate information?
Exactly. I know. That's what I'm saying. Maybe you have to explain it to him, like, because, you know, here on the West Coast, when you go out there and you talk about this electronic harassment and all the different things that's happening to you, they don't lock you up. I have sat there and I was in shock, but then I hear about the things in the East Coast. If you say certain little things about electronic harassment, they'll lock you up for 2 to 4 weeks or 3 weeks and keep you confined and evaluate you. And you know what I mean? So you're right. You're right about how.
Oh, you're right too.
You know
there is a general, there is a mandate. I think, you know, throughout the mainstream medicine, I think has a mandate that anybody that comes up talking about hearing voices and probably electronic harassment gets referred to the loony bin.
Yeah. So what my whole point is, every part of the states, every different state has law. We're under the same laws, but they have different regulations on under the laws. So who knows? Maybe we have to ask them. Do you know exactly what states have what you're talking about, this grand jury thing that you're explaining? Because here in California, they don't have it. You know.
Well, not the way he described, but we do have. Each county does have a grand jury. And it can be a very effective, and it is a good idea, very effective, you know, like, and it was so easy, you know. I filed, like I said, I filed a complaint against the vector control for not doing their job. You know, we all should be able, if we've got this kind of a system in our states, which California does, every one of us could file, well, people that are compelled or want to, you could file a complaint against your public health for not doing their job. You know.
I understand. So
see what I'm saying?
you've already took. So basically, you already took all these steps. Now, if we were trying,
well, listen, there weren't a lot of steps. None of what he said applied to what I did. All I did was knock out a handwritten letter and sent it to the grand jury office, which is a little hole in the wall thingy, and then they called me up. They wanted, you know, to interview me with the information that I had, you know, and it's better. The more information you have, the less work they're going to have to do, and the more likely they're going to act on your complaint. So it was all really.
I'm going to back that up, Linda, because I'm looking at Orange County Grand Jury, and it says instructions for submitting public concern letters. Says the California Penal Code is silent on the matter of providing public input to the grand jury. Thus, the grand jury is under no legal obligation to mandate to make any kind of response to correspondence received. However, the Orange County Grand Jury has chosen to receive such letters to give it the ability to identify areas of government that may merit investigation within Orange County. All correspondence is maintained and confidential and not subject to review by any agency. And then, of course, it goes on. I I would have to say this. I doubt, at least here in Orange County, that anyone would allow you to tell a bailiff to step aside and you can just say,
that's not part of the thing at all, CC. That everything that he was describing just is not the way that it works here in California at the county level. Like I'm telling you, all that I did was knock out. I got really, of course, I did get a little publicity in the newspaper, you know, with TikTok Tuesday, my group. I did get, and I got some, you know, I did some footwork before I filed the complaint. But when I filed the complaint, you know, it was a handwriting. It was very easy. So they called me in for this confidential, big deal, confidential interview, you know, where like 4 people were sitting around, very nice, asking me questions, very, no pressure, just very relaxed and everything. And so and they wanted more names, which I provided because, you know, I had a group of over 1,300 attendees that had Lyme disease. And vector control, whose mission is to educate and protect the public from vector-borne diseases, which Lyme is one, was not doing it and still isn't. But anyway, I succeeded, you know. So after I filed that complaint and interviewed everything, I didn't do anything. The thing with me was over. You know, that was all. And so then they undertake the investigation, and then months later, CC, like around in June, exactly in June, they come out with a public report. The grand jury comes out with the results of their investigations on the various topics that they had investigated that were submitted by the public, and then they have also the results, but then they also have recommendations on how to fix the problem. They have multiple, like maybe 20 recommendations. And then after that happens, and this is all public, it's in like the newspaper, so everybody can get readily get a copy of the grand jury findings. Okay, and then after that happens, and by the way, we're in this period of time right now here locally, then the people, the agencies that were investigated, like vector control or say public health in this case, you know, because electronic harassment and all that stuff is a public health issue, which it should be, you know, it should be brought up. But anyway, and then so the agency that has been investigated has like 120 days to respond to the investigation and the recommendations, and that all will be public too. You know, like defend yourselves, or say, oh yeah, well we see that there's room for improvement here, and we're going to fix that. You know, they can respond whatever way they want.
Anyway, what you say is true. It says here, it says all letters will be acknowledged. However, action by the grand jury may be limited by time, insufficient evidence to warrant a study, or matters not under the grand jury's purview. A grand jury, no doubt, is protected by police officers. They are people who no doubt from time to time need to be protected. So I have to say, at least
they don't. Sometimes the police officers' spouses and stuff retired. There's a bunch of the people that comprise the grand jury here are a bunch of like white-haired. They're retirees and they are predominantly white. However, they have succeeded in making a gender half and half out of the approximately. You know, they do that. They do that, but they're hard pressed to get racial diversity because there aren't enough Hispanics. Although we got plenty, but there are not enough of them that apply to be on the grand jury. You know, other ethnicities. They want them. They want them. And as far as the protection, well, those people are not threatened. Shoot. And there's all this secrecy that is unnecessary.
Well, you never know. You never know. You never know who's going to be threatened. But the bottom line is, in a court, especially a grand jury, I'm sure they're well protected, especially from someone who's in a courtroom and asks the bailiff to step aside.
You're not getting it, CC. There is no courtroom. no courtroom.
That's right. You're right. Absolutely right. There is no courtroom. The grand jury is actually behind closed doors doing reviewing investigative paperwork that was given to them. Yes, you're absolutely right.
And they're not only the stuff that I gave them, which is, like I said, very simple. I knocked out probably less than 4 handwritten pages of stuff, but they are interviewing the agency. Like, for instance, like I recommended everybody file a report about public health, or in this case, oftentimes, you know, it's the sheriff's department that are a bunch of thugs. And anyway, that guy's resigning by the end of this month due to popular demand, and also a petition to recall the sheriff is. That just shows the power of the public. Anyway, all they do is they interview, after they interview me, the person that filed the complaint, then they go interview the agency, the people that work in the agency, and they see if my complaints are valid or not. There is no pressure. There is no courtroom. Zero. No
right. You're absolutely right. There is no courtroom.
I am not discussing administrative actions. You were discussing administrative actions. That's administrative law. I took that course. Okay? Once the grand jury finishes deliberating in secret, they come out of the special rooms. They take their seats.
The thing is not deliberating. There is
I have sat here and listened to you speak without interrupting you.
Right, Linda,
Would you let me help the other people on this call? I have sat here and not interrupted you. Would you let me help the other people besides you on the call?
You're not helping if you're misinforming them. You're not helping, Bryan.
So,
I'm
what you do,
Linda on this. I'm at the page. You know, grand juries do not deliberate. They decide whether or not they're going to indict someone.
Yeah, except that rarely happens. Essentially, CC, the truth of the matter is, although they've been given the power of an indictment here in, like, California, it just about never happens. These grand juries and the reports are essentially toothless. All they do is make recommendations that have no legal effect at all.
Yeah. Anyway,
Linda, can you hear me?
Yeah.
It's the other Linda. I don't know what has happened in the last 24 hours, but these persons have way control, way too much control. They are able to throw my body across the rock, and they literally have total control of my body. And I am in bad shape because these people hurt me really bad. This is a vengeance PI case. It's not an accident. It's a vengeance case. And so they're forcing all this heinous energy into me and all this unwanted energy into my head and into my body. But I can't get control of my body. I have control of my body, and I can't get control of my body.
I've heard those noises in V2K before.
What was that?
I've heard those noises come from your unit in V2K before, but I've recorded.
Well, I think. Anyways, I know Linda's heard me all day today. I've been on the phone with her. But I don't know what can be done. But these perps have total control of my body, and I don't have control of my body anymore. I've lost control of my body. And so I'm really terrified. And they have me doing horrible things. I mean, in my mind. So I'm just saying that whatever happened last night, it changed something in my brain. And it changed something in my body.
What you need to do is cool down. And
Linda, where are you?
I'm in my car right now. Linda, I'm in my car.
Are you you're still in Northern California? Are you which county are you in?
I'm near Santa Cruz. I'm in the Santa Cruz area.
Right. You're south of San Francisco. I'm north. I'm 50 miles north of San Francisco.
Okay.
Linda, do you have someone at home, like a family member?
No, I don't have anyone. No, I'm trying to stay at this retreat place so I can kind of go to this retreat place. And so some people there know me. That's kind of what I have. But I am really scared. In the last 24 hours, I lost control of my body. That is the scariest thing for your purpose, to get control of your body. I mean, all control of your body.
I know, hon. I know. Are you driving?
I'm hardly at all. I mean, I'm sitting in my car right now, but I'm not really driving. They're driving right now, which is really weird. So I'm not driving. They're driving. So the takeover thing is really real. I mean, I knew I was a takeover, but I didn't know to what degree they could actually take you over, and it's really, really bad. Really, really bad. So I'm just saying that I'm really scared.
I'm really frustrated.
Is there a place you can go to that someone knows you?
I'm really frustrated that I can't help people that need help because people won't shut up. That's what frustrates me. I want to help people, and there are people that keep interrupting me, preventing me from helping those that need help.
And can you help Linda? Because that's what we're focusing on right now. Is there anything you can do to help Linda? Because you're very knowledgeable.
He was helping me last night. He gave me some good information last night. He gave me good information last night. I don't know if I break the entrainment, if that means that if I can break the entrainment, will that mean that they won't have control? Or if I change my signature, what you were talking about, if I change my energetic signature, will they lose control? How do I get them to lose control?
Listen to me. Listen to me. You need to create a dominant external stimulus. Go to Costco or Walmart tomorrow. Go to Costco or Walmart tomorrow and buy one of those cheap back massagers. Then buy a CD player. Okay? What you're doing is you're combining music therapy with physical therapy. You're creating a dominant external stimulus and breaking brain entrainment with their system. That's the first step to defeat their technology. Okay? The brain has a tendency to align itself with any dominant external stimulus. The visual entrainments and verbal entrainments they're using at the subliminal levels to keep your brain entrained to the system are broken.
Right.
And your brain is entrained away to the physical therapy, the combination of the physical therapy and the music therapy, the listening to the pleasing music and the cheap little back massager that they put on car seats. That's what I'm talking about. These things are not expensive. Okay? At that point, the next thing you need to do is learn to depattern. We talked about all this last night. Linda, we went into this. I spent 30 minutes with you. Linda, I spent 30 minutes.
I'm not asking you to go through that again. I took notes. I'm just asking you that something happened between last night and today, and now they have more control, and it's really bad. It's really bad. Worst ever.
Do what I told you.
Worst targeting day ever.
Continue to do it.
Okay.
Continue to do it every single day. Within 90 to 180 days, you will permanently alter your brainwave signature and permanently defeat their technology. You will no longer absorb the stream of energy, and they will have no choice but to start over or walk away. It's just that simple.
Okay.
But you must do what I told you to do every single day. Now, can I please try and convince someone that this common law jury works?
Well, one of the things, Bryan, about the common law jury is when I was trying to go to court, I was told to place a motion before the judge, and you can go to the legal library and make a motion. There's hundreds of different, there's thousands of different types of motions that a TI could make. I just don't know which one to use.
I went to law school. I know that. I'm trying to give you the short and skinny of it, okay? They will try to stop you. The court clerk will try to stop you before you ever get to the grand jury. If you tell the court clerk what you're up to, they're going to try to stop you. So you just say to the court clerk, when is the next grand jury meeting? And when the court clerk asks why, you say, well, I'm just doing it for educational purposes. At that point, they give you the date and location. You go to the grand jury. You wait, keyword wait, until the grand jury is back in the back room deliberating in secret. They're already in session. Because at that point, the grand jury is no longer inside the courtroom. Okay? At that point, if the bailiff, the foreman, or the prosecuting attorney tells you,
foreman, let's get real. It's foreman.
Because she doesn't want you to hear this. It's the same woman over and over.
Yeah, because I'm wondering. Just tell me what state or what you're talking about,
so people can learn. Are you out here to harm people? Because it damn.
Hey, you are, Brian. Giving them misinformation. I'm sorry to say.
Misinformation. You know nothing about the law. Shut up.
Brian, there's no such thing as a grand jury. You're talking about in California. What state are you referring to? What country are you referring to?
There's no deliberation. They go to a building every day between 8 and 5 or 9 to 5, and they do their job. They do their job. They review letters that contain.
Same woman opens up her mouth to stop me from telling you what to do. I can't, and nothing.
Telling you what to do. Nobody's telling you what to do. You stopped talking, so I began talking, and now you want to come back and tell me to be quiet? That's not fair. That's unfair, Brian. That's actually very arrogant.
Oh, you determine the location for the 19th time of the grand jury and the date that they meet. You wait till they begin deliberations. When the grand jury has left the courtroom and entered the special room,
or what country does this grand jury meet in? It sure ain't California.
I used to live in California. Don't tell me about the law in California. I lived there. That's where I'm from.
What courtroom are you talking about?
Oh,
you don't have.
After they are in the special rooms deliberating, and then send the second to approach the foreman, and you tell the foreman you have business with the grand jury. If the foreman attempts to try to stop you,
I'm going to hang up. I'm not listening to your sexist shit anymore.
Shit. Brian, may I very kindly extend to you this word of wisdom. You're not right about everything. Okay? I know a little bit about the grand jury too, because I was going to approach the grand jury. So I had to be informed and educated on how it works. You cannot get in to see the grand jury. Period. Not unless they call you in for a meeting.
I'm getting perked big time. I'm getting disconnected by somebody, okay? And then I'm getting interrupted by this woman. So I'll try to tell you on Kyle's call tomorrow.
Nobody's interrupting you. Actually, I was talking, and now you've interrupted me.
I'm done trying to talk. I'll talk to Kyle's. I'll talk to you on Kyle's call tomorrow, and I'll explain how to do this in a simple, easy way that anyone can do it. Okay, I'm getting perked.
Try not to harm people, okay, Brian?
Would you guys let me have the floor for a minute, please?
You have it.
I welcome it.
You have it.
Hey,
you have the floor.
Brian, Frank said I could have the floor. Okay, I just spoke to somebody that has dealt with a grand jury, and I just read up on it. A grand jury is not held in a courtroom. There is never a judge present in a grand jury in the U.S. It is a panel of different people. There is no judge in there. You said you had to go up and tell the judge to step aside several times. Okay, they're not held in a courtroom, and grand juries are closed. You cannot walk in a grand jury room.
I said that.
You just said you walk in and tell the bailiff to step aside. I just talked to somebody and they said you would get arrested. They said you would get arrested if you walked in a grand jury room. Brian, I just talked to somebody that's gone through the process, that dealt with the grand jury. I just read it online at a legal site. It says if you walk in there, you will get arrested.
And I'll help whoever wants to know how to do it. Okay?
Good, Ryan. Plain and simple. There's no judge. It's not held in a courtroom. You got caught. I just read it off the legal site for the U.S. Attorney's Office, so tell me I know nothing.
And I'm at the grand jury here in Orange County. You don't get to talk to them unless they make an appointment with you on the matter that you wrote in the grand jury about. You don't get to walk in and talk to anyone anytime.
I just talked to somebody who said if you walked in the grand jury room, you would be arrested. Plain and simple, Brian. You got caught. So quit telling people and listen.
I will.
Thank you, Frank.
In this respect, he got caught. This is total misinformation.
It's all a lie. I lied about every bit of it. You can. I'll finish lying.
Jeez, Frank, please help.
Oh, I have been.
We're getting misinformation. I mean, there are good people who are TIs that are getting really bad information on this grand jury thing. That is just not right. We can't walk in and talk to anyone.
No, you can't. It's a closed session. There's no judge.
I was going to file. I wanted to go in and talk to the grand jury.
Yeah.
A couple years ago when my targeting first started. Actually, it was more than a couple of years ago, and I kept going back, and then I made phone calls. And quite frankly, all you get to do is write to them. You don't get to walk into their office. You can't walk into a court and say, "Excuse me, bailiff, step aside. I have matters with the grand jury." No way. No.
Well, in that case, could you place a motion in that case to get the channel opening for the communication, the type of thing that you want to say with them?
What it tells you specifically how you communicate with a grand jury in any state. Well, I should say in the state in the state of California, grand juries are in the counties, and the county, at least of Orange, requires that you write a letter. And EMS Linda said the same thing. She was required to write a letter. And here in Orange County, you write your letter and you provide your investigative reports and all the evidence that you have. And by no stretch of the imagination do they have to write you back. However, in Orange County, California, they are kind enough to write you back and say yay or nay, or if they say yay, then they will make an appointment with you to have you come in and talk with them with permission. You don't get to ask, you don't go into in a courtroom and say, "Step aside, bailiff, I have matters with the grand jury." That didn't even sound right when I heard it. And, you know, only because of what I was going through before, I knew that didn't sound right. Because I'm sitting here wondering, wait, I don't even get to talk to them.
All you have to do is pose a criminal complaint in hand, and you have evidence of your business with the grand jury. And when you show criminal complaint in hand and say step aside, the form doesn't step aside. Dealing with people.
Okay, Brian, but do you start at municipal or metro court or federal court, county court?
Find out. You find well, no. I mean, you can't go through the. Listen, when you approach a grand jury, okay, there's criminal procedure and there's civil procedure. There's grand juries for civil matters and grand juries for criminal matters. Okay, now you're bringing a criminal charge against the organized stalkers. Focus on the organized stalking. When you approach the foreman who's standing at the door after they have departed the courtroom and have entered the special rooms for secret deliberation.
After who has departed? Excuse me, Brian. After who has departed the courtroom?
I'm talking to you. I'm talking to the man who asked me a question, so let me finish answering.
So we're both asking you this question.
I fucking get this call. I will not get on this call again. I've never seen such fucking chaos in my life.
No, why don't you want to answer the question, Brian? Why don't you want to answer the question?
Well, to answer the man's question, once you show criminal complaint and you say to the foreman who tries to interfere, step aside and ask us with the grand jury, that criminal complaint is your business. Okay?
You cannot do that. You cannot do that. You're wrong, Brian. You're wrong.
I'm off this call. Won't be getting
Goodbye. Say bye, Brian. Goodbye.
Don't know their ass from the hole in the ground.
Goodbye, Bryan.
Please, don't leave. Oh my God.
Well, I don't know. I'm mixed up for 6 years. I don't know what court. It seems like the only jury I've gotten is when they framed me once.
Stop it already. Let me out. Nobody tried to damage me. Linda?
Linda's not here, dear. Linda's not here. Bryan's here. Maybe he can help you. He knows it all.
Well, I was asking for Bryan first. I was muted. I was trying to. But
He's
Bryan
not
just
here.
went up, right?
I think Bryan got off.
Well, can I ask the group a question?
Sure.
Hi, I'm calling out of Los Angeles. This is Chloe. Okay, I just had 4 police officers show up at my house. Well, it's not my house. I live with a family member. 4 police officers just showed up 10 minutes ago. And, you know, I've been minding my own business all night. I've been in the house. I was listening to Frank's call, you know, not saying a word. So 4 police officers. Okay, there's a bunch of...
I'll find it.
I hear you, dear. Go ahead.
4 police officers just showed up, and they're like, yeah, we have complaints that there was a female screaming here in the house. Were you screaming? And I said no, I wasn't screaming. And anyway, I said no, I wasn't. And they said, well, are you the only female here on the property? And I said, yes, I am, but I was, you know, quietly inside, you know, the house, minding my own business. And they said, well, you know, a neighbor complained that, you know, they heard screaming coming from your house. So the thing is, that was a lie.
Go ahead.
The thing is somebody, you know, my perps obviously called in to try to frame me and make the police think that I was screaming, even though I was not screaming. I was quietly in the house, not saying a word, listening to Frank's call. And the thing is my daughter, I have a daughter coming out from another state tomorrow. My perps are really angry about it. They don't want me seeing my daughter. And, you know, because of that, they're trying to frame me with the police. And so what do you do when 4 police officers come out and claim that you were screaming when you weren't?
I would respond in this manner. I would just say it was not me and no one in this home. And if somebody has said that to you, then they are mistaken. They are simply mistaken.
Well, then it comes down to, you know, like my word against their, you know, the neighbors, you know.
Somebody tried to set you up.
Hey, that happens a lot.
Exactly.
That happens a lot. No big deal. I would advise you not to allow anybody in your house that you haven't.
Nobody's in my house except for me and my nephew.
I know. That's what I'm saying, though. It might also be a ploy to get you to allow them into your house, or into the house that you're staying at. So just be careful.
Well, I think what's going on is what they're doing is they're trying to establish a history of me screaming, because I'm not going to lie, I do occasionally scream when I'm tortured, although I've never had any neighbors complain about it. But this is coming immediately the day before my daughter comes out, so I know that it's not a coincidence because my perps don't want me to see my daughter, and she's coming out tomorrow. So
you got set up.
Can I ask what she's coming out of? I'm sorry, I don't know you or anything. I was just wondering where your daughter's coming out of.
Well, she's coming out of another state, but she's only coming to SoCal for one day because she has to, you know, drop her daughter off with her ex-husband. So
I didn't know all that. I just asked because I totally was in the blue.
Well, the thing is I was quietly minding my own business all night, not screaming, not even talking, just quietly in the house, listening to Frank's call all evening. And out of nowhere, 4 cops show up saying, oh, we're getting complaints that you're screaming.
Shut up.
So basically, somebody knows that's been watching you, called the cops and made a formal complaint.
Well, it's my perps. I know that it was my...
Okay,
well, no,
you did the proper thing by just answering saying, no, I didn't. I've been sitting inside minding my own business. I don't know anything about that. And whatever they ask you, the questions they ask you, you properly answered it, and it's done. I've had that happen. I walked out of a supermarket in the morning, getting breakfast, and next thing you know, I saw this guy in a blue truck drive by me slow with blonde hair, and he was on the phone staring me down, and I didn't think anything of it. I walked out onto Harbor McFadden. I was waiting at the bus stop, and next thing you know, a Santa Ana PD pulled up, and he asked me if he can talk to me. I told him sure, and he goes, "Were you saying or were you yelling at anybody?" And I'm like, "Huh? No, I was talking on my phone to meet up with a friend." And he's like, "Well, I got a complaint from somebody saying that you were verbally harassing them." And I go, "No, that's wrong. You got the wrong person." He's like, "All right, Nick, is it okay if I just check your backpack, or are you on parole, or are you on probation?" I go, "I am on probation because I didn't complete a Prop 36 program." And he searched me. He looked at me. He goes, "Hey, I'm sorry for harassing you. I just got to do my job. I had a feeling that it wasn't you. Would you like to file a complaint, a counter complaint?" And I go, "What do you mean?" I go, "Why?" He goes, "Well, we have the person's phone number on the caller ID, and we have an idea of who it is because this has happened before with this person. He has made phone calls and complaints about other people." And I was just like, "Oh, okay, well, no, I really don't care." Another incident happened down at the beach. I was
okay, but yeah, but you kind of you intersected this lady's discussion about her being infiltrated by 4 cops.
Yeah, and I'm just giving her an example of what happened to me, just like what happened to her. So how did I in whatever you said right now?
No, that's fine that you gave us that example. No, you asked me a question. You asked me a question, and I'm going to answer it.
Sometimes you get down too, dude, and you need to relax, bro, because the other night I was talking to somebody, and you started cussing them out, and you didn't need to. Just relax, dude, and just hear other people out.
I know. I just get frustrated with people cutting other people off. I don't like other people interrupting and cutting other people off.
Hello.
This whole call, the chaos is orchestrated.
All right, man. Sorry that I interrupted.
I think the moderator.
No, I didn't say you interrupted, John. John, I just said that you gave a very good example that was very good to listen to about her story. But then you started giving another story without giving her a chance to respond.
I think what I was going to say was I think that they're trying to establish a history of me, screaming, like some sort of a police record of, oh, there's a woman screaming at such and such address. And I think it's because my handlers do torture me a lot. And I'm not going to lie, I do scream from time to time, but that's at like 3 or 4 in the morning when they're like torturing me with dew. But I, haven't screamed for 2 days, and out of the blue they just showed up on a night where I was completely quiet and just quietly listening to a conference call. And they're saying, oh, a neighbor called. And I know it wasn't a neighbor, it was my perps that called, pretending that they were a neighbor.
Hello, is Bryan still on the line? Or Frank?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay, Frank. I have a question. When I use my key to get into the door,
right,
or I have my prayer beads in my hand started burning, and there's some kind of odor that goes in my mouth and nose. Is that something that's internal or external or both?
Does your mouth taste like metal? Metallic taste?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all done from your brain. Your olfactory system, which is your nose and your mouth, work together on your tongue. So when you taste things like that, it tastes metallic. And you smelled what?
Just a chemical or odor or something.
Yeah, I just can't figure out the burning part. They can make you think or make you feel. Just pretend like there's somebody up in your head crossing two wires together. That's basically what it is. They're sending an impulse to that area of your hand, making you feel like it's burning, but in fact it is not, obviously.
Oh, are you kidding?
It is all an illusion created by your own mind. It doesn't feel like an illusion, but it's a false positive, if you will. False positive meaning there isn't really anything wrong or burning, but it feels like it. So we'll call it a false positive. In fact, I'll coin that and use it because that's exactly what it is. And in terms of what Bryan was saying, the only thing that I don't understand is how the perps, in his case, step down to the frequency that the human body uses. He didn't explain that because you cannot influence the brain with anything other than 1 hertz and up to like what, 200 or something like that. I forget. I'm getting tired myself.
Yeah, I think it's 100 hertz is the max, and it's normally like 50 is the max hertz of the electromagnetic energy field that human nerves emit when they're communicating.
Yeah, so high energy or ELF I can see, extra low frequency, but I can't see high
trying
frequency.
to stick the key in the door, you know, is like, you're not getting in.
Yeah.
I'm going to burn your hand, you know, whatever.
Well, there's a
well,
lot
Frank, what do you think about, like, with speaking on the same subject, just that, you know, I've heard about 5 TIs mention that the human brain thinks of like so many kilobits per second to measure how fast we're thinking in our brain. And then on top of that, the perpetrators with their supercomputers and their satellites or radio transmitters or Gwen Tower can override it because they're transferring data at like megahertz or megabits per second. But it's still kind of like it's our own body, so they could be putting all this data around us, and our mind can push out most of that, you know? So that's why I think that they're being a little bit too pessimistic.
Yeah, what the perps do is they drop what I will call a sliver of information in with the flow of your own information.
Right, exactly.
Try and make it stick. In your case, they say the human brain doesn't have a firewall, but the human brain is an amazing thing if you give it the tools. Just imagine a brick wall that's impenetrable, and that's your firewall. And if you'll find that if you rely on that and just use it, this is one of those things that works. And
well, they're really busy studying us. Like, you know, like a scientist conducts an experiment, and they have to have all these parameters set in place.
Exactly.
So if you just think about something different that you want to think about and focus a little bit harder, if they're heterodyning harder, then you can focus on that. And they might delete some of the images from your mind like they do to me, but you can still just remind yourself, I'm just going to try and think about this for the next minute. Not more than a minute, though, or you might go insane.
Okay, if you take all of your senses, you can't take them all because you'll go insane. But if you just take your eyes and your ears and you occupy your ears with the sound of your choice, we'll say. I'm not even going to say pink noise, green noise. Occupy.
I haven't heard of that. I've just heard of white noise.
Yeah, there's pink noise. Try that up as loud as you can stand it, and then go buy yourself some, as I mentioned last week, some brazing glasses and block out the visual. Now, if you'll notice, Bryan mentioned photons, okay, and that
I haven't heard of brazing glasses either. I heard of X-ray glasses this week for the first time. I heard of computer glasses this week for the first time, and then I commented back by saying get glasses that have a video recorder so they can get a picture of what perps are doing to your body as you go through your environment. But no, what are brazen glasses?
Well, they're about 3/4 of an inch thick, some of them, and they go in grades from 1 to 8. One
are they
being,
clear glass?
No.
Or is it magnified?
Nope. It's black as black can be, and they fit to your head so that no light can get in, and you can look at the sun with them and barely see it. And then on top of that, just put a layer of gloss black on top of those.
What do you mean by put a layer? Is there like a special paint or something you're referring to?
Yeah, just any acrylic black, high gloss.
Just, black, just like black, like wearing cucumbers over your eyes.
Right, and so you blocked off the visual. They get a kick. They get most of their information from the visual. As a matter of fact, they do. When you look at something, the computer flashes a bunch of possible solutions to what you're looking at. And so if you could block your eyes off, it throws everything into the ditch for them because they can't do a damn thing because they depend upon your eyes for most of their information. Your ears,
well, to me, that sounds more like a visual camera that was snuck in someone's eyeball. But they have devices on my optic nerves that they snuck in me after they anesthetized me in 2011. And when I close my eyes, they start putting like purple and blue figures and faces and like a 60% grade image of whatever they want.
Yeah.
And then they shape-shift it. Frequently, they're sick. They shift the shape like almost every second.
Okay, well, yeah, I've seen that. But if you put those glasses on, you're blocking out the visual. If you put the pink noise on at the same time, you're blocking out the audio. Those are the two things that they use. And they get most of their information from your eyes. If you're looking,
well, your eyelids will tell you a lot, though, right? If you just shut your eyelids, it'll be black, and then it'll tell you how much light levels are still around.
Exactly. But in this case, you're going to be blacked out altogether. Darker than your bedroom when you go to sleep at night, and that really pisses them off to no end. And I got to get another pair. I'm going to get another pair tomorrow. I just broke mine. So, yeah, that works. Definitely works. It messes them up because they cannot get any information. Like if you look down at a letter and you start looking at, we'll say, the corner, automatically return address comes up and all this other shit they start saying. And they start comparing notes with what they think you're thinking and what they're thinking. It's a lot. They do a lot of guesswork, believe it or not, just to see.
Yeah, they totally do. Too much. They do so much they confuse themselves almost like half the day.
Yeah, well, my two have driven themselves crazy. They're out of their minds now.
Yep. Yeah, mine 5, like that. Yeah.
Yeah, totally off the wall, out of their minds, and
psycho.
Yeah, exactly. They got totally drunk 3 days ago, and they wailed the piss out of me 3 days ago.
Oh, so they actually were able to exacerbate it by getting drunk?
Oh yeah, they get drunk and they just start pushing buttons. And
that's weird because I thought the more like sober, even sober, they act insane and psycho and you know, like a mutilator. That's one of the best words I've heard a preacher say about these wicked ones targeting individuals. They call them the mutilators.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like it, and I call this the crime of the age. And the age is roughly 2,200 years. And this is definitely the crime of the age. Because unlike...
Yeah, it's in the book of Revelations. It's in the book of... It's almost in every book of the New Testament.
Right. Yeah, unlike Auschwitz, where those people suffered terribly, their suffering finally ended, and some got out of it, thank God. But
yeah, thank God. Yeah, I took care of a lady that her relatives were got out of the Auschwitz camp, I think because of Schindler, but I'm not sure if that's the Horowitz family that were Jewish that got out of there, but I think they were, because there was a lot of Horowitz that Schindler saved.
Horowitz, one of them might have been the piano player that recently died, the virtuoso pianist.
Oh, I hadn't heard of him.
Yeah, it's very good. Yeah, so my opinion is pretty much the same as Bryan's in the area of blocking out the senses and concentrating on things on the outside rather than thinking about things. And that distracts them and messes them all up.
Yeah, well, when I watch TV, it's like another world. It's like I'm not even being tortured anymore. A majority of the time when I watch TV.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. When they try to mess up your concentration when you're doing that. Anytime you're doing something technical, they try and mess that up with V2K. Oh, you're not doing that right. You're not doing that right. You're screwing that up. You know, they have all kinds of interesting things to say. You know?
Well, so Frank, I want to ask you, like, maybe call it a personal question.
Sure.
But when you piss them off, do they I know they refrain more sometimes because you put them in their place, but then other times they just get mad and start attacking more in little ways here and there, like almost every minute. Does that seem to happen?
Yeah, they can. Yeah, they've done that before.
Mine, this is Dutch, always tell me that I'm going to be put in jail. And you know, and do you want war with me? I don't know how many people are listening now, but and they do this for all year, you know. They did it for quite some time. And when they do put me in jail or whatever, it's electronic jail, it's hell, you know, and it's bad anyway, but then that makes it worse. I don't know how many people are listening, but does anyone share that type of...
Well, yeah, you can't go to jail because then you're truly isolated to the definition of isolation. Then you're truly isolated. The guards don't want to hear your complaints.
Often.
The
Seems
inmates,
like I'm never out of it.
The inmates might jump you, so don't go to jail. That's my
this is a psychological jail, you know, electronic jail. So I'm hurt by them quite a bit while I'm in the jail. It's all day and pretty pretty bad, you know. Like Frank, when you said you got hit a couple days ago or so, pretty bad. I did too, you know, pretty damn bad. So anyway, yeah, it's psychological type jail, and but they're always saying I broke the law. There's a law against this and stuff like that. The only thing I heard Duncan say on one of the interviews that he don't want to say anything or be put in a jail, you know, and I assumed that was electronic.
Absolutely not.
No.
So anyways, okay, that's
no, he was talking about being put in isolation in a real jail.
Yeah.
No, this is it's psychological, electronic.
Well, what you're talking about, but it's a double whammy when you getting there, because they have implants in my body, and at the jail that I was at for 3 months after they framed me and the charges were dropped, some of the guards were electronically harassing me, and they were even setting off sirens and stuff as I'd start to fall asleep.
No, I don't get nothing like that. I just get tortured. Immense amount.
Yeah, me too. I'm with you.
Yeah.
And also the guards, at least two of the guards. I was poisoned about 4 times when I was in jail for 3 months after I got framed, before I even knew what gang stalking was, when they caused me a panic attack and an accident to say that I was violent. And I got domestic violence charge against me for a fight with my brother. And he was fresh out of prison, and they were already in his head. I already know. And he was in California. I was in New Mexico, had a really good job as a wildlife technician. And it broke my world apart. It went from having like a really good life to being targeted and sabotaged and tortured and defamated every day.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Yeah, I just got news from the VA that I have arsenic in my blood. They told me I was going to be poisoned, and the VA just came back with the urine test and a blood, but urine, that I have high amounts of arsenic in my blood or urine.
Oh, you have high amounts? High amounts is toxic, but a very tiny amount can actually help you. That's what this
use the term high amount
told me. This old hippie lady told me that a tiny amount of arsenic can help your body, but anything higher than that can be toxic real fast.
You know, I went to the VA a couple of years ago, and I asked my doctor if I could get an arsenic test, and she says, well, we don't have those. I went down to the lab, and I said, do you have arsenic tests? And they said, yes, we do. I said, that's funny because my doctor, told me that they didn't have them. She says, yes, we do.
Yeah,
so I go back up to my doctor. I went back up to my doctor, and I said, yeah, actually the lab does have arsenic tests, and can you issue me one? She says, no. I says, well, why not? She says, well, why would I need to? I says, well, I tested once for high arsenic. She says, well, I don't do those tests on my patients.
Oh, what a liar.
I'd have suspected something that she didn't want to be a part of. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, you have a right to change the doctor with good reason. I've changed my doctor with good reason. So I got to change, but there's some bad ones in there that don't listen, they just don't listen,
Yeah, they give me my whole life, I've seen about 30 doctors in my whole lifetime, and each one won't give me more than a minute's space to explain what's going on with my body or whatever.
In a case like that arsenic, go to the police and say, okay, this doctor will not check me for arsenic. I know that I have a reasonable amount of arsenic in me, okay, because I've been
but
followed.
Frank, you could be even safer, Frank, and go get a hair analysis, which will check all the chemicals that your body has absorbed for the past year.
Well, those cost money, and I get free VA and free health
a hair analysis is only $150.
Well, they don't do that at the VA. They just do the arsenic test only. I checked with the lab. I checked with the laboratory at the VA. They don't do that. They don't do hair analysis. They do what Dutch was saying. They do the arsenic test. It's like what Dutch got. And I tried to get the arsenic test, and my doctor said, well, I don't do those tests on my patients. She says, why would you need it anyway?
And then watch your records. Go get a copy of your records after that, because they're going to put something in there. I guarantee you it's happened to me at the VA.
It might. I wouldn't guarantee it.
It could happen. You need to file a complaint. No, you need to file a complaint with the not the judge advocate, the
IG, Inspector General.
No, right there in the hospital, the patient advocate.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Oh, I mean, they know me by name. They know me by name. There's been so many awful things when I change doctors or I complain about a doctor, then they put something really negative in my file to defame my character. And then shortly after that, they were gone.
Right.
So they got off scot-free. Even though I put a correction in there, I don't know if they ever did correct it.
So anyway, can I just say something? This is Chloe. I called the police just now, because 4 of them came out about an hour ago, I just called the dispatch, and I said, yeah, I have a question. What do I do when a neighbor calls up and, you know, claims that I'm screaming and I'm not? And she says, ma'am, you know, we have a complaint that you were screaming, and obviously the neighbor was worried about you, okay? That's why they came out. And she was really nasty with me. And I said, but I wasn't screaming, though.
Is that a small town?
I wasn't screaming.
Is it
Pardon
a small
me?
town that she would, is it a small town atmosphere where she would know
Yeah,
that
it is.
you called?
It's 100,000 people, but yeah, it's a, well, my number, I guess, you know, they know your number or something like that, but it's kind of a small town atmosphere. So when I called up, she automatically knew it was me, I guess because she was, you know, took the dispatch call or something. So
I have a
said,
question, Chloe. Did you ask which of your neighbors it was?
No, and they probably would not. I mean, they're not allowed to divulge that, you know.
Yeah,
I'm sure that, oh, I'm sorry, we can't divulge that. That's private.
If somebody's trying to paint you in a false light, perhaps you know, you are the subject matter of the call. Therefore, by all rights, you should be able to know who made the call.
But you have to go through a big process for that. File a complaint.
Yeah, I couldn't get it. I couldn't get it either.
Yeah.
When somebody showed up at my door and said, you know, we're from such and such office. Are you okay? And I'm like, yeah. Why? Who said something? Oh, we can't tell you. And I said, really? I think I have a right to know because no, there's nothing going on here. I just looked at the lady like, you got the wrong door. And she never came back again, but I know there was retaliation by someone who was doing something nasty with her kids, that she was, I don't know, trying to entrap me into something.
Exactly.
And I had no idea that I was being nice to her, and she took that as something other than, and she was gone shortly after that too because she felt threatened, and I think she did have problems more than, you know, what I knew about. I mean, what looks
the
funny
lady at the
outside is
dispatch,
noise.
the lady at the dispatch that I called just now, like, got angry with me and acted like, oh, that my neighbors were like worried about me, and that, oh, you know, they did it like it was a call to check on me, and that I was screaming and the neighbors were worried.
About her, you need to start covering your ass. You need to start
I know.
filing complaints.
Well, because I
do a hard time.
You know what? The perps one, like most, is the most sophisticated technology. So some TIs are targeted by kind of like old school shit, and some TIs like me are targeted by the most sophisticated shit on the planet.
Here, exactly. I think what happened was one of my neighbors may have gotten B2K, and they did like a scream to one of my neighbors or something, and it sounded like, you know, a lady screaming, and it was like through V2K. And then they heard, and then they thought it was coming from over here.
I get at least 3 types of V2K. I'm guessing at least 3 for sure, and I guess it's actually around 5 forms, different forms of V2K that I get for 6 years.
Should I go to my neighbors, because I have like one on either side and I have one behind me? Should I go to their house tomorrow and like ask them if they heard, you know, like heard me scream or, you know, anything like that?
You do, take someone with you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just for safety.
Right.
Yeah,
But
they might,
a lot of it, the V2K that I'm talking about is subliminal.
So have someone
some
as a
subliminal
witness.
Shit.
Well, I'm just saying somebody tried to set me up and they lied and told, you know, the cops that I was screaming when I wasn't, and now it makes it, you know, now there's a false complaint about me at this address, to, you know, and it's basically a way to discredit me and make me sound like I'm unstable.
Yeah, that's hard. I went through that at my apartment, and they tried to say that I asked these little girls to come up to my apartment on the 4th of July when I was standing right next to their parents, and they came and talked to me for a minute. And I said, why are you blowing up that frog with fireworks? And then I made a joke at him. I insulted him by saying, well, it took 2 of your fireworks to kill the frog, so he might be stronger than humans. And they got so offended. And then a week a couple weeks after that, they said that I asked their daughters to come up to my apartment, which I never did. I have no interest. I've never been a pedophile.
Right.
They almost got me kicked out. If I wouldn't have talked to the manager of the apartment and told her what the hell happened, they were going to make cops come and pull me out of my apartment. And the reason they did that is because they got bribed by gang stalkers to try to kick me on the streets, because they know that I'm a threat to them because I have so much knowledge about gang stalking.
Chloe, what I would do,
yes,
and this is what's happened to me, and it's happened now. They got their you know what cotton, and you know what. I got some character letters from people that work at the VA and people that are military retired that wrote about me, and some of those people, you know, have a lot of credibility in their communities, but they don't live here. But they know me, so get those character letters so that when you get any kind of, you know, this kind of thing happening, you will have ammunition to say, I'm not crazy. These people know my character. They know me for X amount of years. You know, I've served my country. I've served honorably. And, you know, just show the things that you've done good, and just who you are as a person, your character. And believe me, that scared the crap out of them.
No, but it's more important that you show them that you didn't do things wrong instead of showing them all the things. Because people focus on the bad. They focus on the bad, and they dwell on the bad.
Those that are focusing on the bad, if there's people that are credible, that have character letters, versus these people who, like the other guy was saying, that they're going to somebody who constantly complains about someone because they have no life and they're just crazy, so they want to just you know spew at anybody and everybody to take the emphasis off them. So you need to build your case to look like they're the crazy ones and you're not, because these people know you. You have a case of people on your side that are willing to go to bat for you.
Well, let me tell you what happened 2 days ago.
Veteran.
Let me tell you what happened 2 days ago. I was being tortured viciously. I get really heavy torture, and I decided to go live. So I made a live video. I went live on Facebook, and I did a live video, but I kept it private so nobody saw, because I wasn't sure if I was going to release the video or not. So I did a live video, and it was just like 20 seconds of me, and I screamed a couple times because I wanted to get my torture on video, and that was 2 days ago. But anyway, I think what my perps are trying to do is, so the next time that I actually do really scream, you know, and the neighbors can call the police, and this will be like the second time, and they'll be like, well, we have a history of coming out to this address and of you screaming.
No, they don't. You know? There's different police officers.
But it's in your record, right? But they keep a record. They keep a record of every single call at your address, and so the next time, you know, if it's not again.
Chloe, what county in California are you in?
I'm in Los Angeles County, but I'm in a private city. We have our own private police department. We're not with LAPD.
Okay. Well, here in Orange County, I'm in Anaheim. I've learned that dispatches, when you call in regarding any particular residence or I don't know if it's building, but according to what I've been informed by a dispatcher here in Anaheim, I was told once that when I had called 911 that my unit was flagged. And I what the heck does that mean? So it may be, so Chloe is right. If people keep calling regarding Chloe, then her unit, wherever she lives, will be flagged. So
that's possible. Yeah, they could be already like black labeling.
It did happen to me when I was in Orange County. It did happen. You're right. When I was in North Orange County, there were certain areas strategically that I know.
So anyway, it does behoove Chloe to address it, and probably address it in writing. And you might want to mention, I didn't make the call. I wasn't screaming. However, I'm concerned that if something serious does happen, that officers won't arrive in a timely manner because perhaps my unit might be flagged.
Well,
so,
actually, a better word for, instead, I said black labeling, but false labeling is quite common, and the police officers get it through their little communication system as well about TIs.
Right. Everything that we as TIs do, it's all meant to discredit us. There have been so many different ways that even a hospital tried to discredit me when I called to complain about a certain doctor. I called and I spoke to a gal who was being very nice to me, and then when I got a letter back, she made a completely false statement indicating that I said the following. It was a completely false statement, and I thought, that's interesting. Why would she do that? Why would she do that? She was so nice on the...
She was probably bribed.
Oh,
I had the same
she was no doubt motivated to make a completely false statement in the letter that she wrote to me, no doubt. But that is typical of targeted individuals. You know, perhaps be doing a line-by-line item of examples of the way that we are being falsely painted. You know, keeping track. It's just that it happens, you know, some things happen almost every day, or some days will go by and you finally get a break in incidents, but yet, but then all of a sudden they start up again. So, you know, we're pumped with this, whether
I get all the street theater. I've been defamated falsely to 500,000 people in the United States. I know they drive by my car. Every other car is giving me this body language of the false rumor they heard about me.
Hello. Well, I submitted the Global TI survey this month at the beginning, like the first week of July, and ever since then, my targeting has doubled. My perps are really mad that I submitted the survey because, you know, in that survey, it's kind of, you know, I told a lot. They're really mad. And they're mad that, you know, I submitted the TI survey and my targeting has doubled. You know,
but I wanted to say I have a positive note. By speaking, no wait, hold on. Could you please let me say this for TIs to help them?
Can someone hear me?
Why are you still interrupting me?
I'm sorry.
I hear you, but somebody else is talking, hon. Can you hold on just a moment?
Yeah, I just want to say a positive thing that I went through after 6 years of hell and false rumors, false rumor hell. You know, there's false rumor hell. Everyone knows that since they were in kindergarten or preschool even. That I kept speaking out a couple words like, I would say like framed up or computer brains. That's my main thing now. I say, and then if they say, are you nuts? What are you talking about? I'll say, I was looking at my smartphone. I was looking at the computer brains in my smartphone. No, I was framed up by gang stalkers. So I say framed up for computer brain.
Okay, after this other lady speaks, can I ask you a question?
I'm sorry,
yeah,
I
that's all I
don't
had to say.
interrupt. I'm having
You're not interrupting.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
It's just that I'm having a panic attack. I'm sorry.
Take deep breaths. Take deep breaths, honey.
Okay, do you have a paper bag in the house? Breathe in and out into the paper bag. That will calm you down.
I can't find
Step
myself.
outside. No, step outside because they threatened to kill me a million times and they never have. They never have. They never have. So just go outside for a minute. Sit on your porch.
It's too
hot. No one's gonna hurt you.
Can I say something? I just
made mention of panic attacks earlier today in a posting that I made to the gal who's having a panic attack. I want you to realize something. That is them downloading frequencies, no doubt, or some other way of them manipulating your mind. Remember, targeting is all about mind control, and it's all about deception. So why don't you hang on to that, knowing that you're being manipulated, and know that there really isn't anything to be afraid of, right? Is there? Can you think of any legitimate reason at this time? Are you outside? Are you unprotected? Are you inside and you're A-okay?
What she feels is real.
I know. I'm not saying that it isn't real. I'm not saying that it isn't real. I believe that she is having a panic attack, but I also believe that they've manipulated her to have this panic attack.
I don't doubt that one bit, but what I'm trying to get her to do is breathe in and out in a paper bag. If you don't have anything else, no medication, nothing, the paper bag will calm you down because of the carbon dioxide that you breathe.
But you don't need a paper bag, though. You just take deep breaths if you're having a panic attack and try to regain your mind.
Paper bag.
I can't find my cell phone, and I'm afraid the phone's going to go dead in a minute.
Plug it into a charger.
Huh?
Plug it into a charger. Marcus?
What is your name?
Debbie.
Debbie?
It's Debbie.
Yeah, keep talking, Debbie.
If the phone goes dead, are you going to be okay if the phone goes dead? Are you going to be okay if the phone goes dead, or do you want to give us your phone number or your address in case the phone goes dead and I don't know what
Terry has my number. Terry has my number, my cell phone number.
Terry? What's your
Terry?
name, and I'll have him call you.
Debbie, but I can't find my cell phone. I can't find my cell phone.
Hold on, I'm going to call him right now.
I think I took the battery out.
Debbie, Debbie, can I ask you, Debbie, why you're having a panic attack?
I don't know. I was falling asleep, and I just kind of woke up with it.
I've had those before. I've gone to the emergency room. It felt like I was having a heart attack.
Uh-huh.
Yep. And it does feel so real. You just have
your left elbow over your heart, over your rib cage, where your heart is, and then when it bothers you more, kind of push it in a little bit. Push it in. Push it in.
I'll calm down. I'm sure I had these when I first started having the stalking, and I knew what was happening or didn't know, but I had.
Do you think that maybe
that lasted like a whole day?
You think that maybe a beer or a glass of wine would help you to relax?
I don't have any. I have some Valium. I took one because I don't have that many, but I haven't taken them for years. And
do you have any alcohol? You could drink like a couple beers or a glass of wine.
If you took a Valium, just stay on the Valium.
I'm sorry. I'm beyond feeling foolish.
Yep, I'm here.
There's been so much.
Frank, I tried to call Terry. He's not answering.
Okay.
Terry Brewer?
Debbie, does anyone else have your number?
If she's got a Valium, that will take the panic attack away in approximately 15 minutes.
Oh, good. Yeah, we got to just try to calm her. Just talk calmly.
I'm sorry. No, I did. I had one in about 2012 or 2013 that wouldn't stop. It wouldn't stop. I had it for like
I get them all the time.
A day and
I would say if you don't have anything to go in your backyard and lie down in the grass with your shirt off for like a half hour.
Really? Hang on a minute.
Do you have some music you could put on?
That is if you're not afraid of snakes, right? Yuck.
No, I'm afraid of snakes, but no, there's no, snakes don't attack humans unless you like step on them. The chance of stepping on a snake is like 1 in a million. It's like being struck by lightning.
Sure, we'll crawl up on her. That would give me a panic attack. Like a frog or something.
You feel better?
Take deep breaths. Just keep breathing how you want to breathe. Don't let the outside influences influence how you breathe.
Breathe in your blouse. If anything, breathe in your blouse, Jiminy Christmas.
Hello? Are you still there? Are you? I need to find my cell phone. I'm on this corded phone and I can't move very far and I can't find the light.
There we go.
So I'm just a mess. I'm kind of a mess right now. I can't keep doing this.
You're not alone.
This is going to stop. They've been at my bank, and I just have so many worries. And when I got a new card and I changed the PIN, and then somebody pulls up on the other side of the ATM, and then they pull away real fast when I'm done. That happens a lot.
They do that to me all the time. That happens. It's such a pain in the neck.
I can't keep up with everything. Everything is a mess, and I'm a mess, and I have nobody in my family to help me.
Debbie, how long have you been on this call?
Oh, all night. I just, like I said, I fell asleep. I dozed off. I didn't fall asleep. I dozed off, and I woke up, and I was having one. I haven't had them in a while, not real bad. Like I said, that was 2012 or 13 that I had them so bad that I couldn't hardly stand it. But I don't know if they did that to me or not, because it's when all the insanity was starting up, you know, how it is. Okay. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. Give me a break.
I'm afraid I'm going to end up in the hospital. And they're not going to write me down.
No, don't worry, doll. I've been through, as long as you don't go admit yourself or something like that, like, or feelings of harming yourself or someone's out to hurt you, then they're not going to admit you in a mental ward.
Well, it's just, you know.
Those are scary, though, because they come and go, too. It's like I've had them, and I've gone to the emergency room, and then it goes away, and then it comes back, and then it goes away. Am I muted, or can you hear me?
Yeah, you can hear you.
I hear you.
Oh, okay, no, because I switched over to the phone, and it muted me. So
I think it's hormonal, too.
Oh, I'm past all that.
Well, I am, too, but it's still hormonal. We're always forever evolving hormonally, so that seems to really play a big part of our health.
I don't know. I just want my cell phone, and I can't find it. And this is happening to me since it's happened. I can't find things, and
I know.
Put the phone down and
tomorrow you will. Tomorrow you will.
I know, but it's just.
You might feel safer if you find the phone. Put the phone down and hunt for your cell phone and your battery.
Is this going to go dead? Is the phone going to, are you all going to go off the air? You know what I mean?
Oh, you'll be safe.
No, we're right here. We're right here.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to hang up and call your phone and call back?
I think the battery's out. I always take the battery out. Everything in my life is chaos because of these fuckers. I'm sorry, but it's true.
We're all dealing with the same.
No, it's just, it's not going to continue.
Well,
like
you're saying it's true. So what saved my life once when I was 16 was the Holy Spirit, and that's true. So if you're seeking the truth, then God will save you.
I know He's there. I do. I just.
Yeah, you can put the phone down and hunt for your battery and your cell phone. We'll be here. Just don't hang it up, and we'll be here.
Okay, thank you.
I'll text
So
Terry.
better.
Call me.
Yeah, stay on the line, Debbie, or go lie on your lawn or something. No one's going to hurt you.
I think she's going to hunt for her cell phone, and that's good. She feels lost without it.
I know. It feels that's the one connection that we have to the world when we need to flee or go, just go take a walk or whatever. At least that's some security.
Taking a walk, yeah, it gets things moving through your head again.
Am I muted or not muted?
Oh, you're
muted. You're muted.
Am I muted?
No.
Yep, you're pretty muted
Oh, good.
right now.
No,
I can't hear you.
I transferred it over to the phone and I got muted. I couldn't.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Yeah, me. You know, it's been a bad week with the electronics and everything. I got disconnected.
Sunday, Monday was horrible.
Yep. And this particular go-to-meeting icon, I just got Wednesdays today.
Frank has more control than TalkShoe or pre-conference call on GoMeeting.com.
Yeah, but
GoMeeting.com?
I just got the icon for Wednesday today. So I ended up going back to one of the sites and catching it from there. So, because I know he was sending it directly before, so strange week. Actually, strange life.
Thanks, Frank, for all your
it's a beautiful program.
Today.
Good.
You really had to
Frank,
put up with a lot
Frank,
today.
how are you doing tonight, Frank? Are you doing okay?
Not too bad. Hanging in
recollecting yourself?
Thank you, Frank.
Yeah.
I'm surprised everybody's on so late.
2:48 a.m. here.
I'm surprised.
That's pretty early, man.
Yeah. Early in the morning.
You got a lot of energy and youth in you still. That's good, man. You know why? Because you protected your daughter from being targeted, and that's why you were targeted. So you're going to stand up against all this bullshit that they're targeting us with. That's what I've seen from you so far.
Exactly right.
I wish I had a daughter, man. I was married for 5 years.
Did you?
To a woman majoring in family and child science. And she turned out to be a bad temper, a prejudiced mother, a skeptical dad, a bully siblings, and antisocial towards my friends and family.
Wow.
Believe it or not. Yeah, Ripley's Believe It or Not. Majoring in family and child science, she was antisocial towards me and my family and my friends.
And she wanted you all to herself, and she got mad when you had to go.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've heard.
Exactly.
That's what my ex was like. Very controlling.
Couldn't go out with your friends.
Nope. No, actually, she wanted to break up with me when we were married for already 4 years. We were married 5 years total. When me and my mom went and watched the movie In Pursuit of Happiness with Will Smith. Isn't that his name, the black guy, the actor?
Yep.
Oh, that was a beautiful movie. I love that.
Yeah, she got so mad that we watched it without her together that she brought it up like 10 times with a red face, just pissed off at me.
Really?
Just for watching it without her, yeah.
So you get out of that one, I take it.
Yeah, I was like, we need to get some mediation, and all of a sudden she was with another guy all of a sudden and divorced me the next day after a ski trip. After I got home from a ski trip, she had been sleeping with him the night when I was staying at the ski resort.
Wow.
It's a good thing you didn't have any kids.
Yeah, we have 2 dogs.
Everything happens for a reason.
I still have one of the 2 dogs. He's 10 years old now.
Aw, what kind of dog?
He's half Basenji, which is a little Persian dog that's red on top with little white socks on his feet.
I never
see,
even
something
read that.
good came out of that. That's your kid.
Yeah, it's like my kid.
That's right.
I got a big four-legged kid.
What
I
kind
do
is
too.
yours?
I do too, but it doesn't bark.
Well, that's sometimes it's even better. I mean, they're just your pal.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, no, you're right. The Basenji doesn't bark. The only thing they could do is yodel. But interestingly enough, though, they exported it from Persia, some breeds of it, to the Congo of Africa. And hunters in the Congo of Africa used it to help them hunt, even though they're totally docile and they don't bark. I don't know why they would use that dog for a tiny, like, a Basenji stands about 8 inches at the shoulder.
Wow, so that would make them a better hunter then, because they wouldn't make a sound.
Right.
Hunted.
So make a good watchdog come and yank on your sleeve saying, hey, Dad, get on the bed. There's a burglar in the house.
Well, I feel bad about, I just want to say on this call that I feel bad about Linda Costanzo because I've dealt with TIs and half TIs and perps that pretend to be TIs. And Linda is not even half of a perp. She's mostly TI. And she might have a little perp in her, but she's mostly TI, and people started putting daggers in her back.
I don't like to use the word perp on anyone. I'd rather just keep that out of the language. I don't like to call anybody perp.
Yeah, she does a lot of work for the community.
Yeah.
She brings out the best in people. Most of everybody has their bad days, but to sit there and call her a perp is, that just rubbed me the wrong way too.
Wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, she might respect perpetrators that are more respectful towards her instead of the mean perpetrators that just try to break people down.
She doesn't like any of them.
I think they get too emotional.
She gets
emotional.
She gets targeted. She gets propelled. They physically have control of some of her muscle groups, and she'll try to repair something and crawl up on a ladder, and they'll smash her on the ground. So that's
oh my God.
I've been trying to help her with that.
I love Linda. She's so fun to talk with. She's almost like one of my favorite hosts on the TI conference calls.
Yeah, she's the most down home. I mean, she's down to earth.
Yeah, Frank.
Well, I think I'm going to call it a day here. It's 2:54 in Massachusetts.
Thanks, Frank.
Certainly.
Thank you, Frank.
Did the girl come back from getting her phone?
Oh, we should hold on for a few minutes then. We don't. Yeah. That would really alarm her.
I think that would cause a panic attack in itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we said we're.
Tell us about these drunks. So how did that happen? Your perps were.
Well, they don't let me sleep unless I drink alcohol. That's period.
No, not you. Frank was saying that they were.
Well, whenever they
drunk
get, whenever they get
funny.
Drunk, they really go nuts. They'll go on a binge.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, one's an alcoholic and one turned the other one into an alcoholic.
Frank, would you feel your kneecaps real quick and see if they're cold or the same temperature as the rest of your body? Because the other day my kneecaps got really cold.
Oh, that's funny.
Could you feel them for me?
Nah, I got jeans on, so that's kind of rough.
Tell us more about what they were saying, when they get all whacked out.
Oh, they go into
Jesus!
Nut mode.
Shit, that's entertaining in itself.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Frank, that's good that you're still eating ice cream. Are you still eating ice cream? I take it.
No.
No, I quit too. I drink alcohol and I stopped eating ice cream completely. I haven't had ice cream for like a year. Even though when I was like an adolescent, I used to eat it like at least once a week, sometimes every day.
Wow. Did you gain any weight?
Yeah, I got a gut. It's about a year and a half old now. All before the years of that, I just had a six-pack.
Oh.
I used to do sit-ups and push-ups, starting at 12.
Yeah, we used to have to do 150 in high school.
Wow, that was before my day. But
Yep.
no, you mean sit-ups, right? You could do 150 sit-ups back when you were younger?
Yep.
Were they full sit-ups or were they just crunchies?
Full.
Yeah, I could have done that back in when I was like 15 or maybe even 12, you know? It's like, it's easy to do, but now I got this little gut. I got like intestinal problems from being poisoned by gang stalkers. So, and my mom, I tell my mom that, and she says it gives her stomach aches just from telling her about gang stalkers. So I try not to bring it up.
Yeah, it's a great topic. Unfortunately, well, actually, fortunately for us, we've got the largest media network in the whole world free to use, and that's Facebook. And we can all get together on these calls and talk. That way we can share. That's why our side has pushed so far ahead in the last couple of years because of the technology. And before, their side pushed ahead because of the technology. So we're kind of getting even. We're learning more all the time.
But what,
Hey,
Frank, last question for the night, Frank, last question for the night, unless someone else wants to say something else, but I just want to ask you, the NSA and the CIA, are they the top perpetrators?
I don't think so. Of course, the NSA is the largest organization in the United States. Most of this stuff has gone from the private sector down to private citizens. And when this all comes to a head, we're all going to learn, you know, who's doing what. But the thing is...
Well, maybe in heaven, you know, we'll like look down on all their transgressions that they made against us and smell the aroma of their smoke from hell.
That'd be nice, huh?
Guaranteed, guaranteed.
I think we'll knock them out long before then.
Can I mention something, guys? While everyone was talking, I was surfing the net and I found something, government mind control project. It says here a San Bernardino man who claimed that a government mind control project caused him to kill a liquor store clerk during a robbery was convicted of murder, I guess Tuesday. This is dated July 25th, 2017.
At a liquor store?
Yeah.
I saw it on the news, but I didn't know that was the story behind it.
Yeah, he said it was a government mind control project. It doesn't, I'm trying to find out if it says anything else.
Hey, Frank, I want to ask you, Frank, if, you know, like GoToMeeting, I know you're the moderator and the host, but is it possible that you could go to bed and let us just chit-chat our heads off?
Oh, she's funny. All night long, all night. I think it's gone.
Because I can never pick one TI. There's so many TIs that, you know, I want to talk to a group of them where we get more of a consensus and an understanding and a respect instead of like one TI trying to flirt really with another TI or something like that. Can you do that, Frank?
Yep.
Frank?
He might have fallen asleep.
Or he went to the men's room.
He could have done that.
Okay, so we're in GoToMeeting. We're clicked in then.
Okay, I'm back.
And that's Frank. Okay, he's back.
I'm actually say goodnight to everybody. It's been a long night. 12:02 here in California. I know it's late.
For me too. I think we're gonna have to hope that. I think she probably fell asleep after taking her Valium.
I just got on.
Yeah.
I just got on, but I heard earlier when Bryan was talking. He's a very smart guy.
Yeah, he is.
Smart guy.
It's
a lot of what he was saying, I could relate to.
I like your answer, Frank.
He gets mad.
He gets, you know what? He's
that?
rude, and he falsely accuses people of being a perp. But he does have.
Well, I did hear a little bit of arguing.
Excuse me, I'm speaking. I'm speaking. He falsely.
I'll give you the ground for a sec because it's Frank's call.
Being perp, although sometimes he does have good information, but not all the time. We learned tonight that he is rolling out some false information or inaccurate information or misinformation. So now it makes me wonder about the other information he's given us.
Yep.
So, you know, I think there are a lot of intelligent people in the targeted individual community.
And there's a lot of information out there, too.
There's a lot of information, there's probably a lot of misinformation as well.
A lot of information that's way over my head, that's for sure.
Maybe some of it's intended and unintended. So
what's over your? Nothing's over your head.
I think we just have to err on the side of caution and just do take everything with a grain of salt that we are not sure about, and look it up and verify, just like anything anybody gets vetted. That we need to do the same, just like, you know, when we have the polls going, they have to vet all the fact checking, and I filtered information to who I was hoping was going to make it for president that didn't. But I said, vet this information, you know, fact check this before you believe me, but this is the facts that I have. So
who did you want for president? Was it Howard Dean? That's why
I actually kind of was between Rand Paul, because he is all about the issues and kind of what we're talking about, actually, a lot of these kind of issues. And then the other one was Marco Rubio. But then in the end, it came down to Bernie Sanders and Jill Stein for me.
At the end, well, that's the end result. That's kind of like, okay, everyone needs to know, I posted on my timeline today that the CIA has owned the media for like 50 years or more. You all need to know that.
You know what, guys? I remember years ago when I was living in Florida, I was probably about, say 18, 19 years old, and I was in a bar where there was dancing, but there wasn't any dancing at the time. It was fairly quiet, and there were people from England sitting next to our table, and they overheard us talking about how media in other countries is controlled. And they piped up and said, piped up and said to our table, "You're wrong. Your media is controlled, and you are. I forget what it was. You guys are told a bunch of baloney." I'm 53 today, and that was back when I was 8.
You're young.
Happy birthday.
So that's
happy birthday.
You're young.
That's like 30 years ago. So our media has been controlled for a very long time, probably for as long as the CIA has been in power, which is, I think, back in the 50s or late 40s, right? But before that, it was the OSS, right? The Office of something. And
yeah,
then
you got a good point. I didn't know until I left this country how controlled it was, and how others media outlets that I filtered information to, like The Guardian, is like Bryan and other people have said, you know, and friends of mine have gone to the international media to find the real facts and provide information to Al Jazeera and Reuters and Guardian newspaper.
Yeah, those are bigger news channels. Al Jazeera is on DirecTV, Dish Network, Comcast.
Even
They were a
Telemundo
major.
shows stuff. Even Telemundo shows stuff that we don't. Like, wow.
Who's Telemundo though? I don't know who Telemundo is.
It's a Mexican station from Mexico. So since I don't know Spanish, I'm pretty sure. I'm not absolutely sure. It's Univision. I saw something the other day. It was they were talking about satanic worship, and they were showing it on TV, but I didn't know what they were saying because it was in Spanish. But this, you know, high-profile person, yeah, Telemundo. So I know the occult is big involved in all of this. It's many different things that is being used on us.
So it could be that.
The occult is involved, and I am a Christian, and thank God I am, because there are.
God bless you, sister.
You know, there are no aliens per se, but there are, as we know in Genesis, the fallen angels. They do exist.
Absolutely.
We can't see
them.
them.
What I know. I agree.
We can't see
there's
them.
Fallen. No, I want to enter whatever that I believe that there's fallen angels about 10 times more than I believe that there's aliens. 20 times more.
I agree with. I think they're more likely demons than.
Well, not demons though, because demons can't walk the earth unless they find a human vessel.
I see.
I don't know the facts on that. I don't know. I just
That's my belief.
Things that I found out. Scientology. Ron Hubbard had claimed to be Satan himself. Some things
Hubbard
that Terry
the Hubbard guy that was with Hollywood and
yeah.
Wow.
He still has a big impact.
Damn, that sucks.
Well, he died.
I'm sorry, but I feel sorry for Hollywood. I feel sorry for Hollywood.
Like Leah Remini and a lot of those have come out about it and how entrenched for 20-odd years that they were in it, and how, you know, traumatizing it was to get out. So in all walks of life, the government is definitely involved in a cult. Don't think for a minute they're not. All you have to do is look up West Point. West Point is where the Army trains, and West Point has enveloped this not only the weaponry technology, the super soldier that many people talked about, that the concept that they enveloped into it is demonology as well as martial arts. They trained over in China, they trained in Poland, they trained in Russia. So they've got to be acclimated with everything. And
let me tell you, sister, back in the let me tell you, sister, I gotta make an emergency point here.
He's not yet, dear.
No, this is an emergency point. This is an emergency point. Back in the old days, if you dogged West Point, they would shoot you to death.
It's not just West Point. It's the Air Force Academy. It's every branch of service. The Marine Corps, I'm only 20 minutes from the Marine Corps base, and let me just tell you, most of these people in the military that I served along, I knew there was a dark entity. I just didn't know how big that they were actually using the occult and all of the supernatural powers that they align with the technology that they have now to mimic those things. So they use many different weapons. The voice of God, they use that over in the Middle East. They're still using that to fool people. And I had to counsel, I don't know how many people in the military that got out, or when I was active duty, to say, you know, look, this is what they don't want you to know. They want to use fear. Everything's fear-based, fear-based, fear-based.
Okay, but I want to make a clear point right now that you never dogged West Point, but if you, like, said
well, all you have to do is look up
what
Jedi
they were doing,
Warrior Super Soldier, and you will find all of what I'm saying. You will find everything what I'm saying.
On top of everything,
it's true. It's called Jedi Jedi Warrior Super Soldier, or Special Forces, and it will show you everything.
I'm a young chap. I'm a young chap.
Yes, you are. You are, but that's okay. It's good. I wish I was young too, but I wasn't once. But Anton LaVey and Michael Aquino started the Church of Satan in San Francisco at the Presidio, which I've been to. And so that's where the Pope, I didn't want to say it, being born and raised Catholic, and I hated it. I didn't know until Lauren, who I adore her, she had a call and she talked about it, and Nada talked about it.
Okay, I'm
about
sorry.
the New World Order and how...
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
How the New World Order is being brought in is that, she said in 2016, the Vatican met with all the world religious leaders, and they had an occult Luciferian type ceremony. And I didn't want to believe it, but now it makes a lot of sense that I felt a darkness in the Catholic, church as a cult growing up in a little tiny town of 6,000 people. I didn't know what I didn't know. I just felt the darkness. And then I started going to a Baptist church as soon as I could get away from there and move away from home. And that's when I turned over a whole new leaf, and I saw like the sun for the first time, not literally, but it's like it was night and day to me. And I was just so thankful that my friend, brought me into the Baptist church, and my life was changed forever. I'm like, you saved my life, literally and figuratively. But the occult does exist.
Well, that's compelling. Thank you for telling us,
magic,
fellow TI.
I mean, look at magic. Look at Las Vegas. Look at any of those magicians. They use the occult. They're in the occult. So don't think for a minute when it talks about aliens in Genesis, it doesn't mean aliens are on other planets. There is, I don't believe, this is my belief.
No, the Bible says aliens are people from another country.
No, that's your interpretation, and my interpretation, and talking to many people that are much more knowledgeable than me on theology, is that the ancient aliens, as they keep talking about, are the fallen angels that are up in the third heaven, from what I got in my studies.
Okay, I gotta ask you a question. What the hell are they doing up there?
Well, the third heaven
you have no answer,
is
probably,
where they have their own armies, and they have to go to I believe the first and the second heaven is where God resides in His kingdom. They have to go to Christ, to God, Yahweh, whatever you want to call Him, and they have to get permission for anything bad that they're going to do to us. Well,
more than that, they have to go through a censor.
Right, as angels, there's like, I think, at least 7 levels of heaven or more. So the angels in heaven, in God's kingdom, are also ascending and descending. They're there to protect us. So there's these two, dominions going on that are battling for our soul. So we have protectors, as well as we have the dark side. And if we know some of these things that were hidden from us, that they left out of the Bible about the 12 tribes of Middle East and the 5 different books that talks about dreams and visions.
Okay.
And
well,
astronomy.
The things that
they
your
just
dreams,
want us to know.
Your dreams and your intuitions and your heart and your life and your family, those are all in the Bible. But these, extra, whatever, what do they call that? Extra forms of life, extra. They're not, people will stir up ideas of not being part of reality, even though you are. And that's what TIs need to remember, is that they're always a part of reality, and to, reach out a hand towards God, because the Bible also mentions that the Christians were persecuted, and there's a lot of examples of that. So I think that most TIs are Christian or Muslim, that they're not satanic. That's what sets us apart,
right,
in my opinion.
Yes.
Well,
I think
I'm sorry,
go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Oh, I just think it's encouraging to see a lot of Muslims, Buddhists, whatever, coming to Christ, because like the Muslim religion is very oppressive, like the Catholic religion is, and they're only told what they're told, and they're oppressed. And when they're not sure, and they've left their own country, and they're not sure, and they're seeking the truth. I was seeking the truth when I left home. They had supernatural experiences. So when we feel discouraged, go to those things that talks about, YouTube, angels and demons, and people that have, experienced, near death and things that they've seen, to be encouraged, because that's what he says in the Bible: be encouraged, fear not, for I'm with you. And so if we know the darkness exists, because if we are not armed with these every tool that we can get, meaning knowledge is power, and we can pass it on to others, that they want this all to be fear-based, and that's what their tools are. They feed off fear and anger and any negative emotions. And I know.
Well, what about like
agree with that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's play with that. What about like a man TI and a woman TI uniting and becoming married? What would happen then?
What? What has that got to do with what she said?
I don't know.
I'm not even thinking that. I mean, that is like way putting the horse, the cart before the horse. I'm not even on that level, but forgive me for, I'm not on that level at all. I mean, I'm trying to live life and trying to get through each moment and be supportive.
Say a piece. I want to read something to you that I put on my Facebook page, Christians Against Totalitarianism, before
I like that.
Our fearless leader goes to bed. We talked about frequencies in prayer yesterday on one of the calls that I attended yesterday. Anyway, so I wrote this little thing for my Facebook page, and it is as follows: prayer and frequencies. We know that frequencies are being used to affect our moods. Our brain creates frequencies as we think. Keep that in mind. Therefore, as we pray, meditate, or think, we are sending frequencies out into the world. Solution: concentrate on prayer, meditation that is good, kind, harmonious, and loving. Prayer that asks for blessings and love to the entire world. Pray for those who are hurting others, because they are driven by dark forces and dark frequencies of others. Ask God to send them the Holy Spirit's light, love, gentleness, and healing. Chuck Missler says, put on the armor of God. Prayer is our defense.
Amen.
Prayer is our defense.
Yes, that's
prayer,
beautiful. Yes.
Prayer that
I agree
asks
100%.
Love, healing to those who hurt others. Prayer that asks for them to be guided by the light of God. Prayer that heals the people and the world. And that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
That's so
Thank
beautiful.
You. That was beautiful.
I used to go to Calvary, Costa Mesa, and God just struck my heart when I left Northern California to come to Southern Cal, and I started going to Chuck Smith Jr.'s church in Chuck Smith Jr.'s church in San Juan Capistrano when he was teaching in 2002, and I got baptized by that church, and my life was just never the same after that. It was just so awesome that I left everything behind, my great paying job, my career, my friends, everything that I knew. But what you said was so beautiful and poignant, and I want to encourage you to keep enlightening people to that mindset, to keep them when they feel fear, they feel anger, they feel oppressed, is to know, if they don't know anything else, that he is.
What I want to add to that.
What I want to say too, go ahead, but no, what I want to say is
go ahead,
the perps are professionalizing in placating people.
Yeah. Well, what I want
with
to
a
say
supercomputer.
Can she say something first? I know you're in
with frequencies. They have shown us that they can take our emotions, let's say our bad emotions, our anger, our how upset we were, or how sad or depressed we are, and they are able to keep them on these computers. I think they're called quantum computers. And then then what I think they do is re-inject that into us as in an antagonistic manner to use it against us. So,
well, the version of antagonistic.
Wait, I wasn't done. Wait. So what I'm trying to say is, don't let them use your moods or your thoughts against you. So really what we need to do is, knowing that we're targeted individuals, we need to control our feelings and our emotions. Like little Linda who calls in, she's so upset. I'm telling you, they've got to have the Encyclopedia Britannica of emotions stored in a computer for her alone.
Well, it's not just emotion, though. It's logic and numbers and games and even the stock market.
Yeah.
That they're stealing and replacing and putting in their imposter version on us. So us TIs need to speak out about it. Get your clear mind. I'm not that tonight, but get your clear mind and go speak out about it. Journal.
There you go.
Write down what they've done to you, voice to skull what they're saying to you.
Yeah.
Well, those are both really powerful, and I think, thoughts are powerful, and we just need to, like Frank said, redirect our thoughts. And what you said, our emotions, and it's hard to get a handle on it when it's like a kite in the wind that you just can't, you're trying to grab it and it just keeps getting away.
Right. Don't give them any more ammunition. They don't need it. In fact, what we can do is focus on countermeasures, and that would be countering our thoughts and our emotions with love and peace. And eventually they're going to find us useless.
It's just retraining our brain.
No, what they are is useless, ma'am. And what they're doing to us is trying to make us useless, even though we never will be. That's why we're TIs.
That's not what I meant. They meant they're going to find our thoughts and our emotions and targeting us, how do I want to say, frustrating for them.
Yeah, well, that's all we can do, because they're frustrating their own points all day because they make bad points all day. And you make good points, and everyone on this call has made good points. But the perpetrator is targeting me with voice to skull in 5 different forms of voice to skull, make bad points. wrong points, wrongful. They're wrongful people. And they,
Yeah.
I think they're illegitimate. Yeah, they're illegitimate, period.
Anyway, the bottom line is they are tapping into frequencies that belong to us that we are putting out there, and they are using them. They're cataloging them. So they have, let's put it this way, and let's say their quantum computer is a catalog of
It's not
people.
smarter than you, though. You're smarter. You're smarter. You're way smarter than their quantum computer.
What just happened?
Nothing. I just give up. Done. I'm going to go to bed.
No. Why do you say you give up? That's negativity. Don't let the negativity feed you.
And when I'm talking, and it's all right. It's okay. I'm tired.
No, I think what you were talking about is artificial intelligence.
I think I did.
Finish with that. No, that's a very important thought.
Finish with
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to let you know I found my cell phone. I'm sorry if I caused a ruckus earlier. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, not at all. Oh, you had a very eloquent thought and a good heart. So thank you for sharing. That's very powerful and beautiful.
What about everyone here on this call sharing instead of like, oh, I got my own agenda, oh, I got to feed my own agenda, even though, oh, perpetrators, you're feeding your own agenda. Duh.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Yes.
Guys,
Sure.
you said something earlier about if you dog West Point. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
If you dog any military group, even if it's in your own home,
yeah.
Do they come after you for that?
No fear. First of all, in high school, when I was a no-good pothead, I used to wear no fear shirts, and I love people that wear no fear shirts. Remember that old brand, No Fear?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the military industrial complex hates no fear shirts. I'll just let you know that. That's all I have to say. Not really, but yeah.
How'd you know?
To make a point.
You know that?
Because that's a very good question, and I'm not fucking around. No fear means having faith in God.
Okay.
That's what no fear. No fear means having faith in God, that He will save the soul.
I'm not worried about my soul at all. I know where it's going.
Shoot. I mean, sex is one thing, but now, you know, they're overdoing sex in this country. There's like porno everywhere. So no fear means that you could make better love to your husband or wife or whoever you're married to of the opposite sex. Because if you have to have the opposite sex to have no fear. If you have the same sex, then you're full of fear. And then that's no good because Satan uses the fear and the guilt trip. So that's one to begin with. Why not to go with Satan or be homosexual? It's retarded. It's retarded.
Yeah.
So go with your opposite sex. Go with your passions. Be like William Shakespeare. You know, read William Shakespeare if you ever feel like homosexual thoughts are infiltrating your thoughts. Go with William Shakespeare.
I don't know if you've seen any episodes of that lately. It's called Will, and I saw how he really was, and how he wrestled with his thoughts, his
Will,
spirituality.
you knew Will? Wait, no, you knew Will?
No, there's a show called Will. It's about William Shakespeare, his young life when he was doing his plays, and they were
Okay, I haven't heard of that.
doing. Really? It's called Will. It's a series, and it's based on his life, and where they did all these plays that he wrote. But his life was pretty messed up because it had to do with royalty, and royalty did all kinds of outrageous things like orgies and everything. They were trying to pull him down that rabbit hole.
Well, that was part of the Roman agenda. The Roman agenda, which they're pushing to the United States, heavier and heavier the past 50.
This was in Britain, though. This is in Britain.
Transmitter.
The royal monarchy in Britain. And it was just, he was invited to a party, and he didn't know it was satanic in nature. And they did this mysticism thing, trying to conjure up what they said was the Michael the Archangel, and it wasn't Michael the Archangel that came through.
No,
it was
false. Yep, you're right.
Demonic.
Yep.
And how he was smoking pot or whatever it was, whatever they made him smoke.
Could be.
And he got high and he hallucinated and he saw these demons attacking him. It was just creepy. I didn't know there's always another side. We were shown in school about Shakespeare, but we really didn't know there was other darkness behind it. You kind of have to look behind history now and question everything.
Well,
that we weren't told
like
the
the average American citizen compared to William Shakespeare is sad.
Well, I think our culture has gone through, it was back in the 1900s where a woman would be arrested if she wore a swimsuit that she wasn't fully clothed.
That's where I set my standards.
We aren't that far behind the Muslims, really. I mean, if you look back in history and you look at the Amish community is still like we used to be, more or less. So it's just that we compromise and we just let all these other things, come in, and we have the power over our behavior and our choices, and to stand for what you believe.
Right. Well, okay. So actually, most Americans stand with William Shakespeare, but they have let their morals go and their integrity go and their ideals go. So, William Shakespeare, he was
the demonic influence.
Whatever he was, he might have been a gang actually of like 5 people that wrote beautiful stuff that weren't actually a gang, but were a group that wrote beautiful stuff for the whole world to hear, to speak to another in a poetic or understandable or higher way of speaking to someone else. And I aspire to that Shakespeare, like too many people do. But I'm glad that I got to read some of his material. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, that's good. You have a good spirit. That's, we all just have to learn from each other and encourage each other. I think that's the best we can do, is just know that there's going to be an end game, but we're going through the journey.
Well, yeah, William Shakespeare was always there, okay? So, like, if you got tired of, like, listening to people in your environment and they were maybe mistreating you or me or whoever, you could shut it off, but then you open, like, a William Shakespeare book, and it kind of brings open like a whole new flower. Like a whole new flower every time you read one of his chapters.
Yeah. I'm just walking my dog.
Oh well, I'm not perfect. William Shakespeare could explain it perfectly. I'm not perfect.
Nobody's perfect, and nobody expects us to be perfect. And I'm kind of glad that we're not perfect, because then we wouldn't need each other if we were perfect. We need each other to grow. I know I've grown a lot.
Well, you know, okay, let me just say this about William Shakespeare, is that he contained people and their minds and their imagination in a fair place. But gang stalkers are like the anathema of our minds and where we live our lives and how we live our lives and what's infecting our lives. They're infecting our lives with an anathema. So what I tend to call gang stalkers is called a pestilence or a plague even, have you. And that's not right, you know? You could be from Turkey, Russia, China, Cambodia, South Africa, wherever. But what gang stalkers do to people is an anathema to their own lives. And no one on earth wants that. But somehow these motherfuckers are making a profit off of it, off of our lives, from lying about our lives and stealing all of our biological information with electroencephalograph that scans all the information off of our nerves, transmitters, implants. And I don't want to sound like a fucking know-it-all, but I'm just saying that fucking shit, piece of shit gang stalkers. They deserve the death penalty, but you know what though? They're going to get it in the next life. They're going to go in the bottomless pit with Satan for 1,000 years. It says in Revelations that a dove will pick up the serpent of Satan and put him in a bottomless pit for 1,000 years. Have you know that? And I hope it's longer. That's
well, I know it's human. It's human for us to say that and feel that, and boy, I have many times. But then what she just said is true. We need to pray for the enemy, because we don't want. This is like
right. Well,
like a football game. We don't want the enemy to win.
No, wait. How did Jesus say that? Love your enemy. How does Jesus? I still really super struggle with Jesus saying, love your enemy, but yet, you know, I still love them in some way, but I don't love them all around. I don't love them all around.
I don't. They're not enemies.
Yeah,
they're demonic. It's not, I would agree with somebody said once, to pray for your enemy. I can understand that somebody you don't get along with, somebody who's been not nice to you in a normal world. This isn't normal.
Yeah.
This is demonic.
It's not normal. You're right.
Evil.
It's not normal.
This is the devil. I don't love the devil. I never will.
No.
I'm not going to pray
No,
for
of course not. Of course not.
But I'm not going
the
to
human part, the human element, those that are doing his bidding don't know what they don't know. They don't know what's on the road ahead.
There might be
so we have to pray
that know what they're doing.
That they're shown. Yeah, we have to pray that they're shown, because I've seen on some of the excerpts of some of these devil worshippers that they were on their deathbed shown, you know, heaven and hell, and mostly hell, and they repented and they asked for God's forgiveness.
Right.
So
Right.
that's one more soul. That's one more
Righteous.
soul that can't be demonic and, you know, be won over to Satan. And that's what Jesus told us that we're supposed to do. And I know it's hard because, let me tell you,
what did Jesus? Jesus said that you could have
vengeance, but vengeance is His, and I have to keep reminding myself because I'm just human like anybody else, and I keep saying,
no, I'm no surety. No one is surety except for God. No other human should be your surety except for God.
Surety, what does that mean?
It's like being sure and sure. Surety.
Oh, I haven't heard that word before.
God is our surety. That's what I'm trying to, whatever point I was maybe trying to make tonight on this talk show call, or go to meeting call. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, you have some good points, and all I know is that all this madness that we're going through is not for nothing. Just as Jesus suffered everything that He was innocent of, and all His apostles were innocent of, and all the victims.
Yeah, well, Jesus was the best example to live our lives of any other human being. Can you argue with that? Is there any other human being?
No, in fact, it's hard to follow that. It's really hard to follow that. But yeah, we have to keep reminding ourselves that we weren't the chosen one like He was, but we're still chosen.
You're right. You're right. Him. Yes, absolutely. We're like Jesus. Every human being. That's why God put Jesus on the earth.
That's such a struggle for me daily.
To be like every human being. Yes.
It's a struggle.
Like you were saying, though. But, you know, you can't carry it away too far because God put Jesus on this earth for a reason.
Yeah.
And Jesus said He was the Alpha and the Omega. So He was here way before He was here. So if you can comprehend that, I don't know if it's within your comprehension abilities.
Yeah, it is hard to comprehend, but, you know, we'll know more when we get there. We'll know more, you know, all these
well, TIs, you know, we're TIs, so we don't need to ascribe to one specific group. We're here as TIs, living our heart out and loving each other and not trying to fight with each other. But sometimes it's hard to resist, like the New Testament says, it's hard to resist.
Yeah, because we're human. We're flesh and blood, but we're fighting against principalities.
Right.
The unseen. The unseen, that the veil is getting thinner, that seems to be almost the seen for some people. And I just pray that it gets to be more bearable, that they become witnesses.
Well, what happens, okay, I want to say this real quick. What happens is people become two-dimensional too quick. And then they become sucked into the TV tube instead of talking to other humans. And plus, TIs, like me, I've been targeted for 6 years. And I'm not bragging about it. I'm not a pimp. I fucking hate pimps. Actually, every pimp in this world wants to kill me. And I hate them too. I'm speaking for myself and for God. I hope that I speak for God. And that's all I want to say.
Yeah, it's tough. I've been targeted for longer than I can't even wrap my head around it. I've been targeted for as long as I have been. and sometimes it seems like it was yesterday, and sometimes it seems like it's been a lifetime. But I just know that not to focus on my pain, but to use that for others that are
well, all the pain that they cause you with direct energy weapon or implants, they are totally immature creeps who are wrongful. So what it describes you is closer to God
it's not,
for believing in yourself and believing in God.
But you have to remember
that's all it takes. That's all it takes is believing in yourself and believing in God. And that's it. That blah blah blah.
Okay, yeah, if it were only that simple. But
no, it is. That's all it takes. Believing in yourself. What the gang stalkers are human traffickers.
Well, you have to realize it's not just human beings that are doing this. Like I said, it goes back to principalities. So we are fighting a war that is invisible as well as technical. So it's coming from many different directions.
You're a woman, so it would be easier for a man to overcome you. I'm a man, so if another man,
really.
no,
you don't
wait,
know me.
let me finish my point. If a man that's a human trafficker tries to overtake me and puts me in his hothouse or his bunk, I'm going to rip his head off.
Yeah, I would do the same. I would do the same. I would do everything it takes, and I encourage other women to find that strength down deep within, and we all have that. It's just sometimes we misplace. We just need to dig deep, and inherently you grew up in an environment that is purely negative and demonic in nature in many different ways.
I agree.
Then choose. You either become of the light or the dark. And I was in the dark, and I couldn't wait. I didn't think the light was ever going to come. But, God spared me and showed me that there was some light. Just when, I thought everything seemed hopeless.
So when you have the light of God, nothing can control you, but they can peripheral nerves, the brain, but God swore his heart his memory in your heart so that they can't steal God's memory from your heart. And I promised to God I would cry to tell you, all TIs, that God sealed his memory in your heart.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
TIs can't get to it. Gosh, I said the wrong thing. Perpetrators can't get to the memory either that God sealed in your heart. No perpetrator with remote neural monitoring can get to the memory that God sealed in your heart. Amen.
Well, they try everything that we were told in the book of Revelation.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they try all day or night. They can't get to the memory that God sealed in your heart.
Let me finish. Everything that we have been prepared for our whole lives about the book of Revelations, it didn't seem like it applied to us, like it wouldn't happen in our lifetime, but who would have thought that we'd be here, that it's happening, it's unfolding right before us.
Our soul told us. We're all psychic within God's eyes.
Everything that he said that was going to start coming, to fruition is coming to fruition in our lifetime. And it's the hardest fight ever, but we have to just stick in there and never give up, never give in. Even though there's days when we feel like it, and there's many days that I just, pull the covers over my head and say,
I want to say real quick that we're blessed to have Frank Allen, who let us speak longer.
Everybody.
He let us speak longer than 4 hours, and we talk about our problems like we're living in a bunkhouse together. You know, TI is living in a bunkhouse together.
We're one big happy family.
Thank you, Frank.
We're one dysfunctional family, but I'm okay. I know I'm dysfunctional. You can accept me all broken. You know.
Yeah, I heard that. No, I heard that today from another person that
like
they
Humpty
said
Dumpty.
when they
fell
no,
off
but
the
wait,
wall.
you're talking about broken human beings, and
a lot of band-aids on.
Yeah, and yep, and a lot of TIs are broken, but they're not broken. You know, they're still TIs and fighting for the life, and fighting for the love, and fighting for the truth, and not giving up. They're not weeping.
Right, Frank?
You know, like the shortest verse in the Bible is Jesus wept. So we're not going to that point. We're going to like
well, we all have our moments.
The bigger part, you know, not just like the sad emotional part, but the bigger part. Jesus already died for our sins. So all of you can be saved. I believe all of you are saved.
Well, one of my friends had told me that there was an experiment done, and I brought up because she doesn't believe in, she believes in the Creator, but she doesn't believe in God or heaven and hell, and that's okay. That's her, you know, perception of reality. Who am I to say, you know, how things are going to really be, you know, what God's going to decide in the end. I only know what we were told, you know, what we know in the Bible, but I get lost in train of thought now.
That's okay. What? Open up the Bible.
Totally forgot what I was saying. There I go. Senior moment again.
Oh.
Right. That's why. I have a lot of senior moments.
No. You're just blaming yourself. You're blaming yourself for perpetrators, blaming your thinking. You've been targeted since probably you were little.
Yeah, more or less. How long? Huh? How long? Hi? How long? Uh-huh. Hi. How long have you been? Hi, how long have you been targeted? Who's this? This is Debbie. Hi, Debbie. Did you find your phone?
Debbie!
Yeah, did you find your phone? Yeah, I told you earlier. You found your phone? No, I was watching my dog. Oh, yes, I did. I found it, and then I couldn't find my glasses, and then I was just, so I did. I put it in a stupid place, and I've been doing that a lot. We were pulling for you. Frank kept the line open because he was worried about you. We were all worried about you, so we kept the line open to make sure that you did. I was talking a while ago. I thought you guys heard me.
The number one question for Americans today is, how many people want to have a panic attack?
None.
No. I know what I was going to say. Okay, so my friend told me when I talked about spirituality, and I'm trying to encourage her.
No.
And she said there was a study done on a certain day that 800 people meditated for like 24 hours straight in shifts. And do you know, that day for 24 hours, there was not one, I find this hard to believe, but I believe that she, you know, there may be something to this, and because God is supernatural anyway, that there was not any crime or any killings or anything like that 24-hour period. So just think, because we are energy, and we put our thoughts and our intentions out there, whether you're Buddhist or whether you're Muslim, whether you're Christian, whatever you are, you know, it makes sense. When we put our intentions.
What makes sense? What do you mean makes sense? What do you mean?
Our prayers out there. When we put our prayers out there for others, for the nation, for each other, that those that's energy. We're sending energy, positive energy that we're putting into the energy bank account, and that we're refueling people.
So you're sending positive energy?
Brother and sister TIs,
prayer.
I am going to sleep.
You are going to sleep. Okay. All right. Thank you, Frank, for staying with Debbie, and she got to talk to you and find her phone. And I appreciate all you've done. And I know I'm exhausted, and that's probably why I'm having these memory whatever. So you have a restful night, and get recharged. And thank you for everything that you've done and the patience you've shown. And it's just been exemplary. And thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And
you're just awesome.
See you Friday
my hero.
Night. I'm going to start some more calls starting at 9 o'clock in the evening, I think.
That would be great.
All righty.
You mean 9 o'clock in the evening on Friday, or?
Not this Friday, no.
Oh, okay.
All righty.
So you're, all right. Have a good one. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Good night.
Bless.
God bless.
God bless everybody. Night.
Night.
Good night.